before the first sunrise, before the moon could cast her silver light upon anything at all, before even the smallest speck of dust had weight, there was nothing, no wind to stir the air, no waves to kiss a shore, no footsteps, no voices, no laughter, no sorrow, no measure of time, no sense of distance, only a vast, unending stillness, a silence so deep that it was not merely the absence of sound. It was as though the universe itself was holding its breath. And in that silence, there was chaos. Chaos was not a storm, not a shadow, not even a thing you could touch. It was the gap between everything that could ever exist and the fact that for now, nothing did. Like a boundless crack stretching in all directions. A gulf where no edge could be found. Some say it was emptiness. But I remember it as possibility. For in chaos, the seeds of all that would come, stars, rivers, mountains, songs and dreams, drifted quietly, waiting for the moment to awaken. At first, there was no motion at all, but then slowly, gently, something began to stir. It was not the movement of bodies or shapes, for no such things yet existed. It was the soft swirl of potential, a breath of thought, a hint of form, spiraling within the void, like the way a single note might hum quietly before the orchestra begins to play. From that faint stirring, a presence emerged. She was Gaia, the earth, the everlasting mother. She was not yet soil or stone or forest, and yet she was all of these in spirit. Her body was wide as the horizon, her embrace deep as the roots of time. I saw her then as a green and gold expanse, tender yet vast, her form still soft and undefined, like mist rising from a hidden valley. Gaia brought stability to the chaos. Where before there had been only endless falling, she offered a ground, a place where other things might come to rest, to grow. And deep within her heart, she carried the promise of life. Not long after, another force appeared, Eros. Do not think of him yet as the playful, winged god with arrows. No, this was the first Eros, the raw power of attraction itself. He had no face, no form. He was warmth in the cold. He was the longing that pulled one thing toward another, binding them together so they would not drift apart forever. It was Eros who set the first bonds in motion. Where Gaia was the body, Eros was the pulse that would awaken it. And then came Tartarus, the deep abyss beneath all things. If Gaia was the upturned face toward the light, Tartarus was the shadowed depth, the endless well into which even the boldest light might fall. It was not evil, it was not cruel, it was simply depth without end, the necessary darkness to balance Gaia's open surface. From the night sky, Nyx was born, night herself. Her cloak was made of the quiet between stars, her steps leaving behind a trail of dreams and whispers. And with her came Hemera, the gentle day, pale and golden, who followed after her like the turning of a wheel. And still the world was quiet. It was not yet the world of forests and seas, of gods and heroes. It was like a great hall prepared for a feast, yet with no guests to fill it. It was then that Ouranos came. He was the sky, vast, unending, brilliant. Wherever Gaia stretched, he spread above her, covering her with a shimmering dome of blue and silver. He looked down upon her wide fields, and she looked up into his endless gaze. And between them, there was a closeness that no distance could break. When they touched, the stillness of the cosmos began to tremble with possibility. The earth and the sky, Gaia and Ouranos, together would shape the first true forms of life. But for now, they simply were two presences lying together in the young light of the cosmos, with Eros drifting unseen between them. And in that quiet, I could feel something changing. Like the first stirrings of a breeze before a storm, or the way the air feels heavier before rain falls. Something was coming, slowly, gently, and it would reshape the silence into something living. I have always remembered those early moments, not because of what happened, but because of what didn't happen yet. The air, though there was no air, was thick with waiting. Every star, every mountain, every sea, every life that would ever walk the earth, all of it was curled up, still asleep inside the heart of Gaia. The void was no longer empty. It had begun to dream. And in that dream, the story began. The silence did not last forever. In time, Gaia and Uranos, earth and sky, grew so close that their union could no longer be still. It was as though the quiet surface of a lake had begun to ripple, a sign that something new was moving beneath. From that closeness, life began to take shape. Not small or timid life, but vast, towering beings whose very presence bent the young world around them. These were the Titans. Their bodies were as immense as the mountains that would one day rise from Gaia's skin. Their voices rolled like thunder across the still-forming sky. There were 12 in all, 6 daughters, 6 sons. Each one was a power unto themselves. There was Oceanus, the endless river that wrapped around the edge of the world like a shining belt of silver. His eyes were deep and flowing, and when he moved you could hear the hush of 1,000 waves. Tethys, his sister and mate, was the wellspring from which all fresh waters would flow. Streams, rivers, and springs, each carrying her cool, clear breath. Hyperion, the Titan of light, strode with the warmth of the sun in his chest. Beside him was Thea, whose gaze was the dawn itself, soft gold, melting into rose. Together they would give birth to the light of day and the watchful eyes of the heavens. There was Coeus, wise and still, a mind as vast as the horizon. And Phoebe, his counterpart, a keeper of brightness, not of the day, but the silver light that belongs to night. And then there was Creus, strong and silent, a pillar between heaven and earth. Beside him, Mnemosyne, memory itself. For even the gods must remember where they have come from. Finally came Themis, the embodiment of law and order, who could see the balance between all things. And Rhea, soft-voiced and patient, whose fate would soon become entangled with the greatest of all the gods. Yet Gaia and Uranos had other children, ones who were stranger, wilder, more fearsome than the Titans. From the depths came the Cyclopes. Each was a giant, but with a single great eye blazing in the center of the forehead, like a star brought down to earth. Their gaze was piercing, and in that gaze was the promise of craft. For it was the Cyclopes who would one day forge weapons of gods, shaping fire and metal with unmatched skill. And deeper still, darker still, were the Hecaton chairs, the 100-handed ones. Each had 50 heads and 100 hands, and in each hand was the strength to tear mountains from their roots. Their power was so great that the earth trembled beneath them. But Uranos feared them. He looked upon the Titans with pride, for they were beautiful and strong in a way that pleased him. But the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, their forms were too strange, their might too dangerous. In them he saw not the promise of the world, but the shadow of its ruin. So he made a cruel choice. One by one, he forced these children back into the depths of Gaia's body, into the dark, airless place we now call Tartarus. Imagine the weight of that, to feel your own children pressed into your bones, straining to breathe, crying out in the darkness, their hands clawing at the walls that are your very flesh. Gaia felt it. She felt every movement, every muffled cry, and with each moment the ache grew sharper. At first she tried to speak to Uranos. Her voice was low, patient, the voice of the earth speaking to the sky. She asked for mercy. She reminded him that these were their children, that their power was part of the balance of all things. But Uranos would not listen. He feared them too much, and his fear had hardened into cruelty. And so Gaia began to change. The gentle mother who had cradled mountains and oceans in her heart began to feel something new, not love, not sorrow, but anger. It was not the quick, burning anger of a mortal. This was the slow anger of stone grinding against stone, of continents shifting over centuries. It was patient, but it was unyielding. She waited, her rage buried deep beneath the soil, growing roots, until at last she formed a plan. In the darkness beneath her hills, Gaia gathered her strength. From her own substance she shaped something sharp, a great sickle of flint, its blade long and curved like the silver of a young moon. It was not just a weapon, it was a piece of herself cut away for one purpose, to bring an end to Ouranos' tyranny. But Gaia could not wield it alone. She would need one of her children, one strong enough, brave enough, and perhaps reckless enough to strike against their father. One by one, she called to the Titans. In the deep quiet of night, she told them of her suffering, of their brothers trapped in the black pit below. She asked for a hand to hold the blade. Most turned away. Oceanus, gentle as the tide, refused. Hyperion, radiant as the sun, would not risk his light in such a shadowed deed. Even wise Coeus hesitated. Only one stepped forward, the youngest of them all. His name was Kronos. There was a hunger in him, a restless ambition that burned hotter than fear. He took the sickle from Gaia's hands, feeling the weight of it, the weight of the choice he had just made. In that moment, the sky above seemed a little less still. Something in the air had shifted. For the first time, the bond between earth and sky would be tested and broken. But that is another part of the story. The sky had grown heavy, not with clouds. There were no storms yet in those days, but with an invisible weight. Ouranos still stretched endlessly above Gaia, pressing down, never loosening his hold. Beneath her surface, Gaia still bore the burden of her imprisoned children. Their voices were a constant whisper in her bones. Kronos listened. He was the youngest of the Titans. Yet there was nothing soft or hesitant in his gaze. Where his brothers saw an unshakable father, Kronos saw a rival, a ruler whose grip could and should be broken. Ambition moved through him like a tide. The sickle Gaia had given him was no ordinary blade. It had been shaped from her own flint and hardened by her will. Its edge was so sharp it could divide light from shadow. When Kronos held it, he could feel the hum of the earth itself in the stone. The plan was simple, but dangerous. Ouranos, as he did every night, would descend to lie close with Gaia. When he did, Kronos would strike, not to kill in the way mortals understand, for gods do not die so easily, but to take from Ouranos the power to rule as he had before. Gaia called her other children to witness the pact. Some came reluctantly. Oceanus stood apart, troubled, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Hyperion's light dimmed in unease. Rhea, Kronos' sister, said nothing, but her eyes lingered on the sickle as if she knew this moment would shape all their fates. And so they waited for night. The young world had no seasons yet, no measure of days as we know them, but the turning from Hemera's pale gold to Nyx's velvet darkness still carried a rhythm. When the shadows deepened, Gaia lay still, her vast body the stage for what was to come. Kronos crouched beside her, hidden in the folds of the earth, the sickle pressed against his chest. The air was so still he could hear the slow thrum of his own immortal heart. And then Ouranos descended. He came as always, vast, majestic, unbroken. The great dome of his form bent low to meet Gaia, his presence filling every space, leaving no room for distance between them. He did not see Kronos. Perhaps he did not imagine that any child of his would dare such a thing. Kronos waited, the sickle trembling in his grip. Arrows still moved unseen in the air, but it was no longer the gentle pull of love that bound earth and sky. Now, it was the tightening cord before a break. Gaia's voice, low and steady, spoke in his mind. Now. With a single motion, Kronos rose from the shadows. The sickle flashed, not with light, but with the cold gleam of purpose. He struck, and the blade bit deep. Uranos cried out, a sound unlike anything that had ever been heard before. It was not thunder. It was not wind. It was the tearing of something ancient and eternal. The force of the blow shook the edges of the world. From the wound fell drops of divine blood, each drop carrying a spark of power. They struck Gaia's surface, and where they landed, new forms began to stir, strange and fierce, but that is a tale for another time. Kronos did not stop until the bond between earth and sky was severed. With a final decisive cut, he took from Uranos the very seed of his creation, the power to father more children with Gaia. He cast it away into the sea and from the foam that rose there. Something else would one day be born. Uranos recoiled, wounded, retreating upward into the highest reaches of the heavens. His voice, though distant, carried a curse that Kronos too would one day be overthrown by his own child. The night grew quiet again, but it was no longer the same silence as before. The closeness between earth and sky was gone. There was space now, the open air, the breath of freedom. Gaia exhaled, and her imprisoned children stirred, feeling the weight lift from above. Kronos stood with the sickle in his hand, his chest rising and falling. In his eyes there was triumph, but also a shadow, for his father's curse had taken root. Even gods are not free from the seeds they plant in others. The Titans gathered around him. Some looked on with awe, some with unease. Rhea stepped closer, studying her brother's face. She said nothing. Perhaps she already understood that his reign would bring its own burdens. High above, Uranos' form grew faint, merging with the endless sky. He would never again press down upon Gaia as before. The age of his rule was over. And so began the age of Kronos, the ruler of the Titans, king of the golden age to come. For a time, but Gaia, wise as the roots that touch every corner of the earth, knew the truth. Every ruler falls. Every age ends, even for gods. The sky was high and unbound now, stretched far above Gaia's green body. The air between them was open, and the weight that had once pressed down upon her was gone. Kronos stood tall among his siblings. The sickle, his mother's gift, the weapon that had cut down a king, rested in his hand a moment longer before he laid it aside. The deed was done. Uranos was gone to the far reaches of the heavens, and Kronos now stood as ruler of the cosmos. This was the beginning of what mortals would one day call the Golden Age. It was a time without hunger, without war. The rivers ran clear and full, the land yielded fruit without toil, and no seed failed to grow. There was no need for walls, no need for kings, for all lived in peace under the watch of the Titans. Kronos in those early days was a just ruler. He moved among his brothers and sisters not as a tyrant, but as one who shared in the feast of the world. With Rhea, his sister and queen, he found companionship, and in time she bore him children. But shadows have a way of creeping into even the brightest age. The curse of Uranos lingered in Kronos' mind. He had heard his father's voice, low, wounded, and certain, warning that one day a child of his own blood would rise to overthrow him. It was the same fate he had dealt to Uranos, the same blade turned in time to strike the hand that once held it. At first, Kronos pushed the thought aside. Surely the Golden Age could last forever. Surely his children would be loyal, as he had once been to Gaia, before the sickle. Yet the seed of fear had been planted, and fear, even in gods, grows deep roots. When the first child was born, Rhea held the newborn in her arms, her face lit with pride. The child's cries were clear and strong, a new voice in the still young world. But Kronos looked at the infant and did not see only his son. He saw the shadow of prophecy. Uranos' words rang again in his mind, and with them came the cold realization. If the prophecy were true, the threat would not wait until the child was grown. It existed now in this very moment. And so Kronos acted. Before Rhea could stop him, he took the child from her arms. His hand did not tremble. He opened his mouth, and with a single, terrible motion, he swallowed the newborn whole. Gods are not as mortals. Their children do not perish in such a way. The child was trapped within him, still alive but imprisoned in darkness. But to Kronos this was enough. If the child could not walk the earth, the prophecy could not come to pass. Rhea was struck silent. Her arms felt suddenly empty, the warmth of her child replaced by a cold that spread through her chest. Kronos spoke little of it afterward, and the world went on as before, at least on the surface. But when the second child was born, the same fate awaited. Again and again as Rhea bore him children, Kronos swallowed each one: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. Each time, Rhea's grief deepened, but Kronos's resolve did not waver. He told himself it was mercy, that he was sparing them from the curse of rebellion, that he was protecting his reign. But in truth, it was fear that guided him. The golden age remained outwardly bright, but beneath the surface a quiet sorrow spread. Rhea walked the earth with empty hands, her eyes lingering on the places where her children might have played. She spoke less to Kronos, her gaze often turned toward the distant mountains or the restless sea. It was in this silence that she began to plan. By the time she carried her sixth child, Rhea had decided she would not lose this one. She went to Gaia, her mother, and poured out her grief, the endless emptiness, the cruel swallowing of each life she had brought into the world. Gaia listened, her ancient eyes dark with understanding. She knew well the fear that had taken root in Kronos' heart, for she had seen it before in Uranos. And so Gaia devised a plan. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea did not cry out in Kronos' halls. Instead, she traveled in secret to the island of Crete, where in a hidden cave deep within Mount Ida, she gave birth to her youngest son. The child was strong and healthy, his cries echoing softly off the stone. She named him Zeus. In that moment, Rhea felt both joy and dread. Joy at holding her son, dread at the thought of Kronos discovering him. Gaia had prepared for this. She took a stone from the earth, smooth and heavy, and wrapped it in swaddling cloth, as though it were the newborn himself. When Rhea returned to Kronos, she placed the bundle in his arms. Without suspicion, he swallowed it whole. The stone sank into his belly, and Kronos believed the threat was gone. Meanwhile, far away in the cave, Zeus was hidden and safe. The nymph Amalthea cared for him, feeding him on milk and honey. The Curetes, armored guardians, danced and clashed their spears against their shields to drown out his cries, so that Kronos would never hear them. And so the youngest son of Kronos grew in secret. He learned the ways of the earth from Gaia, the whispers of the wind from the mountains, and the strength of the sea from the waves that struck the Cretan shore. Kronos in his golden palace remained unaware. He sat upon his throne, believing his reign secure, the prophecy silenced. But time, even for gods, does not stand still. The boy hidden in the cave would grow into a man, and the sickle that once cut down the sky would, in another form, return to finish the cycle. For no ruler, no matter how powerful, can swallow fate forever. In the cool darkness of the cave on Mount Ida, the child of prophecy grew. Zeus did not know at first who he was, only that the world beyond the cave was wide and waiting, and that he must one day meet it. The cave itself was alive with sound. The slow drip of water from the ceiling into the stone basin below, the muffled rush of wind as it slipped through narrow cracks, carrying the scent of pine and salt from the sea, and above all, the constant clang and clash of bronze. The Curetes, dancing and striking their shields in rhythm. They did this not for joy but for protection, for the noise was a veil that hid Zeus's cries from Cronos' listening ear. His nurse, the nymph Amalthea, cared for him with a patience as steady as the mountain itself. She fed him on sweet goat's milk and the golden honey of wild bees. Sometimes, when he slept, she would hum songs older than the Titans, songs that spoke of the earth's first breath and the opening of the sky. Zeus was not like mortal children, who grow slowly and stumble over their first steps. He was the son of a Titan, and his body and mind unfolded quickly. By the time his voice deepened into the tones of a young man, he could climb the jagged slopes of the mountain as easily as other boys might climb a hill. Gaia herself would sometimes come to him. Her presence was not always in the form of a figure. Often it was the feeling of the ground warming beneath his feet, or the whisper of leaves speaking in a language he somehow understood. From her he learned patience and the knowledge that even the tallest mountain began once as a grain of sand. But Zeus was not only a child of the earth, he was also a child of the sky. On clear nights he would leave the cave and look upward. The stars, spread wide across the black, seemed to speak to him. They told him of his father's reign, of the golden age, and of the brothers and sisters he had never met, swallowed before they could take their first steps upon the earth. It was Gaia who finally told him the truth in full. She spoke of Ouranos and the sickle, of how Cronos had risen against his father, freeing the Titans, and then of how Cronos had turned that same fear upon his own children, devouring each one to keep them from ever challenging his throne. When she told him that his brothers and sisters still lived, trapped within Cronos' belly, Zeus's jaw tightened. They were not gone. They were imprisoned, and it was his duty to free them. Gaia warned him. Cronos is not Ouranos. He is cunning, and his strength is great. You cannot simply strike him down. You must use both your mind and your hand. So Zeus began to prepare. He trained in the wild places of Crete, racing the wind along high ridges, leaping from rock to rock over roaring streams. He learned to wrestle with the strength of bulls, to fight with a spear as if it were an extension of his own arm. He spoke with the river gods, the tree spirits, and the creatures of the deep forest, building alliances that would one day march to war at his side. And always the curates guarded him, their armor flashing in the sun, their war dance never ceasing. Even in the peace of the island, they knew that the shadow of Cronos stretched far. When Zeus had grown to his full height, tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes like the deep sea before a storm, Gaia came to him again with the last piece of his plan. You cannot fight Cronos as you are, she said. First, you must strike from within. From the earth's depths, she brought forth a potion, a blend of roots and waters older than the mountains. It was bitter and black as the night without stars. With this, she told him, Cronos would be forced to release what he had swallowed. But you must find a way to make him drink it, Gaia warned. And so Zeus left the safety of Crete. His feet touched lands he had never seen before, lands where the Titans still ruled. He walked among them in disguise, not yet revealing himself as the son of Cronos. When he came to the palace, he entered as a cupbearer, a servant in the grand halls of the king. The great throne room was built of stone that glimmered like gold in the light, its pillars rising high as tree trunks. Cronos sat at the far end, his eyes heavy-lidded, his hand resting on the arm of his throne as though the world itself could not move without his permission. Zeus bowed low, hiding the fire in his gaze. He poured wine for the king, wine for the queen, wine for the gathered Titans. And when the moment came, he mixed the dark potion into Cronos' cup. Cronos drank. At first, nothing. Then a shudder passed through him. His eyes widened, and in a rush, one by one, the children he had swallowed spilled forth. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. each fully grown, their immortal bodies untouched by time. They gasped for air, their eyes darting in disbelief at the brother who stood before them. And Zeus, standing tall now, spoke for the first time in his true voice. "I am Zeus, son of Cronos and Rhea, your brother, and I have come to set you free." The hall fell into chaos. Cronos rose from his throne, fury lighting his face, but his children no longer feared him. The air in the room seemed to thicken, the first winds of war beginning to stir. It would not be a quick war, nor a quiet one. The earth itself would shudder beneath it, for the age of Titans was ending, and the age of the Olympians was about to begin. The palace of Cronos had never known such turmoil. The freed children of the Titan king stood side by side, still catching their breath, yet already sensing the path ahead. They had been trapped in darkness for what felt like an eternity, yet no time at all. And now the taste of open air filled them with a sharp, electric hunger for freedom. Cronos stood before them, his face a mask carved from both fury and disbelief. His eyes swept over Zeus, his youngest, the one he had thought swallowed at birth. "How?" the king demanded, his voice echoing through the hall like a rolling storm. But he did not wait for an answer. His hand went to his side, and in a flash, he had summoned his own weapon, a great curved blade, older than memory. Zeus did not flinch. He stepped forward, his brothers and sisters closing in beside him. Hestia with her steady warmth, Demeter with her quiet resolve, Hera with eyes that burned like the midday sun, Hades with the shadow of deep places at his back, and Poseidon with the restless sea in his voice. "This is the end of your rule," Zeus said evenly, "and the end of your fear." But Cronos was not alone. Even as the words left Zeus's mouth, the throne room filled with the sound of heavy footsteps. The Titans, the brothers and sisters of Cronos, poured in, their massive forms blotting out the light from the great doors. Oceanus, Hyperion, Coeus, Creus, and Iapetus, their loyalty to Cronos was not simply born of love, but of the belief that the old order must endure. For a moment, the two sides faced each other in silence, the air thick with the weight of what was about to begin. And then, with a shout that cracked the stillness, the first blow was struck. Steel rang against steel. The hall erupted into chaos. Zeus leapt back, drawing the lightning that had always lived in his blood but had never yet been unleashed. It struck the marble floor with a deafening crack, scattering the Titans closest to him. The fight spilled out of the palace and onto the slopes beyond. The earth shook under the weight of their battle, Hades calling up shadows to bind their enemies, Poseidon striking the ground with his trident so that fountains of water erupted from the soil, driving the Titans back. But even with their newfound freedom, the young gods were not yet strong enough to match their elders. The Titans had centuries of power and dominion behind them, and the Olympians had only just set foot upon the earth. That night, after retreating to the high slopes of Mount Olympus, the siblings gathered around a fire that burned without wood or fuel, a gift from Hestia's hearth. The war had begun, but Zeus knew they would need more than courage to win it. "We cannot face them as we are," Zeus said, his voice low. "We need allies, ones who can match the Titan's strength." Hades spoke first, his tone sharp. "The Cyclopes, I have heard whispers they remain imprisoned in the depths of Tartarus. Cronos has kept them locked away as Ouranos once did." Poseidon nodded. "And the 100-handed ones? No wall can stand against them. If they fight for us, the Titans will fall." The plan was dangerous, to descend into the deepest pit of the underworld and free those Cronos feared most. But Zeus knew it was their only hope. Guided by Gaia herself, the siblings traveled to the edge of the earth where the air grew thin and the light dimmed to a strange, cold twilight. There they found the entrance to Tartarus, a chasm so deep that no mortal eye could see its bottom, and from it rose a wind that carried the scent of stone and iron. One by one, they descended. The walls of the abyss pulsed faintly, as though they were the very veins of the earth. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, until each breath felt like drawing in molten lead. At last they reached the gates. They were vast, wrought from a black metal that seemed to drink in all light. And before them stood the guardian, Campe, a creature unlike any other. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower half was a coiling serpent covered in scales sharp as knives. Her arms bristled with the weapons of fallen warriors, and her eyes glowed red in the gloom. "None may pass," Campe hissed, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. Zeus stepped forward. "I am the son of Kronos and Rhea, and I have come to set the prisoners free." Campe laughed, the sound echoing along the stone walls. "Then you have come to die." Her strike was fast, but Zeus was faster. Lightning flared from his hands, striking her with such force that the cavern walls trembled. Hades' shadows coiled around her limbs, binding her, while Poseidon's trident drove into the ground, splitting it open beneath her. With one last cry, Campe fell, and the gates swung wide. Beyond them, in the dim red light, stood the Cyclopes, massive one-eyed giants whose bodies bore the marks of long imprisonment. Beside them loomed the 100-handed ones, their many arms hanging at their sides like the branches of a winter tree. Zeus spoke to them as equals, not as prisoners. "I know why you were chained. I know the fear that bound you, but that time is over. Fight with us, and you will never be caged again." The Cyclopes, moved by his words, agreed. In return, they offered gifts, weapons of power beyond imagining. For Zeus, they forged the thunderbolt, the weapon that would become the very symbol of his reign. For Poseidon, they shaped the trident, whose 3 prongs could command the seas. And for Hades, they crafted the helm of invisibility, which could shroud its wearer from all eyes. With these allies and weapons, the tide of war began to turn. When the Olympians returned to Mount Olympus, their thunderbolts flashing, their trident gleaming, and the 100-handed ones marching at their side, the earth itself seemed to rise with them. The war had only just begun, but now for the first time the Titans felt the weight of doubt. And Kronos, seated upon his throne, looked toward the mountain and knew his golden age was ending. The first clash had been only a spark. Now the war burned like a fire that could not be contained. From the heights of Mount Olympus, the Olympians looked southward toward Mount Othrys, the stronghold of the Titans. Between them stretched valleys and rivers, forests and plains, all of which would soon bear the marks of battle. The air was never still. Thunder rolled across the skies without pause, not from storms of nature, but from the endless summoning of Zeus's power. The ground trembled under the march of armies, gods, nymphs, river spirits, and the freed 100-handed ones, each step shaking the earth like a drumbeat of doom. The Titans, proud and unyielding, gathered at Othrys. Kronos sat in the center of their war council, the sickle of flint in his hands, the same blade that had once brought down his father. Around him stood Hyperion, shining like the fierce midday sun, Coeus, sharp-eyed and cunning, Creus, silent but unbreakable, and Iapetus, whose spear arm was feared by all. Oceanus alone did not join them, his currents keeping to the farthest edges of the world. The war was not his. His rivers would remain untouched by its blood. On the first day of the full war, the sky itself seemed to split. Zeus hurled his first great thunderbolt, a blinding white spear of light that tore through the air and struck the slopes of Othrys, shattering stone. From below, Poseidon answered with his trident, sending walls of water crashing into the Titan's lower defenses. Hades vanished from sight beneath his helm, moving unseen through enemy lines, striking from the shadows before vanishing again. The 100-handed ones proved to be living fortresses. Each hurled massive boulders, some as large as hills, their 100 arms moving so swiftly the air roared around them. The stones fell upon Othrys like a rain of mountains. But the Titans were not easily broken. Hyperion's light burned so fiercely it seared the air, driving back those who came too close. Coeus turned the battlefield into a maze of confusion, clouding the minds of his enemies until they could not tell friend from foe. Creus held the front line like a wall of iron, refusing to yield an inch of ground. For 10 years the war raged. The earth groaned under the strain, its mountains split, its seas boiled, and its skies torn with lightning. Mortals had not yet been born, but had they walked the earth in those days, they would have thought the world itself was ending. Zeus's army grew in cunning as the years passed. No longer was he the hidden child of Crete. Now he was a war leader, his voice carrying over the roar of battle like the call of a storm. He learned when to strike hard and when to wait, letting the Titans exhaust themselves against Olympus's walls. The final battle came when the Olympians, with their allies, marched directly to Othrys. The mountain loomed black and jagged against a blood-red sky. At its base, the two armies met. The ground shook so violently that great chasms split open, swallowing the unlucky on both sides. Flames and water met in explosions of steam. Lightning danced like silver serpents across the sky, and the roar of the 100-handed ones hurling stone after stone drowned out all other sound. Cronos strode into the heart of the battlefield, the sickle flashing in his grip. Zeus met him there, the thunderbolt raised high. Their clash was more than the meeting of weapons. It was the collision of two ages. Each strike lit the air as if a new sun were being born, each blow shaking the battlefield to its roots. Cronos' strength was that of the old order, raw, unyielding, and grounded in the belief that the world could remain as it had always been. Zeus' strength was new, fierce, and forged in rebellion, driven by the certainty that change was not just inevitable, but necessary. Around them, the Olympians and Titans fought with desperate fury. Hera struck at Hyperion with the cunning of a hunter. Poseidon faced Creus in a duel that shook the nearby seas. Hades stalked Iapetus through the smoke and shadow. The tide turned when the 100-handed ones broke through the Titan lines. With each of their 100 arms, they hurled stones so vast they crushed entire battalions at once. The ground became a ruin of shattered rock, and the air filled with the dust of a dying age. At last, Zeus saw his opening. Cronos' guard faltered for the briefest of moments, a pause in his defense that might have meant nothing against a lesser foe. But Zeus was ready. He hurled his mightiest thunderbolt, a bolt so blinding it burned its path into the sky. It struck Cronos with the force of the world's first earthquake. The Titan king staggered, the sickle falling from his hands to the shattered earth. And in that moment the war was decided. One by one, the remaining Titans fell or surrendered. Those who had fought for Cronos were bound in unbreakable chains and cast into Tartarus, the same pit where they had once kept the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones. The gates closed behind them, sealed for all time. Cronos himself was among them. His reign ended not by the slow fear he had tried to avoid, but by the swift strike of the sun he had sought to destroy. When the dust settled, the sky was quiet for the first time in a decade. The earth lay scarred but alive, and upon the high peak of Olympus, the victors stood, not as rebels any longer, but as rulers. The age of the Titans was over. The age of the Olympians had begun. The dust of the war still hung in the air when the last clang of battle faded. For 10 long years the land had trembled beneath the Titanomachy, but now, at last, the silence was different. It was not the silence of fear as in the days of Uranos, nor was it the uneasy stillness that followed Cronos' rise. This was the stillness after a storm, when the air feels strangely new, and the ground seems to breathe again. The Titans were gone, chained in the deep abyss of Tartarus. The 100-handed ones now stood as their wardens, each guarding the pit with strength no army could overcome. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, deep in the hidden places of the earth, their hammers ringing out in praise of the victors. Zeus and his siblings climbed the slopes of Mount Olympus, the mountain that would become their home and the seat of their rule. The air there was pure and sharp, the sky so close it felt as though a hand could reach out and touch the stars. From its summit they could see the sweep of the world, seas, forests, rivers, and mountains stretching beyond the horizon. But victory brought with it a new question. Who would rule which part of this vast creation? The 6 siblings gathered in council. Zeus, as the leader in war, sat at the head, but he did not speak first. He waited, letting the weight of the moment settle over them. Poseidon was the first to break the silence. "The seas are my domain," he said simply. "They have always called to me the depths, the tides, the storms that move upon their surface. Let me take them, and I will keep them in balance." Hades spoke next, his voice low but steady. "Then I will take the underworld, the place where shadows go, where the souls of the dead will find their way. It is a place apart from the living, and it suits me." That left the sky and the earth. Hera, Demeter, and Hestia glanced at one another, but it was Zeus who finally spoke. "I will take the sky, the vault above the winds, the thunder, the lightning. From there, I can watch all things." Demeter chose the fields and harvests, vowing to feed gods and mortals alike. Hestia took the hearth, the flame at the center of every home, promising peace where her fire burned. And Hera chose the bonds of marriage and the protection of families, a role that would place her beside Zeus, though her heart already held the spark of storms of her own. It might have been decided with words alone, but the gods chose to make it binding in the oldest way, by the cast of lots. They placed 3 stones in a bronze helm, one for the sky, one for the sea, one for the underworld. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, Hades the underworld. So the fates had spoken. From that day the realms were set. On the summit of Olympus they built their thrones. The Cyclopes themselves shaped them from imperishable stone and precious metals that shimmered in the sunlight. Zeus's throne was tall and gleaming, with arms carved in the shape of thunderclouds. Poseidon's bore the mark of waves and the twisting forms of sea creatures. Hades' throne, though seldom used upon Olympus, was dark and smooth as if cut from the heart of night. The goddesses' thrones were no less grand. Hera's was of ivory and gold, set with peacock feathers that caught the light. Demeter's was green and gold, vines curling along its arms. Hestia's was plain but warm, a steady flame burning beside it, the quiet center around which all else turned. When all was complete, they held a great feast. The nymphs brought wine from the slopes, the rivers offered their purest water, and from the seas came fish and pearls as gifts to the new rulers. The air rang with music, lyres, flutes, and the deep drum of hands on the earth. Zeus looked upon his brothers and sisters, the scars of battle still on their arms, the fire of victory still in their eyes. They had risen together, fought together, and now they would reign together, though he knew even in that moment that the peace of gods is never without cracks. For even in their triumph, whispers began to curl through the air. The Titans in Tartarus swore vengeance, their voices rumbling faintly from the depths like distant thunder. And there were other powers still, beings older than the Titans, who had watched the war and waited. Some would come to Olympus as allies, others as foes. The earth, too, bore wounds from the Titanomachy. Mountains had been split, rivers had changed their courses, and deep in the sea strange currents began to stir. From these wounds new creatures would one day rise. Gaia herself watched with ancient eyes. She had seen Uranos fall, and now Kronos. Zeus was strong, but she knew that no reign lasted forever. Somewhere in the threads of the future, She could already see the shapes of trials yet to come, the giants that would rise, the monsters that would test the thrones of Olympus. But for now, the gods stood in their new home, the sunlight spilling over their thrones, the wind singing against the mountain. It was the dawn of the Olympian age, bright and untested. From the sky, Zeus ruled with thunderbolt in hand. From the sea, Poseidon commanded the waves. From the underworld, Hades kept the quiet order of the dead. And on Olympus, the hearth burned steady, the fields grew green, the bonds of family held. The storm of the Titanomachy had passed. But storms, as the gods knew well, always return. For a time, the reign of Zeus was bright. The winds carried his voice across the world. His thunderbolts split the sky in warning to any who would defy Olympus. And the seas and underworld kept to their bounds under Poseidon and Hades. But far beneath the light, in the deep places of the earth, Gaia brooded. She had watched her children, the Titans, dragged into the pit of Tartarus. She had seen them bound by chains forged from the core of the world itself, chains even she could not break. Though she had once helped Zeus rise, she now saw him as little different from Uranos or Kronos. One tyrant had replaced another. And so in the dark places where roots drink the blood of the earth, she began to plan her vengeance. From her union with Tartarus, the abyss itself, Gaia conceived a child. But this was no ordinary offspring. This was a force of nature, a storm-made flesh, a monster whose very breath could scorch mountains. His name would be Typhon. When Typhon was born, the world trembled. He was taller than any mountain, his head brushing the stars. His eyes blazed red, and from his mouth came fire so hot it turned the sky the color of molten iron. His body was a shifting mass of coils and scales, each one glistening like wet stone, and from his back sprouted vast wings that beat the air into whirlwinds. Where his legs should have been, there writhed hundreds of serpent tails, each hissing with its own voice. His arms were thick as the trunks of the oldest oaks, his hands ending in talons that could rend even the hardest rock. When he took his first breath, it was a storm. Wind screamed across the earth, seas heaved, and forests bent to the ground as if bowing to their new master. Gaia stood before him and spoke in a voice that echoed like the deep rumble before an earthquake. "My son, the thrones of Olympus stand on the bones of your kin. Bring them down. Tear the sky from the earth and let the old order return." Typhon obeyed. The gods first saw him from afar, a shadow moving along the horizon, blotting out the light of the sun. Then came the sound, a roar so deep it seemed to shake the marrow of their bones. Birds fled from the air, animals vanished into the forests, and even the rivers seemed to retreat into the earth. When Typhon reached the slopes of Olympus, his head loomed above the mountain's peak. Zeus rose from his throne, the thunderbolt already in his hand. The air around him crackled, the hair on his arms lifting in the electric charge. "This is no Titan," Hera whispered at his side. "No," Zeus answered. "This is something older." The sky turned black as Typhon's wings beat against the air. He opened his mouth and fire poured forth, rolling down the slopes of Olympus like a river of flame. Zeus hurled his first thunderbolt, striking the monster square in the chest. The light was blinding, the sound deafening, but Typhon only roared and pressed forward. The Olympians leapt into battle. Poseidon raised walls of water higher than cities, trying to smother the flames. Hades, wearing his helm, slipped into shadow, striking at Typhon's legs with unseen blows. Athena, wise and swift, darted around the monster's coils, looking for a weakness. But Typhon's strength was unlike anything they had faced. With one sweep of his arm, he knocked Hera and Demeter from their feet. With a lash of his serpent tails, he sent whole ridges of Olympus crumbling into the valleys below. Then he turned on Zeus. Zeus hurled bolt after bolt. The sky split again and again with light. But Typhon came closer, each step shaking the ground. With a sudden lunge, the monster's coils wrapped around Zeus, binding his arms. The thunderbolt fell from his grasp, tumbling down the mountainside. Typhon's claws closed around him, and with a great heave, the creature tore the sinews from Zeus's hands and feet. The god's power seemed to drain away like water through sand. Carrying the bound and wounded king, Typhon left Olympus in ruin. The other gods, stunned and scattered, could only watch as the monster vanished into the farthest reaches of the world. It was Hermes, fleet of foot and clever of mind, who found Zeus. The monster had hidden him in a distant cave, guarded by serpents whose eyes burned like embers. Moving with the silence of a shadow, Hermes lulled the serpents to sleep with his lyre's music. Then he crept to Zeus's side and cut his bonds. From the depths of the cave, Pan emerged as well, his wild cry sending waves of panic through the monster's servants. Together they carried Zeus away to a hidden valley where he healed under the care of the nymphs. But the king of the gods did not rest for long. As soon as his strength returned, he reclaimed his thunderbolts and called the Olympians to arms once more. They found Typhon in the plains of Phlegra, his massive form blotting out the stars. This time, Zeus did not fight alone. The Olympians surrounded the monster, each striking in turn. Poseidon's trident cracking through scales, Apollo's arrows burning like fire, Artemis's shafts finding the soft places between armor. Zeus unleashed the full fury of the storm. Thunderbolts rained down one after another, striking with such force that the very ground caught fire. At last, with a roar that split the night, Typhon fell. Zeus hurled him into the depths of the earth, pinning him beneath the weight of Mount Etna, where his rage still burns in the form of molten fire and smoke. The gods returned to Olympus victorious, but the memory of the monster lingered. They knew now that their rule would be challenged not only by those who sought the throne, but by the very forces of the world itself. And far below, in the shadows, Gaia's anger had not cooled. For the earth is patient, and vengeance can sleep for centuries before waking. The smoke from Mount Etna still curled into the sky when the Olympians gathered once more on the marble heights of their mountain. The roar of Typhon had faded into a memory, but his defeat left a deeper mark than any scar on the earth. It reminded them that their thrones were never beyond challenge. Zeus sat again upon his seat of clouds and stone, the thunderbolt resting across his knees. The air around him shimmered faintly as if lightning still clung to him. Below, the world stretched out in all directions. Valleys, forests, seas, and mountains, waiting to be shaped. For the first time since the war with the Titans, there was peace. And in that peace, the gods turned their attention to creation. Prometheus, the Titan, who had not fought against the Olympians, came to Zeus with a vision. "Let there be beings who walk the earth as its children," he said, "creatures who will till the soil, sail the seas, and look to the sky in wonder." Zeus considered the idea, wary of creating anything that might one day rise against the gods. But the thought pleased him, for such beings would be as living offerings to Olympus, their prayers and sacrifices, feeding the immortals' power. Prometheus shaped them from clay, his hands working with the patience of the mountains. Athena bent down and breathed into them the breath of life, and their eyes opened for the first time to see the sun spilling over the hills. These first mortals were fragile, their lives short compared to the endless years of the gods. They built small homes, hunted and fished, planted seeds in the soil, and when thunder rolled over the mountains, they lifted their faces and whispered the name of Zeus. With mortals came the question of gifts. What powers, if any, should be given to them? Athena taught them the ways of weaving and craft. Demeter showed them how to coax the earth into yielding grain and fruit. Apollo brought them music, and Artemis taught the hunt. But fire, the greatest gift of all, was forbidden. Zeus decreed it should remain with the gods alone, a symbol of their higher place. Prometheus, moved by the sight of mortals shivering in the cold nights, defied this command. Under the cover of darkness, he stole fire from the forge of Hephaestus, hiding it in a hollow reed, and carried it down to the world below. When the mortals woke to see the new flame, they rejoiced. They cooked their food, forged stronger tools, and gathered around its warmth as the nights grew cold. But when Zeus saw the fires glow on the horizon, his fury was swift. Prometheus was seized and bound to the side of a lonely mountain. There, an eagle would come each day to feed upon his liver, and each night it would grow whole again, so the torment would never end. This was the first punishment of the new age, a warning to all who would defy the will of Olympus. In these early days of order, Hera's place beside Zeus became more than symbolic. She ruled as queen, overseeing the bonds of marriage and the oaths sworn between mortals. Her temples rose across the land, white-pillared and bright, where women prayed for protection and men sought blessings upon their unions. But Hera was no mere figure of grace. She was watchful, keen-eyed for any slight or betrayal. Her pride as fierce as the king's thunder. Even then, whispers began to stir. For Zeus's gaze wandered, and the seeds of rivalries yet to come were already being sown. High above even Olympus, in a place untouched by storm or sun, the Moirai, the fates, wove their threads. Clotho spun the strands of life. Lachesis measured their length, and Atropos cut them when the time came. Even the gods themselves were bound by these threads. Zeus might command the sky, Poseidon the seas, Hades the dead, but none could unweave the pattern once it was set. And in that tapestry, the first mortal heroes were beginning to take shape. Mortals, in their gratitude and fear, began to build altars of stone. They offered fruits, bread, wine, and the smoke of sacrificed animals. The gods, watching from Olympus, felt the prayers rise like warm wind against their faces. Zeus accepted the offerings of kings and rulers. Poseidon claimed the prayers of sailors and fishermen. Hades, though rarely invoked, heard the soft pleas of those who buried their dead. The gods walked among mortals then, sometimes in their true forms, other times disguised. In these visits were sown the seeds of the great myths, stories of love and betrayal, of wrath and favor, that would be told for generations. The reign of the Olympians seemed unshakable. The thrones gleamed, the feasts were plentiful, and the air around Olympus was clear. Yet even in the brightness, there were shadows. Gaia's grief had not faded. The Titans still stirred in their chains, their voices rumbling faintly in the deep, and among mortals ambition began to grow, the same force that had driven Zeus to rise against Kronos. But for now, the gods stood tall in their victory. The sky belonged to Zeus, the seas to Poseidon, the underworld to Hades. The earth was rich under Demeter's care, the hearths warm with Hestia's fire, and the hunt swift under Artemis's bow. The age of myths had begun. The fire of Typhon's defeat had barely cooled before Gaia's rage began to burn anew. From deep within her roots, she felt the weight of her children, the Titans, straining against their chains in Tartarus. Their cries were muffled, but she could feel them in every tremor of the ground, and with each cry her resolve hardened. The gods had cast down one generation. She would raise another. Long ago, when Kronos struck down Ouranos, his father's blood had fallen upon Gaia. From that blood had sprung the Gigantes, the giants. They had been few at first, wild and untamed, roaming the edges of the world. Now Gaia called them forth again, but this time with purpose. She drew strength from the sea, from the mountains, from the molten heart of the earth. One by one, the giants rose from the ground, towering figures with the upper bodies of men and the lower coils of serpents. Their hair was thick with brambles, their eyes like burning coals, and in their hands they carried weapons of living stone and bronze. Each giant bore the fury of the earth in his veins. They feared neither death nor God, for Gaia had made them with a single weakness. They could be slain only by the hands of gods and mortals together. The giants did not march in silence. Their arrival was a storm, the crash of their feet splitting mountains, their voices shaking the air like drums. From Thrace to Phlegra they poured toward Olympus, the sky darkening with their numbers. The gods looked down from their thrones and felt the mountain quiver beneath them. Zeus rose, thunderbolt in hand. "This is no mere rebellion," he said. "This is the earth itself rising against the sky." The fates whispered the truth. No giant could fall unless struck by a god, and a mortal in the same blow. So the gods sought a mortal hero, one whose courage could match divine power. They found him in Hercules, son of Zeus, and the mortal woman Alcmene. Half man, half god, his strength was already the stuff of early legend. When the call came, Hercules did not hesitate. Clad in the hide of the Nemean lion and armed with his great bow, he ascended the slopes of Olympus to stand beside the gods. The war was unlike the Titanomachy. The giants fought with a ferocity born not of ambition but of vengeance. They tore up trees and hurled them like spears, ripped boulders from the mountainside and sent them crashing into the gods' defenses. Zeus's thunderbolt struck down many, the air flashing white with each throw. Poseidon raised waves so high they swept whole lines of giants from the battlefield. Athena moved with unmatched precision, her spear finding the weakest points in their armor of stone. But the giants were cunning. Alcyoneus, the mightiest of them, could not be slain so long as he stood upon the land of his birth. Hercules, guided by Athena, lured him beyond his homeland before striking him down with an arrow. Porphyrion, another of their leaders, charged at Hera with a roar, but Zeus struck him with a thunderbolt in the same moment Heracles' arrow pierced his heart. The two blows together brought the giant crashing to the ground. One by one the giants began to fall. Heracles fought beside the gods as if born to it, his arrow singing through the air, his club breaking bone and stone alike. The ground was littered with the bodies of those who had thought themselves invincible. Yet the cost was great. The fields of Phlegra were blackened, the forest reduced to ash. The earth herself groaned with each fallen child, and Gaia's grief echoed in the quake of the mountains. Only Enceladus remained, swift and elusive, his serpent tail lashing behind him. He fled across the land, but Athena pursued him relentlessly. At last she hurled the island of Sicily upon him, pinning him beneath it. There he would remain, his breath rising as smoke and fire from the mountain Etna, a reminder that the war was never entirely over. When the last giant had fallen, the gods stood in the silence of a battlefield that stretched from horizon to horizon. The mortals who lived in the shadow of Olympus would tell the story for generations of the time when gods and men fought side by side to defend the throne of heaven. Heracles returned to his labors, his name now carried on the wind as the greatest of mortal champions. The gods returned to their thrones, their rule unbroken, but not untested. For Gaia, though beaten, was not done. Her roots ran deep, her patience deeper still. And in the hidden folds of the earth, other children waited. After the roar of the giants faded into silence, the world seemed almost too still. No storms of war shook the mountains. No fire from the earth threatened the cities below. The gods, for the first time since their thrones were built, had room to breathe, and in that breathing space they began to shape the beauty of their reign. From the Aegean coast to the green hills of Arcadia, mortals built stone upon stone in honor of their gods. The temples were unlike any structures before. White marble that caught the sunlight like a blade, pillars that reached toward the heavens, altars where incense curled into the air like a bridge between worlds. In Athens, Athena's temple rose on the Acropolis, its steps broad enough for the entire city to gather in worship. In Samos, Hera's sanctuary bloomed with gardens and fountains, the air filled with the scent of myrtle and lilies. On islands and shores, Poseidon's temple stood where the waves could touch their stones, and sailors prayed before setting sail. Each god took pride in these houses of worship, for they were more than monuments. They were channels through which mortal devotion flowed like a river into Olympus. On the summit of Olympus, the thrones were polished, the great hall bright with firelight. The gods gathered often for feasts, not the hurried councils of war, but long nights of music, laughter, and endless tables of ambrosia and nectar. Apollo's lyre sang clear above the hum of voices. The muses recited poems of battles won and beauty found, their words weaving gold into the air. Even Ares, restless in times of peace, found himself smiling in the glow of the hearth. Zeus sat at the center, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. In those moments, he felt not just the weight of his rule, but the intoxicating certainty that it would last forever. But peace among gods is a fragile thing. Hera, queen of Olympus, watched with tight lips as Zeus's eyes wandered from goddess to nymph, from immortal to mortal woman. Her jealousy was not the fleeting envy of a passing slight. It was the slow-burning ember that, once lit, never truly goes out. Athena and Ares began to clash as well, not in open battle, but in the quiet competition for mortal hearts. Athena guided cities toward wisdom and strategy. Ares whispered of glory and war. Each claimed the victories of men as their own, and the pride of one was often the sting of defeat for the other. Even Poseidon, brother of Zeus, felt the pull of rivalry. Though he ruled the seas without question, he longed for dominion over the land as well. More than once he challenged Athena for the patronage of cities, a contest of gifts and cunning that would leave marks on the mortal world. Despite these rivalries, the gods were bound together by the growing worship of mortals. Offerings poured into their temples, gold, silver, grain, and the sweet smoke of sacrifice. Each prayer lifted to Olympus was a thread in the tapestry of their power. And yet the more the gods walked among mortals, the more entangled they became in human lives. Zeus fathered children who would grow into heroes and kings. Aphrodite wove love and desire into the hearts of men and women, shaping the course of kingdoms. Hermes guided travelers and thieves alike, laughing as he blurred the line between blessing and mischief. Every story told around a mortal fire seemed to tie Olympus tighter to the world below. In the deep earth, Gaia's roots still twisted. The defeat of the giants had wounded her, but wounds to the earth are slow to fade. She whispered to the dark places, where the sea meets the underworld, where old powers waited in silence. Some of these powers were content to sleep. Others listened and began to stir. The gods of Olympus did not yet feel the full weight of this coming unrest. They were lost in the glitter of their thrones, the music of Apollo's lyre, the intoxication of victory and devotion. But peace, true peace, is a fragile glass, and even the lightest crack will spread. One autumn, as the leaves turned gold on the lower slopes of Olympus, a prophecy was whispered by the oracle at Delphi. From within your own house shall rise the hand that strikes you low. The words reached Zeus, and though he did not show it, they settled like a stone in his mind. He had overthrown his own father. The idea that one of his own children could do the same was not far-fetched. From that day he began to watch more closely, not just the movements of his enemies, but the faces of his allies, his siblings, even his own offspring. The reign of the Olympians glittered still, but beneath the shine, the first shadows had begun to move. On a bright morning, the sea lay calm, its surface broken only by the silver leap of fish. From the heights of Olympus, Poseidon gazed down upon a small but growing settlement near the edge of the Aegean. Its harbor was deep and sheltered, its hills fertile, and its people strong. This, he thought, shall be my city. But even as the thought formed, Athena's eyes had already turned toward the same land. She saw not just its present promise, but the greatness it could hold, a place of wisdom, art, and learning, a jewel of civilization. Thus began the contest. The mortals, uncertain which god to honor as patron, sent word to Olympus, asking the gods themselves to decide. Zeus, pleased by the prospect of orderly competition rather than war, decreed, "Let each god offer a gift to the city. The people shall choose which gift best serves them, and the giver shall be its eternal guardian." Poseidon smiled, for he was confident in his power. Athena only nodded, her mind already turning over the possibilities. On the appointed day, the people gathered on a rocky hill that overlooked the sea, a place that would one day be called the Acropolis. Zeus and the other gods watched from a high platform, their thrones gleaming in the sunlight. Poseidon stepped forward first. With a great strike of his trident into the stone, he split the earth open. From the crack, water burst forth in a shining arc, cascading into a pool at the people's feet. Gasps of awe rose from the crowd, but when they tasted the water, they found it briny and bitter, the water of the sea. "It will fill your harbors with ships," Poseidon declared, "and carry your warriors across the world. None shall match your power upon the waves." The people murmured, impressed by the promise of strength but unsure. Then Athena stepped forward. She carried in her hands a small branch, green and silver in the sunlight. Kneeling, she pressed it into the soil. Before the eyes of all, it took root and grew, spreading branches heavy with olives. "This," she said, "is the olive tree. From it you will draw food and oil. Its wood will build your homes, its fruit will feed your children, and its leaves will shade you for generations. It is the gift of peace and of prosperity that endures." The people whispered among themselves, weighing the gifts, the might of Poseidon's sea against the quiet abundance of Athena's tree. In the end, they chose the olive. Athena was declared the patron of the city, and in her honor they named it Athens. The olive tree was planted in the heart of the Acropolis, where it would stand for centuries as a living symbol of her protection. Poseidon's pride was wounded deeper than the sea's own trenches. To be passed over for Athena, his niece, younger and less warlike, stung like salt in an open wound. In his anger, he struck the land with his trident once more, sending floods into the low fields. The sea surged against the shores, and for a time the people feared their new city would be swallowed whole. It was Athena's wisdom that saved them. She taught them to build walls and channels to turn the floods aside, to work with the sea rather than against it. And in time, the people came to see Poseidon not as an enemy, but as a force to be respected, though his rivalry with Athena never cooled. On Olympus, the contest became the subject of many quiet conversations. Some admired the dignity of the competition. Others saw in it the seeds of dangerous rivalries. Aphrodite remarked, "At least they did not turn to war." Hera, watching Zeus's expression, replied, "Not yet. For if a single city could spark such tension, what might happen when kingdoms and empires were at stake?" Under Athena's guidance, Athens began to flourish. Its ships still sailed the seas, a concession to Poseidon's influence. But its strength lay in its mines. Artists carved marble into lifelike forms. Philosophers asked questions that reached toward the gods, and builders raised temples whose beauty would stand for ages. From the olive groves came oil for trade, wealth that brought prosperity without the hunger for endless conquest. Athena's name was spoken in prayers at dawn and whispered in thanks at dusk. But the contest had left marks not only on the earth, but in the hearts of the gods. Poseidon's resentment toward Athena simmered, and his challenges to her influence would echo in the years to come. Other gods, seeing the prize of mortal devotion, began to wonder which cities, rivers, or lands they might claim for themselves. Zeus, watching from his high throne, felt the truth pressing at the edges of his mind. The greatest threats to Olympus might not come from titans, giants, or monsters, but from the rivalries within its own halls. It began not with a battle, nor with a prophecy, but with a wedding. Peleus, a mortal hero, and Thetis, a sea goddess, were to be wed. The halls of Olympus glittered with gold and firelight as gods and goddesses gathered for the feast. Every immortal was invited, except one. Her name was Eris, the goddess of strife. To invite her, Zeus knew, would be to guarantee discord at the celebration. But to exclude her, well, strife has a way of finding its own path. Eris came anyway, not with laughter or song, but with a single object cradled in her hands, a golden apple, gleaming as if it had been carved from the heart of the sun. She rolled it into the center of the feast, where it came to rest on the white tablecloth before the assembled gods. Etched into its surface was a single inscription, "To the fairest." The room fell into a sudden brittle silence. Then, like the first crack of ice on a winter pond, voices began to rise. 3 goddesses stepped forward at once. Hera, queen of the gods, whose dignity and power were unmatched. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, whose mind could shape the fate of armies. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, whose very gaze could bend hearts to her will. Each laid claim to the apple, and none would yield. The hall filled with sharp words, and even Zeus himself hesitated to declare a winner. He knew too well that to favor one goddess was to make enemies of the other 2, and their wrath would not be light. Seeking to avoid the quarrel entirely, Zeus turned to an unlikely arbiter, a mortal shepherd named Paris, Prince of Troy. Paris was known for his fairness of judgment, though perhaps it was his distance from Olympus that made him seem a safe choice. Hermes was sent to lead the 3 goddesses to Mount Ida, where Paris tended his flocks. Hera spoke first, her voice rich and commanding. "Choose me, Paris, and I will make you ruler over the greatest kingdoms of the earth. Power beyond measure shall be yours." Athena stepped forward next, her eyes bright as a drawn blade. "Choose me, and I will grant you wisdom such as no man has ever possessed, and skill in war so great that none shall stand against you." Then Aphrodite came, her smile soft as moonlight. "Choose me, and I will give you the most beautiful woman in the world as your bride." Paris's heart was moved, not by visions of kingdoms or the glory of conquest, but by the promise of love. He gave the golden apple to Aphrodite. In that moment, the fates of gods and mortals alike shifted. The most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, queen of Sparta, already wed to King Menelaus. Through Aphrodite's power, Helen's heart turned toward Paris, and she left her husband to sail with him to Troy. When Menelaus discovered her flight, he called upon the oaths sworn by the many suitors who had once sought Helen's hand. Kings and heroes from across Greece answered his call. Agamemnon, Odysseus, Achilles, raising a vast army to bring her back. On Olympus, the choice of Paris had sown bitter divisions. Hera and Athena, spurned, vowed to see Troy brought to ruin. Aphrodite, bound now to protect Paris and Helen, would do all in her power to shield them. Zeus watched the storm gather and did nothing to stop it. Perhaps he saw that the war to come would balance the pride of gods and men alike. Perhaps he simply knew that once strife is set loose, it will find its way with or without the will of kings. The golden apple had rolled into a wedding feast. From there, it would roll onto the fields of Troy, where the blood of heroes would mingle with the dust, and all because one mortal, holding the weight of 3 goddesses' favor in his hands, had chosen beauty over all else. Before Helen's marriage to Menelaus, many suitors had sought her hand. Fearing the rivalry her beauty might ignite, her mortal father, King Tyndareus, had made each suitor swear an oath. Whoever wins her hand shall be protected by all others should any man try to take her away. Now Menelaus called upon that oath. Messengers rode across the kingdoms of Greece, summoning kings and warriors to honor their pledge. From Mycenae came Agamemnon, Menelaus's brother and high king over many lands. From Ithaca came Odysseus, clever as the sea and twice as unpredictable. From Thessaly came Achilles, son of the sea goddess Thetis, swiftest of all mortals. One by one, the heroes gathered, their armies assembling at the port of Aulis. The quarrel among the goddesses had not cooled. Hera and Athena, still bitter over Paris's judgment, aligned themselves with the Greeks, determined to see Troy fall. Aphrodite, bound by her promise, stood beside Paris and Helen, her favor extending to the Trojans. Zeus, wary of tipping the balance, claimed neutrality, though his watchful eyes missed nothing. Other gods too found themselves drawn in. Poseidon, who had aided the walls of Troy in ancient days, now sought vengeance for a slight by its king. Apollo, god of the bow, favored the Trojans, his arrows ready to strike. Ares, god of war, would move between sides as the scent of battle lured him. The stage was set for a war where divine hands would shape mortal fates. But the fleet could not sail. No wind filled their sails, and the sea lay flat as glass. The prophet Calchas revealed the cause. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was angered by Agamemnon's pride. To appease her, the king would have to offer his own daughter Iphigenia as sacrifice. Agamemnon's face hardened. To turn back now would be to lose the loyalty of every king and hero. And so, with heavy steps, he agreed. Iphigenia was brought to Aulis under the pretense of marriage to Achilles. When the truth came, she did not cry or plead. Instead, she walked to the altar with the dignity of a queen, her eyes on the horizon as if she already saw the distant shores. Some say Artemis took pity and whisked her away in a flash of light, leaving a deer in her place. Others say the blade fell, and the wind began to blow. Either way, the ships were freed to sail. The fleet crossed the Aegean like a moving forest of masts. From the walls of Troy, King Priam and his sons watched the horizon darken with the sails of their enemies. Among them stood Hector, eldest and noblest of Priam's children, the shield of the city. Beside him was Paris, his gaze fixed on the ships, perhaps wondering whether the golden apple had been worth its weight. The Greeks landed upon the shore, their warriors leaping from the prows into the shallows. Spears clashed, arrows sang, and the sand ran red in the first skirmishes of a war that would last a decade. Though they fought fiercely, neither side could claim swift victory. The walls of Troy, built with the aid of the gods themselves, stood unbroken. The Greeks, unable to breach them, set their camp along the shore, their ships drawn up like a barrier of wood and bronze. Raids and duels filled the years that followed. Achilles struck fear into the Trojans, while Hector held them at bay with unmatched courage. Odysseus's cunning turned many small battles, yet the great prize, the fall of Troy, remained out of reach. And above it all, the gods moved like unseen generals. Apollo sent plagues into the Greek camp. Hera whispered plans into Agamemnon's ear. Aphrodite shielded Paris from blows that should have ended his life. What began as a war for Helen became a war for pride, for vengeance, for glory. Friendships were forged in blood, then broken in rage. Even the mightiest could fall, as Patroclus would one day fall, and Achilles' rage would burn brighter than any torch. But those tales were yet to come, for now the war ground on, each year another stone in the wall of fate, each death another stitch in the tapestry the fates had already begun to weave. And somewhere, in the shadow of Troy's high towers, Helen stood at her window, the wind tugging at her hair, watching the sea that had brought her here, the same sea that might one day carry her away again. For nearly a decade, the Greek army had camped along the Trojan shore, their ships pulled high on the sand, their tents a city of war. The walls of Troy still stood, defiant against every assault. And so the war became a grinding struggle, raid and counter-raid, duel and ambush, neither side able to claim final victory. But it was not the Trojans who brought the Greeks to the brink of disaster. It was their own pride. In one of the many raids upon the Trojan countryside, Agamemnon, the high king, claimed a woman named Chryseis as his prize. She was the daughter of Chryses, a Trojan priest of Apollo. When Chryses came to ransom his daughter, bearing gifts of gold, Agamemnon spurned him with cruel words and sent him away in humiliation. The old priest prayed to Apollo for vengeance, and the god answered swiftly. A plague fell upon the Greek camp. Men burned with fever, their breaths grew shallow, and the pyres smoked day and night. The prophet Calchas revealed the cause. Chryseis must be returned to her father without ransom. Agamemnon, forced to submit, did so, but his pride was wounded. And to show he was still king above all, he declared he would take another prize from one of his captains. His gaze fell upon Achilles, the greatest warrior among the Greeks. From Achilles he seized the maiden Briseis, taken by Achilles as a spoil of war. It was an insult that cut deeper than any spear. Achilles' eyes burned like embers as he spoke to Agamemnon before the gathered army. You shame me, and you shame yourself. You may be king, but you are nothing without the men who fight for you. From this day I will fight no more. Let the Trojans burn our ships, and may you choke on the glory you seek. He withdrew to his tent, refusing to take the field. His Myrmidons, fierce warriors from his homeland, stayed with him, their armor gathering dust while the battle raged on. Without Achilles, the Greeks began to falter. The Trojans, led by Hector, pressed the attack to the very walls of the Greek camp. On Olympus, the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles stirred old rivalries. Hera and Athena, usually champions of the Greeks, hesitated to aid them, for they could not bear Agamemnon's arrogance. Apollo, always ready to wound the pride of the Greeks, spurred the Trojans onward. Zeus, sensing a lesson to be taught, lent his favor to the Trojans for a time, so that the Greeks might feel their need for Achilles. The fighting grew desperate. The Trojans drove the Greeks behind their defensive walls of earth and timber. Their ships, drawn up on the sand, lay vulnerable to fire. The elders of the Greek army came to Achilles' tent bearing rich gifts from Agamemnon, gold, fine armor, and the promise to return Briseis untouched. But Achilles' pride was not so easily soothed. You think my honor is for sale, he said. No, not for all the treasures of Troy. When Hector burns your ships, then you will remember who could have saved you. And Hector came close to doing just that. The Trojans breached the Greek defenses, flames licking at the first of the ships. The cries of the wounded filled the air, and even the bravest faltered before the onslaught. Inside his tent, Achilles listened. His heart stirred, not for Agamemnon, but for his friends among the army, and none was dearer to him than Patroclus. Patroclus came to Achilles with tears in his eyes. If you will not fight, at least let me lead the Myrmidons. Lend me your armor, and the Trojans will think you have returned. Their courage will falter, and we can drive them from the ships. Achilles agreed, but with a warning. Drive them from the ships, yes, but go no further. Do not chase them to the walls of Troy, lest you meet a fate you cannot escape. Patroclus donned the shining armor of Achilles, the crest of his helm catching the sunlight. When the Myrmidons charged into battle, the Trojans indeed believed Achilles had returned, and their lines wavered. The Greeks rallied, pushing the Trojans back from the ships. But in the heat of victory, Patroclus forgot Achilles' warning. He pursued the Trojans to the gates of Troy, where Apollo himself struck him from behind, dazing him. Hector saw him fall and drove his spear into Patroclus' chest. As the life left him, Patroclus spoke, "You may have struck me down, but it is Achilles who will kill you." When the news reached Achilles, it was as if the sea itself roared within his chest. His grief was a fire, and his rage was the wind that fanned it. The insult of Agamemnon was forgotten. Only vengeance remained. He swore to Thetis, his mother, that he would return to the field and not rest until Hector lay dead. The war, already fierce, was about to become an inferno. The sun rose over the plain of Troy, its light touching the bronze of Greek and Trojan armor alike. But on this day the brightness seemed harsh, as if the heavens themselves knew blood would be spilled before nightfall. Achilles stood at the edge of the Greek camp, newly armed in armor wrought by the god Hephaestus himself, a gift from his mother, Thetis. The shield shone like the moon over the sea, its surface engraved with scenes of the world, cities at peace and at war, the cycles of the seasons, the stars that watched all from above. Yet to Achilles, the beauty of it was nothing. It was merely the shell in which he would take his vengeance. When Achilles strode into the field, the Greeks surged behind him like a tide drawn by the moon. The Trojans, seeing his figure blazing in the sun, felt their courage falter. He cut through their ranks as a scythe through summer wheat. Spear met shield, flesh met bronze, and each time it was the Trojan who fell. He was not fighting for land or glory or even Helen. He was fighting for Patroclus, and that made him unstoppable. Even the river Scamander, swollen with the bodies of the dead, rose in anger against him, its waters lashing and pulling at his feet. But Achilles fought the river as he fought men, forcing it back with fire from the gods. Inside the walls of Troy, Hector watched the slaughter. He knew Achilles was coming for him, and that no god could save him when the moment came. Priam, his father, begged him to stay within the safety of the city. Andromache, his wife, wept and pleaded, holding their infant son in her arms. But Hector could not bear to watch his people fight and die while he hid behind stone. He kissed his son, pressed his forehead to his wife's, and walked alone through the gates to meet his fate. When Achilles saw Hector, he did not charge at once. He advanced slowly, his spear gleaming, his eyes fixed like an arrow on its mark. Hector's courage wavered, and he turned to run. 3 times they circled the walls of Troy. Achilles relentless, Hector desperate, the people above crying out with each turn. On the 4th, Hector stopped. Athena, in the guise of Hector's brother, had tricked him into thinking he would not face Achilles alone. They faced each other in the dust, both knowing only one would walk away. Hector spoke first. "If I fall, return my body to my family for burial." But Achilles' voice was cold. "There will be no bargains between lion and man." They clashed, and the air rang with the sound of bronze on bronze. Hector's spear struck Achilles' shield and glanced away. Achilles' spear missed, but Athena returned it to his hand unseen. When Hector turned to find another weapon, Achilles lunged. His spear pierced the gap at Hector's neck, the one place the armor could not guard. Hector fell, the dust rising around him. With his last breath, he repeated his prophecy, "Beware, the day of your death is near." But Achilles was deaf to warnings. In his rage, he lashed Hector's body to his chariot and dragged it around the walls of Troy, the sound of the wheels grinding into the earth, drowning out the cries from the city. For days, he would not return the body, even as the gods themselves began to take offense at his cruelty. It was Zeus who at last sent Hermes to guide King Priam to the Greek camp. The old king entered Achilles' tent in the night, kneeling before the man who had killed his son. "I have done what no father should do," Priam said. "I have kissed the hands of the man who slew my child. But I come to beg for his body so I may bury him according to the rites of the gods." Achilles looked at Priam, and in the lines of his face, he saw his own father, far away in Phthia. The fire in his heart dimmed to embers. He agreed, and for the first time since Patroclus' death, tears fell from his eyes. Hector's body was washed, anointed with oils, and wrapped in fine linen. The people of Troy gathered to mourn, their voices rising like a tide of grief. For 9 days they wept, and on the 10th they laid him upon the pyre, sending his spirit to the realm of Hades. The war paused, if only for a breath. Both sides knew it would resume, but for a moment there was peace enough to honor the dead. After Hector's funeral, the war's rhythm slowed, but it did not stop. Achilles remained on the field. His wrath cooled, but his skill undiminished. With Hector gone, the Trojans had lost their greatest shield, and each battle pushed them closer to the walls. Yet in the shadows, destiny was already moving toward Achilles, swift and certain. Though Paris was no match for Achilles in open combat, he still bore the favor of Aphrodite. Guided by her and aided by Apollo, he lay in wait during a skirmish near the Scaean gate. From a hidden vantage, he loosed an arrow. Apollo's hand guided its flight to the one place Achilles was vulnerable, his heel, where Thetis's grasp had kept the waters of the Styx from touching. The arrow struck, and Achilles staggered. The world seemed to blur around him. The cries of warriors, the flash of bronze, the taste of dust. He fell, not to the strength of a mighty hero, but to the quiet strike of fate. The Greeks fought fiercely to recover his body, carrying him back to the ships as the Trojans pressed close. The death of Achilles was a blow felt as much in Olympus as on the battlefield. Thetis rose from the sea, her grief a tide that washed over the shore. She wrapped her son in the finest shroud, his armor gleaming beside him. The Greeks held funeral games in his honor, chariot races, boxing, wrestling, contests of strength and skill. Each hero sought to prove himself worthy of standing beside Achilles' memory, but none could match his legend. Achilles' armor, forged by the gods, was too great a prize to leave unused. Agamemnon declared it should go to the bravest of the Greeks. 2 names stood above the rest: Ajax, son of Telamon, and Odysseus, king of Ithaca. Ajax had fought like a fortress in the field, his strength unmatched. Odysseus had guided many victories with his cunning and guile. The council chose Odysseus. Ajax, humiliated, fell into a dark madness. Believing his fellow Greeks had betrayed him, he turned his sword upon himself. Thus another great champion was lost before the gates of Troy. It was then that Calchas the seer spoke of the final keys to Troy's destruction. The bow and arrows of Hercules must be brought to the field. The statue of Athena within Troy's walls, the Palladium, must be taken, and Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, must fight in his father's place. The Greeks set out to fulfill these demands. Odysseus and Diomedes stole the Palladium under cover of night. Philoctetes, keeper of Hercules' bow, was fetched from exile and cured of his wounds, and Neoptolemus was brought from the island of Skyros, young but fierce, his father's fire in his eyes. Even with these omens fulfilled, the walls of Troy stood unbroken. Year after year, the Greeks had battered at its gates, only to be thrown back. Odysseus began to think not of siege, but of trickery. He proposed a ruse, a great wooden horse, hollow within, large enough to hold a chosen band of warriors. It would be left at the gates as an offering to Athena, a token of supposed surrender. The Greek army would sail away, hiding behind a nearby island, leaving the horse as bait. Inside the city, the Trojans, believing the war ended, would bring the horse within their walls. By night, the hidden warriors would emerge, open the gates, and signal the fleet to return. The plan was bold, dangerous, and uncertain, but after 10 years of war, the Greeks were willing to gamble everything. The horse was built, its frame towering above the plain. Odysseus chose his companions carefully: Menelaus, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, and other hardened fighters who could strike quickly and without hesitation. The rest of the army boarded their ships and sailed away, the sight of their departing sails sending a wave of hope through the Trojan streets. The Trojans poured from the gates, marveling at the empty shore. Some wept for joy, others sang songs of victory, And there, upon the plain, stood the great horse, its flanks smooth, its face lifted toward the city. They gathered around it, arguing its purpose. Laocoon, a priest of Poseidon, warned them, "Beware of Greeks, even when they bring gifts." He struck the horse with his spear, and the wood rang hollow. But before suspicion could grow, tragedy struck. Two great serpents rose from the sea, sent by the gods, and crushed Laocoon and his sons in their coils before vanishing into the waves. The Trojans took this as a sign that the horse was sacred to Athena, and so they dragged it within their walls. That night, Troy celebrated as if the war had never been. Fires burned in the streets, cups overflowed, and music echoed from palace to market. Above it all, in the belly of the horse, the Greeks waited in silence, their hands tight on the hilts of their swords. Midnight draped Troy in darkness. The moon's pale light touched the high towers, the still waters of the Scamander, the rooftops where revelers had fallen asleep beside dying fires. Inside the wooden horse, the Greeks waited without a whisper. The air was close, thick with the smell of pitch and sweat, but no one moved. They could hear the muffled sounds of Troy's victory, laughter, footsteps, and the occasional crash of a dropped amphora. Odysseus counted heartbeats, waiting for the city's breath to slow. When he judged the moment had come, he gave the signal. In the dead of night, a trap door in the horse's flank creaked open. One by one, the warriors slipped out into the sleeping city, their shadows spilling across the cobblestones like spilled ink. The streets were silent but for the faint hiss of torches. They moved quickly toward the gates, where the sentries lay slumped in wine-soaked slumber. The locks were undone, the bolts drawn back, and the gates of Troy swung wide to the plain beyond. From the darkness outside came the silent advance of the Greek army, returned under the cover of night. The first wave entered without a sound, but soon the silence broke. The Greeks fell upon the outer guards before they could cry alarm. Menelaus, his heart set only on finding Helen, cut through any who barred his way. Neoptolemus fought like his father reborn, his youth drowned in the blood of those who tried to flee. Odysseus moved with purpose, striking down warriors still half asleep, his eyes always searching for the next target. The streets of Troy, once filled with song, now rang with screams. It began like the first tremor of an earthquake, a single shout, then another, until the alarm spread like fire. Doors flew open, warriors stumbled into the streets, women clutched their children and ran. But already the Greeks had the advantage, their blades cutting down resistance before it could gather. Flames were set to rooftops, the dry wood catching instantly. The wind carried sparks from house to house until it seemed the very night was burning. At the heart of the city, King Priam awoke to the roar of chaos. He descended from his chambers to find his halls already breached, the marble floors slick with blood. Neoptolemus met him in the throne room, and the clash between youth and age was brief and merciless. As Priam fell, so too did the last hope of Troy's defense. Through the smoke and ruin, Menelaus finally found her, Helen standing in a chamber lit by the red glow of burning rooftops. Time seemed to still. She was unchanged, her beauty as dangerous as the day he first saw her. Menelaus raised his sword, meaning to strike her down, but in the space between two heartbeats, the anger in his eyes wavered. The blade fell from his hand. Some say it was Aphrodite who stayed his wrath, whispering that love was stronger than vengeance. Others say Helen's gaze alone was enough. Whatever the truth, she was spared, and would sail with him once more. Not all within Troy were slain outright. Some fled to the temple of Athena, seeking sanctuary beneath the goddess's gaze. But the Greeks, drunk on victory and blinded by bloodlust, dragged them from the altar. Cassandra, the doomed prophetess, was taken by Ajax the Lesser, her cries echoing against the temple walls. It is said Athena turned her face from the scene, but her anger would follow the Greeks across the sea. By dawn, the walls of Troy stood blackened against a sky choked with smoke. The streets were littered with the dead, the gutters running with ash and blood. The Greeks gathered their spoils, gold, silver, fine fabrics, slaves to serve in distant halls. The ships were loaded, their sails ready to catch the wind. From the shore, they looked back at what had once been the pride of the world. Troy was no more than a smoldering grave. Yet even as they prepared to leave, whispers stirred among them. The gods had been angered by the desecration of temples, the slaughter of innocents. Prophets warned that the voyage home would not be swift or safe. And so it was. Many would never see their homelands again. Storms, monsters, and the wrath of the gods would scatter them across the seas. For the Greeks had won the war, but they had also sown the seeds of their own destruction. The smoke of Troy still clung to their clothes when the Greeks set sail. Their ships, heavy with spoils and captives, slipped out into the wine-dark sea, under a sky that seemed too calm, as if the gods were holding their breath. For some, the voyage home would be short and sweet. For others, it would be long, cursed, and deadly. Agamemnon, high king of the Greeks, steered his fleet toward Mycenae. In his mind, he imagined the glory of his homecoming, the feasts, the songs, the crown once more upon his brow. But Clytemnestra, his queen, had not forgiven him for the sacrifice of their daughter Iphigenia. She had taken Odysseus as her lover, and together they plotted his death. When Agamemnon walked into his palace, he was welcomed with warm smiles and rich robes. That night, as he bathed, Clytemnestra cast a net over him and struck him down, the water turning red around his body. Thus the greatest king of the war fell not by the sword of an enemy, but in his own halls. Ajax the Lesser had angered Athena by dragging Cassandra from her temple during Troy's sack. As his ship cut through the waves, a storm rose suddenly, the sea rearing like a living beast. Lightning split the sky, striking his vessel. The mast cracked, the sails tore, and the sea swallowed Ajax and his men whole. His name would live on, not in glory, but in warning against the hubris of defying the gods. Menelaus sailed with Helen, the woman whose face had launched 1,000 ships. At first it seemed the gods favored them, until they reached Egypt, blown off course by fierce winds. There they were stranded for years, guests of the Egyptian court, waiting for the winds to change. When at last they returned to Sparta, Helen walked once more among her people, her beauty untouched by time, as if the years of war had been nothing but a dream. One of the few to return without calamity was Nestor, the wise king of Pylos. He reached his shores with little loss, his ships intact, his people ready to welcome him with joy. Some said it was his piety and his refusal to offend the gods that kept him safe, proof that even in war, honor could be a shield. But the longest road belonged to Odysseus, whose cunning had brought the Greeks their final victory. Athena favored him, yet even her guidance could not shield him from Poseidon's wrath, for Odysseus had blinded Polyphemus, the Cyclops and son of the sea god. Poseidon swore he would never see his home again without suffering. Odysseus's voyage became a tale in itself. The lotus eaters, whose flowers made men forget their homes. The sirens whose song lured sailors to their deaths. The witch Circe, who turned men into swine and kept Odysseus in her halls for a year. The deadly passage between Scylla, the six-headed monster, and Charybdis, the whirlpool that could swallow a ship whole. For 10 more years he wandered, each land and trial pulling him farther from Ithaca. His wife Penelope waited, weaving by day and unweaving by night to keep her suitors at bay. The son of Achilles did not linger after Troy's fall. Neoptolemus sailed swiftly to Epirus, where he founded a new kingdom. He married Hermione, daughter of Menelaus and Helen, binding the bloodlines of 2 of the war's most fated families. But the shadow of his father's rage hung over him, and his own end would come violently in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. The Greeks had taken Troy, but they had not won peace. The gods, offended by sacrilege, treachery, and arrogance, saw to it that few returned unscathed. Storms, shipwrecks, murder, and wandering awaited them as if the war's 10 years were not punishment enough. Some storytellers whispered that the true victors were the gods themselves, who had played mortals like pieces on a board, moving them from battle to battle until the game ended, and the pieces were swept away. The war was over. The smoke of Troy had faded into the horizon, replaced by the vast emptiness of the wine-dark sea. But for Odysseus, king of Ithaca, the journey home would be longer and stranger than the war itself. The first days passed with steady winds and calm waters, until a sudden squall drove Odysseus's ships far from their course. They came upon an island lush with strange plants, where the air was heavy with the scent of flowers. The inhabitants offered his men the lotus, a blossom of honeyed taste and golden hue. Those who ate it forgot the sea, forgot Ithaca, forgot even their own names. They wished only to remain, drifting in a bliss that felt like eternity. Odysseus dragged them back to the ships by force, their tears falling into the surf. He knew that to stay was to die slowly in a dream. Soon after, they reached a rugged coast where a vast cave yawned above the shore. Inside lived Polyphemus, a giant with one eye in the center of his brow, son of Poseidon. At first, the giant welcomed them with questions. Then, with hunger, he seized two of Odysseus's men, dashed them upon the stones, and ate them raw. Odysseus, trapped in the cave, devised a plan. He offered the Cyclops wine until he fell into a drunken sleep. Then, with a sharpened stake, they drove into his single eye, blinding him. As dawn came, the men clung to the bellies of his sheep and slipped past him unseen. But as Odysseus's ship pulled away, pride overcame wisdom. He called out his name, taunting the blinded giant. Polyphemus roared to his father, Poseidon, to curse him, and the sea god listened. Odysseus next sought refuge with Aeolus, lord of the winds. The god, impressed by his cunning, gave him a leather sack tied tight, in which all adverse winds were bound. With favorable breezes, Ithaca came into sight. But while Odysseus slept, his curious crew opened the sack, thinking it filled with gold. The winds burst forth, hurling them back to Aeolus's isle. This time the windkeeper turned them away, saying, "The gods are against you, and I will not fight their will." Driven onward, they came to a land of towering cliffs where the Laestrygonians dwelt, giants who feasted on men. Boulders crashed down upon the fleet as they tried to leave. All the ships were smashed except Odysseus's own, which slipped away into the night. They landed next on Aea, where the sorceress Circe ruled. She welcomed Odysseus's men with wine and food, and turned them into swine with a flick of her wand. But Hermes came to Odysseus in disguise, giving him a herb called moly to protect him from her magic. When Circe's spell failed, she recognized his strength and offered him her hospitality. For a year they stayed, feasting, hunting, and forgetting the pull of home, until Odysseus's heart ached for Ithaca once more. To find his way home, Circe told Odysseus he must seek the wisdom of the blind prophet Tiresias in the land of the dead. Sailing to the shadowed edge of the world, they poured offerings into a pit, milk, honey, wine, and the blood of a black ram. From the darkness, spirits rose. Odysseus saw his mother, who told him she had died of grief during his long absence. Tiresias warned him, "Beware the cattle of the sun god. Harm them not, and you may yet reach Ithaca. Touch them, and ruin will follow." When they returned to the living world, their course took them past the sirens, whose voices lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus filled his crew's ears with wax, but he himself was bound to the mast, desiring to hear their song. Their voices promised him knowledge of all the world, of Troy's past and Ithaca's future, of every secret under the sun. He strained against the ropes until his skin burned, but his men rowed on, blind to the beauty that might have destroyed them. Ahead lay a narrow strait. On one side lurked Scylla, a monster with 6 heads, each snatching a man in passing. On the other churned Charybdis, a whirlpool that could swallow the sea. Odysseus steered toward Scylla, sacrificing 6 men rather than the whole ship. Their cries followed him long after the strait lay behind them. At last they came to Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. Odysseus warned his men of Tiresias's prophecy, but storms trapped them on the shore for a month. Hunger gnawed at them until, while Odysseus slept, they slaughtered the sacred cattle. When they set sail, Helios demanded vengeance from Zeus. A storm struck, and a bolt of lightning shattered the ship. All were drowned but Odysseus, who clung to a fragment of mast. The waves carried him to Ogygia, where the nymph Calypso lived in a cave of flowering vines. She loved him, offering immortality if he would stay. For 7 years he remained, longing for home but unable to leave, until Hermes came with a command from Zeus: release him. Calypso let him go, though her tears fell into the sea. After more trials, Odysseus washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians. They welcomed him, and he told them the full tale of his wanderings. Moved by his story, they gave him a ship and safe passage. And so after 20 years, 10 in war, 10 in wandering, Odysseus awoke on the shores of Ithaca, the sea breeze carrying the scent of home. The dawn over Ithaca was pale gold when Odysseus awoke upon its shore. He kissed the earth, breathing the scent of its soil, its grass, its salt, the smell of a life nearly forgotten. Yet home was not yet his. In his absence, suitors had filled his halls. Young, arrogant men who feasted on his stores, drank his wine, and sought to claim his wife, Penelope. Athena came to him in the guise of a shepherd boy, revealing the truth of his kingdom's state. She warned him, "To walk openly into your halls now is to walk into death. You must be patient, as you were cunning in war." With a touch of her spear, she cloaked him in the form of a bent old beggar. In this humble shape, Odysseus sought the hut of Eumaeus, his loyal swineherd. Eumaeus welcomed him without knowing who he was, offering food and shelter as if to a brother. By the fire, Odysseus listened to the tales of the suitors' greed and cruelty. His heart burned, but he kept his silence. For vengeance, like fruit, must ripen before it is plucked. Athena also guided Telemachus, Odysseus' son, home from his own journey. In Eumaeus' hut, father and son met at last. At first, Telemachus saw only the ragged figure of a stranger. Then Athena's power lifted the disguise, and before him stood the man he had dreamed of all his life. They embraced, and the years of absence, of doubt and longing, were swept away in a tide of joy. Together they plotted the suitors' downfall. Odysseus would enter the palace still in disguise, gauging the hearts of the servants and seeking allies among them. The hall was a scene of gluttony, meat roasting on spits, wine spilling over the rims of golden cups, laughter loud with arrogance. The suitors jeered at the beggar who dared to step into their midst. One, Antinous, struck him with a footstool, earning laughter from the rest. Odysseus endured it in silence, though in his mind he was already placing arrows in their throats. Penelope, wise and cautious, came to the beggar and spoke with him in private. He told her, in the voice of another man's life, that Odysseus was still alive and would soon return. She listened, her heart beating faster, though she hid it well. For years she had woven by day and unwoven by night, keeping the suitors at bay. Now she prepared one final test, the contest of the bow. Penelope declared that she would marry the man who could string Odysseus's great bow and shoot an arrow clean through 12 axe heads. The suitors tried one by one, grunting and straining, but the bow would not bend for them. When the beggar asked to try, they scoffed. Yet Penelope allowed it. Odysseus took the bow in his hands, feeling its weight, its memory. With ease he strung it, the string singing like a lyre. The arrow flew through the axe heads as though through empty air. In the silence that followed, Odysseus cast off his rags. There he stood, in all the strength of the man who had left for Troy 20 years before. His first arrow struck Antinous in the throat as he drank from a cup. The suitors leapt to their feet, but the doors had been barred, and the hall became a trap. Telemachus, Eumaeus, and the loyal herdsman Philoloetius joined the fight. The suitors fell one by one, their cries echoing against the stone. By the end, none remained to trouble Ithaca's king. After the blood was washed away, Odysseus stood before Penelope, but she, ever cautious, tested him still. She told a servant to move their marriage bed, and Odysseus protested, for he himself had built it into the trunk of an olive tree, immovable as their bond. At this, Penelope knew him truly. They embraced. The long years of trial and longing at last ended. Though some of the suitors' kin sought vengeance, Athena descended, her voice like thunder. She commanded an end to the bloodshed, and peace returned to Ithaca. Odysseus had journeyed through war across the world, into the depths of loss and the heights of cunning, and now at last he was home. Long before the siege of Troy, long before the first city rose from the dust, the world was young and raw. The war between the Titans and the Olympians had ended, and the victors stood among the smoking ruins of their enemies' reign. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the three sons of Cronus, had fought side by side to overthrow their father. But now, with the enemy gone, came the question that can unravel even the strongest alliances. Who would rule what remained? They stood upon a high peak at the center of the world. The air smelled of fresh rain and scorched stone. The scent of battles just ended. From here, the land unrolled in every direction. Forests without borders, seas without names, mountains unmeasured by mortal eyes. It was agreed that the world must be divided, but which of them would claim the greatest portion? Zeus, ever mindful of strife, suggested they leave the choice to chance. They cast lots in a great bronze helm. The sky, the sea, and the underworld were the prizes. Zeus drew the sky, the endless vault that arched over all things. Poseidon took the sea, its fathomless depths and restless waves. Hades, without complaint, accepted the underworld, the realm of shadows and the silent dead. Zeus rose to Olympus, where clouds wrapped around its flanks. Poseidon descended to the sea, building a palace of coral and pearl. Hades sank into the quiet realm of the dead, his throne carved from the bones of the first king. Though their realms were separate, their fates remained bound. For the sky feeds the sea with rain. The sea wears down the land, and all land, in time, falls to the underworld. But the peace among the brothers was uneasy. Zeus looked down upon both realms and saw himself as king over all. Poseidon, proud, chafed at being second. Hades, though silent, never forgot his realm was one no living thing sought willingly. The world began to shape itself under their rule. Storms from Zeus, earthquakes from Poseidon, and the silent pull of death from Hades. And though they had won the world together, the seeds of rivalry were already sown. In the years after the division of the world, the earth lay fresh and untamed. Forests whispered in voices only the wind understood. Rivers wandered without maps, and the stars traced patterns unseen by mortal eyes. In this world, mankind was born, small, fragile, and short-lived. Some say they were shaped from clay by divine hands, others that they rose from the earth like shoots after rain. However they came to be, they were defenseless against the cold, the beasts, and the long nights. Prometheus, a titan who had stood with Zeus against Cronus, looked upon these mortals with pity. He saw in them not weakness but potential. The gods had kept fire for themselves, leaving mortals to shiver in darkness. Prometheus defied Zeus's decree. From the forge of Hephaestus he stole a single ember, hiding it inside the hollow of a fennel stalk, and brought it to mankind. Fire changed everything. It warmed their homes, cooked their food, hardened their tools, and pushed back the shadows. When Zeus learned of this theft, his anger was boundless. Prometheus was seized, carried to the farthest mountains, and chained to the rock with unbreakable bonds. Each day an eagle came to tear at his liver, and each night the wound healed, only for the torment to begin again. Yet Zeus was not finished. He sought to punish mankind as well, and for this he commanded a different creation. Hephaestus shaped a woman of perfect form. Athena dressed her in skill and grace. Aphrodite gave her beauty, and Hermes gave her a cunning mind. She was called Pandora. Into her hands the gods placed a sealed jar, telling her it was a gift for mortals, but never to be opened. Pandora came among men like spring's first blossom, and her presence captivated all. But the jar called to her in whispers. One day, unable to resist, she lifted the lid. From within poured the first sorrows of the world: sickness, hunger, war, and countless other woes. They scattered across the earth, touching every mortal life. Horrified, Pandora slammed the lid shut, and only one thing remained inside: hope. From then on, even in the deepest suffering, mortals carried hope with them. Thus ended the age of innocence. Mankind now held both the gift of fire and the weight of grief, and the world would never be the same. Before the war at Troy, before ships blackened the horizon and spears rang like hail, the world saw the rise of mortals whose deeds were so great that their names would echo for centuries. They were not gods, but the blood of gods often flowed in their veins, and their strength, courage, and cunning lifted them above all others. This was the age of heroes, when the line between mortal and divine blurred. Among them was Hercules, son of Zeus, and a mortal woman, whose life was shadowed from the start by Hera's jealousy. Hera sent serpents to kill him in his cradle, but the infant crushed them in his tiny hands. As a man, he would be driven into madness, slaying those he loved most, and to atone he undertook the 12 labors. He strangled the Nemean lion whose skin no blade could pierce, slew the 9-headed hydra that regrew each head twice over, captured the golden-horned hind of Artemis, and brought back Cerberus from the underworld itself. Each labor carried him farther from the life of an ordinary man and closer to legend. Then came Perseus, born of Danae, who had been hidden away in a bronze chamber to prevent prophecy's claim that her child would kill his grandfather. With the favor of Athena and Hermes, Perseus hunted the Gorgon Medusa, whose gaze turned all who met it into stone. Bearing winged sandals and a polished shield, he beheaded her, carrying her head as a weapon capable of felling even kings. On his journey home, he saved Andromeda from a sea monster, chaining her fate to his own. Theseus rose in Athens, famed for his strength and cunning. He volunteered to journey to Crete, where the Minotaur lurked within the twisting labyrinth built by Daedalus. Guided by Ariadne's thread, he slew the beast and found his way out, ending the blood tribute Athens had paid for years. His later deeds would see him as both king and exile, a man whose victories were as great as his losses. Each hero's story was a thread in the same great weave. Some fought monsters born of the earth, others faced the cruelty of men or the will of the gods themselves. Their victories brought peace, their flaws brought ruin, but all left marks that time could not erase. And as their fame spread, so too did whispers of a destiny yet to come, a war that would draw together the mightiest of their kind, where no hero would leave unchanged. That war, still only a shadow on the horizon, would be the crucible in which glory and doom were forged side by side. Do you want me to continue into part 26 with the events that bring these heroes and the kingdoms they served to the brink of the Trojan War? The age of heroes was a tapestry, and the gods, with their whims and rivalries, wove threads that would one day knot into the war at Troy. It began not with a sword or a siege, but with a wedding, one meant to bind peace among the immortals. Peleus, a mortal king, had won the love of Thetis, a sea goddess whose beauty rivaled the dawn. Yet she was reluctant, for prophecy had foretold that her son would surpass his father in greatness. Zeus himself had once sought her hand, but hearing the prophecy, gave her instead to Peleus, hoping to avoid being overthrown. The gods gathered for their wedding feast, a banquet on the slopes of Mount Pelion. Every Olympian was invited save one, Eris, goddess of discord. When she learned she had been excluded, her anger burned cold and sharp. She came unbidden, slipping among the revelers, and in her hand she bore a golden apple. Upon it were inscribed 3 words, "To the fairest." She cast it into the hall, and it rolled between Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Each goddess claimed it for herself, and none would yield. The hall, once filled with music and laughter, rippled with tension. Zeus, unwilling to choose among them, commanded that the judgment be given to a mortal. He sent Hermes to the slopes of Mount Ida, where Paris, prince of Troy, tended his father's herds. Paris was known for his beauty, but more so for his fairness, a quality that would soon be tested beyond measure. Before him, the 3 goddesses stood. Hera promised him kingship over all the world, Athena offered wisdom and victory in war, and Aphrodite whispered of the most beautiful woman alive, Helen of Sparta. Paris, moved by desire and by the soft cunning of Aphrodite's voice, placed the apple in her hand. From that choice, the threads of fate tightened. Helen was already wed to Menelaus, king of Sparta. When Paris journeyed there as a guest, Aphrodite's promise bloomed into betrayal. Helen left with him for Troy. Whether by love, persuasion, or enchantment, the songs do not agree. When Menelaus discovered her flight, he called upon the oath sworn by all of Helen's suitors, an oath to defend her marriage no matter the cost. Kings and heroes answered, Agamemnon of Mycenae, Odysseus of Ithaca, Ajax of Salamis, Diomedes of Argos, and many more. Ships were built, armies raised, and the horizon bristled with spears. The war to come would not be swift. 10 years would pass before the gates of Troy fell, and in those years the age of heroes would burn like a star before it went dark. The journey from Aulis to the coast of Troy was long enough for tempers to cool and steel to rust, but the gods would not allow the Greeks' purpose to soften. The fleet moved as a single vast creature, 100 dark sails straining against the wind, the prows of the ships biting into the wine-dark sea. The cries of gulls followed them by day, and at night the water shimmered under the cold gaze of the moon. The first sight of Troy was not its walls, but the gentle curve of the Troad's coastline, the hills behind it mottled in shades of olive and stone. There was no immediate sign of the city's famed defenders, but the Greeks knew they would not land unchallenged. Agamemnon ordered the ships to draw up in a crescent along the shore, the shallows frothing as the hulls ground against the sand. Warriors leapt into the surf, their greaves flashing, spears bristling in the sunlight. The plan was not to march straight to Troy's gates. The city was too strong for a sudden strike. Instead, the Greeks would take control of the surrounding lands, secure a beachhead, and cut the Trojans off from their allies. Agamemnon's orders were clear: move quickly, strike hard, and show the Trojans that their enemies had arrived in force. It was here, before the walls of Troy were even in sight, that the first blood of the war was spilled. The Greeks had chosen to land near the town of Syme, a settlement loyal to Troy. Its people had not expected an army to descend upon them so soon, and their defenders were few. Yet among them was a prince named Cycnus, a son of Poseidon, whose skin, it was whispered, could not be pierced by bronze. When the Greek warriors surged up the beach, Cycnus stood in their path. His armor gleamed white, and in his hands he wielded a spear that seemed to drink the sunlight. Ajax the Great was the first to meet him, their clash shaking the sand beneath their feet. Ajax's blows rang against Cycnus' armor as if striking stone, and the unyielding prince fought back with the calm fury of the sea. The duel drew the attention of Achilles, who had landed nearby. With a shout, he drove into the fray, his speed carrying him past lesser warriors until he stood face to face with Cycnus. Their spears flashed, striking and glancing away, each seeking a weakness that did not exist. At last, Achilles cast aside his spear and seized Cycnus by the throat, forcing him backward until the prince stumbled. In the struggle, Achilles used neither blade nor point, but crushed the breath from his foe, knowing that if the skin could not be cut, the air could still be taken. Cycnus fell, the waves lapping at his body as though welcoming their father's son home. With their champion slain, the defenders of Cyme broke, fleeing inland or falling beneath Greek blades. The town was taken, its stores of grain and wine claimed for the army. Smoke rose from the thatched roofs as the Greeks made their first offering of destruction to the gods of war. But not all the omens were good. As the battle ended, a sudden squall rose from the sea, dark clouds gathering unnaturally fast. The ships rocked at anchor, and waves clawed at the shore. Some said it was Poseidon's wrath at the death of his son. Others whispered that it was a warning from Apollo, who watched over Troy. Whatever the cause, the Greeks lashed their ships tight and waited until the skies cleared. For the next weeks, the army spread out along the coast, raiding smaller towns and villages, seizing livestock, and cutting supply routes. The Trojans answered with swift counterattacks, harrying the Greek patrols and striking at night. Among their defenders rode Hector, eldest son of King Priam, whose skill with spear and chariot kept the Greeks from advancing too close to the city itself. His presence was a shield to the Trojans, and his reputation began to grow in the minds of the invaders, not as a name to be forgotten, but as one to be feared. The Greeks built their camp near the shore, a ring of ditches and wooden palisades to guard against sudden attack. Within its bounds, the kings and princes took their places. Agamemnon at the center, his pavilion larger than the rest, guarded day and night. Achilles claimed a section near the edge of the camp, his myrmidons keeping watch over their black ships. Odysseus' tent was smaller but busier, for the Ithacan king was already known for his counsel, and warriors of all ranks came to him for advice. The first months of the war passed in this rhythm: raids, skirmishes, and the constant uneasy nearness of Troy's walls. The Greeks soon learned that the city's gates were as much a fortress as its towers, and that any attempt to breach them would be costly. Supplies were gathered from the countryside, but the Trojans still received aid from their allies. The Dardanians under Aeneas, the Lycians under Chalcidius, under Sarpedon, and many more whose names would one day fill the songs of the bards. The war was no longer a sudden flame, but a slow, smoldering fire. Each side tested the other, measuring strength and searching for weaknesses. The Greeks knew they had not yet struck a blow that could bring Troy down, but their presence on the shores of the Troad was a wound the Trojans could not ignore. And beneath it all, the gods moved unseen, guiding the hands of mortals toward fates they could neither see nor escape. It would be in this tense, drawn-out beginning that the rivalries among the Greeks themselves began to fester. For if Troy was strong, so too were the tempers of the kings who had come to take it. Pride, jealousy, and the hunger for glory would soon turn the enemy's walls into a distant concern, as the war threatened to tear itself apart from within. The camp of the Greeks, set upon the plain between Troy and the sea, was a city of warriors. Thousands of men housed in rows of tents, the air heavy with the scent of salt, smoke, and sweat. Days were filled with the sounds of sparring, the sharpening of bronze, the neigh of restless horses. At night, fires flickered along the beach like a necklace of embers, each circle of light a place where men told stories, mended gear, or drank to keep the chill of the sea wind at bay. But beneath the hum of this life was a growing tension, as steady and dangerous as the tightening of a bowstring. It began with the spoils of war, not gold or land, but people. In the raids upon the Trojan allies, women of noble birth had been taken as prizes, not only as servants, but as symbols of honor. In this brutal economy, a captive's value was measured in her beauty, her status, and the pride she gave to the man who held her. From one such raid, Agamemnon claimed Chrysis, daughter of Chryses, a priest of Apollo. When Chryses came to the Greek camp to ransom his daughter, offering gold and fine gifts, he spoke with the calm dignity of his office. He asked only that the girl be returned, as was proper under the laws of both men and gods. But Agamemnon, swollen with pride and the need to display authority before his army, refused. He mocked the old man and sent him away with threats ringing in his ears. Chryses left in silence, walking back along the shore. But as he went, he lifted his hands to the sky and called upon Apollo. The god heard his priest's prayer. Soon after, a plague swept the Greek camp, swift and merciless. Men who had faced swords without fear fell to fever, their bodies consumed by fire from within. Day after day the pyres smoked, and the wails of the sick filled the night. At last a council was called. Kings and captains gathered before Agamemnon's tent. Calchas, the seer, spoke the truth no one wished to hear. The plague would not lift until Chrysis was returned to her father without ransom, and Agamemnon made a proper offering to Apollo. The high king's face darkened, his pride stung before the whole assembly. Yet he could not ignore the ruin the plague had brought. With a voice heavy with resentment, he agreed to return the girl, but in the same breath, he turned his anger upon those around him. He would not be shamed, he declared, and if his prize was taken from him, he would take another from among the prizes of the other kings, whether they liked it or not. The word struck Achilles like a spear. Proud himself and fiercely protective of his honor, he rose in fury. His voice cut through the council, accusing Agamemnon of greed and unfitness to lead. They traded insults, their words growing sharper until the air between them was hot enough to spark. Agamemnon, face pale with rage, swore that if Achilles prized his woman so highly, then he, Agamemnon, would take her for himself to prove who was master here. And so it was done. Agamemnon sent his heralds to Achilles' tent to seize Briseis, the woman Achilles had claimed in an earlier raid. They found the hero seated in silence, his jaw clenched, his eyes cold as steel. Without a word, he let them take her. But when they were gone, he walked alone to the shore, to the edge of the sea where the waves curled white upon the sand. There he lifted his arms and called to Thetis, his mother, the sea goddess. From the depths she rose, her hair streaming like kelp, her eyes bright with the sorrow of what she already knew. Achilles poured out his anger to her, begging that she go to Zeus himself and ask that the Trojans be allowed to gain ground in battle, so the Greeks would see how much they depended on him. Thetis agreed, though her heart was heavy. From that day Achilles withdrew from the fighting. His tent stood quiet, his myrmidons idle, their black ships moored like silent threats upon the shore. The Greeks continued to battle, but without their greatest warrior, their strength was lessened. The Trojans, sensing the shift, began to press harder against the Greek lines. The quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles was more than a clash of tempers. It was a fracture in the very heart of the Greek army. Pride had driven both men, and pride would keep the wound open. Around them the war would rage on, but its course had been changed, bent toward a fate neither could yet see, a fate that would be paid for in blood, not only theirs, but of countless others. And in the high halls of Olympus the gods watched, choosing sides as mortals do, their immortal hands ready to tip the scales in whatever way pleased them most. With Achilles withdrawn to his tent, the Greek army moved like a ship with a cracked mast. still afloat, still dangerous, but lacking the full force of its wind. The Trojans, watching from their high walls, saw the change. Word passed through the city like a spark in dry grass. The great Myrmidon would no longer fight. To King Priam, it was a gift from the gods. To Hector, his eldest son, it was an opportunity that could not be ignored. Hector was no stranger to war. From his youth, he had trained in the arts of the spear and the chariot, and his name was already a shield to his people. But now, with Achilles gone from the field, the balance tipped. Hector called the Trojan captains to him, Aeneas of the Dardanians, Sarpedon of Lycia, Glaucus his comrade, and others whose banners had come to Troy in its hour of need. They gathered at the Scaean Gate, the largest of the city's entrances, their chariots drawn up like hunting hounds eager for the chase. The plain between Troy and the Greek camp was wide and open, dotted with the bones of old battles, broken spear shafts, rusting helmets, the dark stains where blood had sunk into the earth seasons before. This morning it would be churned again beneath the wheels of war. The Trojans poured through the gate, their bronze flashing in the sun, shields overlapping in a tide of metal. The earth shook with their coming. The first clash was swift and brutal. The Greeks, caught off guard by the ferocity of the assault, fell back toward their trenches. Ajax the Great fought like a living wall, his shield broad enough to cover 2 men, holding the line where it threatened to break. Beside him, Diomedes carved a path through the enemy ranks, his spear finding the gaps between armor. Odysseus, though never the strongest, moved like a blade through water, quick, precise, and deadly. But Hector's presence was like a star to the Trojans, drawing them forward, burning in their hearts. He fought not for his own glory, but for the city behind him, for the wife who watched from the walls, for the infant son who would one day ask what his father had done in this war. His chariot cut through the melee, his spear finding its mark again and again. As the sun climbed, the tide of battle turned against the Greeks. Without Achilles to drive fear into their hearts, the Trojans pressed the attack with growing confidence. Several times they pushed the Greeks back to their own ramparts, the wooden palisade that guarded the ships creaking under the force of the assault. In the midst of the chaos, Hera and Athena descended from Olympus, their eyes fixed on aiding the Greeks. But Apollo, who favored Troy, moved to counter them, shrouding Hector in a golden mist that turned aside spears and arrows. Even the bravest Greek found themselves hesitating before his approach. By late afternoon, the Greek camp was under direct threat. Fires kindled along the outer defenses where Trojan torches struck, and the smell of smoke mingled with the salt of the sea. Agamemnon himself took to the field, driving his chariot into the press, but even he could not turn the tide for long. One by one, the Greek leaders were wounded. Diomedes by a spear to the foot, Odysseus cut across the ribs, Agamemnon himself struck in the arm. Their injuries forced them to retreat, leaving the defense in the hands of Ajax and the few unhurt captains still able to stand. From his tent, Achilles heard the din of battle, the shouts, the clash of bronze, the cries of the wounded. His Myrmidons sat in silence, their armor gleaming but unused, their hands restless on spear shafts. Yet he did not rise. His heart was a knot of pride and anger, and until Agamemnon came to him with recompense, he would not fight. Hector saw the Greek line falter, and he pressed harder. By evening, the Trojans had driven the Greeks back so far that the ships themselves were in danger. A few more pushes, and fire would take the fleet, cutting the Greeks off from escape and ending the war before it reached its prophesied length. But the gods, ever unwilling to let mortal fate run its course too quickly, stirred the battle once more. As night fell, the fighting slowed, not from any truce, but from exhaustion. Both armies withdrew. the Trojans returning to their gates with the day's victories ringing in their ears, the Greeks limping back behind their palisades, their pride bleeding with their wounds. In Troy, the people lit fires and feasted, praising Hector's name. On the walls, Andromache waited with their son, watching her husband return. She met him not with giddy joy, but with the quiet relief of one who knows that each return could be the last. In the Greek camp, the mood was dark. The wounded groaned, and the air was heavy with the scent of blood and smoke. Leaders gathered to speak in hushed tones, knowing that without Achilles they could not hold for long. And far across the plain, beyond the sight of mortal eyes, the gods gathered to speak of what must come next. Hera's eyes burned with schemes. Athena's mind turned on strategies, and Apollo smiled faintly, certain that Troy's brightest days were still ahead. But Zeus sat apart, his face unreadable, for he alone knew how this war would end, and that both glory and ruin would fall upon those who thought themselves in control of their fate. The next day would bring new assaults, new wounds, and the tightening of the net that fate had cast. But for this one night, both sides lay under the same stars, their dreams shadowed by the same war. The dawn broke red over the plain, the kind of light that in a shepherd's mouth might be called a warning. In the Greek camp, it touched the bronze of helmets and the white smoke still curling from cook fires that had burned through the night. There was no feast this morning, only bread chewed dry, water swallowed quickly, and the tightening of greaves as the rumble of war rolled closer from the walls of Troy. The Trojans came with the sun at their backs. From the Scaean gate poured their chariots and ranks of spearmen, the dust of their approach rising in a long, low cloud. Hector led them, his eyes fixed not on the Greek warriors but beyond them, to the dark holes beached upon the sand. The ships, the heart of the Greek host, their only road home, lay behind the wooden palisade and trenches. If they could be burned, the war would end not with glory, but with utter ruin for the invaders. Within the Greek camp, the air was taut with the knowledge of what was coming. Agamemnon, still nursing his wounded arm, gave orders from his chariot. Ajax the Great took position at the palisade, his shield ready to block the ladder and the torch. Teucer, his half-brother, stood beside him with bow in hand, a quiver heavy at his hip. Odysseus moved between the ranks, placing men where they would hold strongest, speaking in that calm, steady tone that could coax order out of fear. Then the clash began. The Trojans drove forward with the weight of the morning sun behind them, their chariots cutting deep furrows in the soil. The Greeks met them with a roar, spears braced against the onrush. The first impact was like the meeting of two storms. Shields slammed, bronze rang, and the cries of the wounded broke through the din. Hector himself drove a spear against the palisade, the point biting into the wood. Around him, Trojan warriors swung axes to hack at the defenses, while others loosed arrows overhead to keep the Greeks pinned. Ajax's great shield turned arrow after arrow, his stance unyielding, while Teucer's shafts found gaps in Trojan armor, felling men before they reached the wall. For a time it seemed the Greeks might hold. The trench before the palisade was a grave for the unwary, and many a Trojan fell into it, their bodies trampled by those behind. But the press was relentless, and at last a breach was made. A section of the wall splintered under the blows, and the Trojans poured through. The fighting moved among the Greek tents now, the neat rows of canvas and rope giving way to chaos. Fires broke out where torches fell, or were driven deliberately into the walls of the pavilions. Smoke curled upward, and the air thickened with the stench of burning hide. Warriors stumbled over ropes and stakes, striking and dying among the very shelters where they had slept. Still, Hector pressed forward. His chariot wheeled toward the ships themselves, the prows jutting from the sand like the ribs of beached whales. Here, the Greek line thinned, for too many had been drawn to fight at the breach, leaving the vessels vulnerable. Hector called for torches, his voice carrying even above the battle's roar. Flames bloomed in Trojan hands, their light dancing on bronze. At the sight, panic rippled through the Greeks. Shouts rose, not of defiance, but of warning, of fear that the way home was moments from destruction. Some turned to flee toward the shore. Others rushed to defend the ships, their eyes wild. It was then that the absence of Achilles was felt most sharply. The Myrmidons sat idle at the edge of the camp, their armor ready, their spears bright, but their lord unmoving. Patroclus, his dearest companion, stood before him, watching the black smoke rise. "If you will not fight for Agamemnon," he said, then fight for the men, for the ships, for the home we may never see again if they burn." But Achilles' face was carved from stone. His promise to Thetis, his anger at the insult done to him, bound him tighter than any chain. So the Greeks fought without their greatest champion. Ajax became the pillar on which their survival rested, his shield flashing as he beat back warrior after warrior from the prows. Teucer's bow sang until the string frayed, his arrows finding the bearers of torches before they could touch the timbers. Odysseus fought with a short spear now, the longer halves broken in the press, his eyes darting for openings in the Trojan assault. Despite their efforts, a torch found its mark. One ship's timbers caught, the pitch sealing it flaring bright. A cheer rose from the Trojans, and the Greek line wavered. Hector surged forward, aiming to spread the fire to the next vessel, to turn one flame into a chain of ruin. It was in this moment of greatest peril that the war and fate itself shifted. Patroclus, watching the destruction unfold, could no longer bear the sight. He turned from the beach and ran toward Achilles' tent, his mind alight with a desperate plan. The sun was beginning its fall when the Trojans stood at their farthest reach into the Greek camp, the smoke of the burning ship twisting above them. The Greeks, battered and bleeding, had managed to hold the rest of the fleet, but only barely. And still the black figure of Achilles remained apart, a shadow at the edge of the day's slaughter, while in the city of Troy, the people already began to dream of victory. The gods, too, drew closer to the field. Apollo walked beside Hector unseen, guiding his hand while Hera's gaze searched for a way to turn the tide. On Olympus, Zeus said nothing, for he knew what was to come, that the fire at the ships would kindle not only wood, but the chain of events that would bring the war to its blood-soaked peak. The night after the fire was a restless one in the Greek camp. Smoke still hung over the beach like a low cloud, and the charred ribs of the burnt ship jutted against the starlight. Men whispered in the dark of the next day, of how much more the Trojans might take, of whether the gods themselves had abandoned them. Every sound, a creak of rigging, the clink of bronze, seemed too loud in the quiet. In the Myrmidon camp, the air was no less tense. The warriors sat polishing their armor, binding spearheads, tightening the leather straps of their shields, though none expected to fight. Their leader remained apart, seated before his tent, his eyes fixed on the dark horizon where the fires had been. Achilles' face gave nothing away. No anger, no regret, only the silence of a man chained to his own pride. Patroclus had been watching him for days. He had stood by while the quarrel with Agamemnon burned itself into a deep and dangerous wound, had seen how the army's spirit bled in Achilles' absence. But the fire at the ships had struck something deeper in him, not pride but urgency. The war had tipped. If another day passed with the Trojans unchecked, the Greeks would be driven into the sea. When the first gray of dawn began to touch the masts, Patroclus went to Achilles. The Myrmidon prince turned toward him, his gaze steady, as if he had been expecting this. "Lend me your armor," Patroclus said. His voice was not pleading, it was firm, measured. "Let me lead the Myrmidons. The Trojans will think you have returned and they will fall back. We can drive them from the ships before they burn the rest. You need not fight, but let me." Achilles did not answer at once. His eyes narrowed slightly, weighing the request. He had sworn to his mother that he would not fight until the Trojans threatened his own ships, and they had not yet reached them. But to refuse entirely would mean watching the fleet burn, and with it the chance of victory. "You may wear my armor," he said at last. "You may drive them back from the ships. But hear me, Patroclus, do not chase them to the walls of Troy. Once they are in retreat, turn back. The glory is not yours to claim. It will be mine when I choose to take it." Patroclus nodded, though in his heart he felt the heat of a promise he did not voice, that he would not rest until Hector himself had been driven from the field. The Myrmidons armed at once. The bronze of Achilles' armor gleamed in the morning sun, the great crest of his helm nodding with each step. Around Patroclus, 50 black ships worth of warriors tightened their belts, their faces bright with the first light of hope they had seen in days. The sight of their prince's armor set a ripple through the Greek camp. Men paused in their labor, turned from their wounds, and murmured that Achilles had returned. The news spread faster than any herald could carry it. At the signal, the Myrmidons moved. Black armor flashing, shields close, spears ready. They poured toward the breach in the palisade where the fighting still raged. The Trojans, seeing the bright bronze of Achilles, faltered. Even Hector drew his chariot back a pace, his eyes narrowing. Then the Myrmidons struck. The first impact was like the breaking of a storm. Patroclus drove the Trojans back from the nearest ships, cutting down those still bearing torches. The Myrmidons fought as one body, their discipline forged by years under Achilles' command. The Greeks, emboldened by the sight, surged forward to join them. 3 times the Trojans rallied, and 3 times they were thrown back. Patroclus moved at the heart of it, his spear unerring, his shield a wall to those behind him. He slew Sarpedon, son of Zeus, in single combat, a duel that drew the eyes of gods as well as men. Zeus himself watched, torn between saving his son and allowing fate to have its way. In the end, he turned his face away, and Sarpedon fell, his blood darkening the dust. But victory has a way of loosening restraint. The more the Trojans fled, the harder Patroclus pressed. He drove them past the plain, toward the very gates of Troy. His heart thundered with the thought of ending it there, of being the one to break the city's will. He forgot Achilles' warning. Apollo saw him coming and descended from the walls, unseen by mortal eyes. 3 times Patroclus tried to mount the ramparts, and 3 times Apollo struck him back, sapping his strength. At last the god struck him between the shoulders, and his armor rang with the force. His vision swam, his limbs slowed. It was then that Hector came. He saw Patroclus reeling, mistaking him for Achilles still, but knowing in his heart that here was a chance to wound the Greeks more deeply than fire at their ships ever could. He hurled his spear. The bronze pierced Patroclus' body, and the Myrmidon fell, dust rising around him. As he lay dying, the truth was clear to Hector. This was not Achilles. Yet he took the armor as his prize, knowing it would carry the weight of both glory and danger. The Myrmidons fought to recover Patroclus' body, their formation breaking under the desperate push. The Greeks managed to drag him back through the breach, but the loss struck the camp like a hammer blow. When the news reached Achilles, it was as if a fire long banked had roared to life. His pride, his anger at Agamemnon, all of it was swept aside by the grief and rage that filled him. Patroclus was gone, and Hector had taken not only his life, but the armor that had been Achilles' own. The sea itself seemed to darken as he cried out, his voice carrying to the depths where Thetis dwelt. She came to him at once, knowing that the time she had feared had arrived. Her son would return to battle, and the path from here led only to his death. When Patroclus was carried into the Greek camp, his body shrouded in the dust of the plain, the air itself seemed to change. The laughter of the enemy carried faintly from across the field, but in the Myrmidon camp there was no sound but the rasp of men's breath and the creak of leather as they stood frozen around their fallen comrade. Achilles came from his tent like a shadow given flesh. His eyes were fixed on the bier, on the still shape beneath the cloak. He knelt, drawing the fabric back from Patroclus's face. Dust clung to the curls. The lips were slightly parted, but the light that had lived there, the warm, quick wit that had steadied Achilles' temper so many times, was gone. The grief struck him like a spear to the chest. His body bent under it, his voice breaking into a cry that seemed to split the very air. Men flinched at the sound, for it was not the voice of their prince in command, but of a man stripped bare. He fell beside Patroclus, clutching the still shoulders, his forehead pressed to the cooling skin. The Myrmidons stood silent, their eyes fixed on the ground. This was their lord's mourning, and there was no place for words in it. Outside the camp, the Greek army had begun to gather, drawn by the news, and even those who had quarreled with Achilles did not dare speak. When at last he lifted his head, his face was streaked with dust and tears, but his gaze burned with a new and terrible light. The quarrel with Agamemnon was nothing now. The insult, the wounded pride, all were ashes compared to this loss. He stood, his voice carrying to all who could hear, "By this spear, by this hand I swear, Hector will pay for Patroclus' death. I will not eat, I will not drink until I have driven him into the dust, but I cannot meet him without arms." The armor Patroclus had worn, Achilles' own, was gone, stripped by Hector as a trophy. What remained was a tunic torn by bronze, a helmet dented beyond use. Achilles turned toward the sea, calling his mother's name. From the waves she rose, silver-skinned, her hair flowing like strands of moonlight. Thetis looked upon her son and wept, for though he stood unbroken before her, she saw the end in his eyes. "You have chosen the road that cannot turn," she said. "If you return to battle, you will not come home." "I care nothing for home," Achilles answered. "Only for vengeance. Give me the means to take it." Thetis left him then, sinking back into the deep, her mind already fixed on the only one who could arm her son, as the task demanded. She rose from the sea at the place where Olympus met the world, and there she sought Hephaestus, the smith of the gods. In his forge, the air glowed red, the sound of hammer on anvil ringing like the heartbeats of giants. Bellows breathed fire, and the scent of molten bronze filled the chamber. When Thetis entered, the god looked up from his work. "What brings you, silver-footed daughter of the sea?" he asked, though the truth was already in his eyes. "My son must go to his death," she said simply, "but before that day comes, he must face Hector. He needs armor that no hand but yours can make." Hephaestus nodded, setting aside his hammer. "For the debt I owe you, I will make it." And so he worked. Through the night the forge blazed, the god shaping bronze as if it were clay. First he made a shield, vast, round, alive with images. Upon it he set the earth and the sea, the sun and the moon, the constellations in their courses, cities in peace and in war, fields heavy with harvest, dancing youths and maidens. The whole of mortal life in its joy and sorrow was there. Around the edge he placed the great river Oceanus, the boundary of the world. Then he forged a cuirass of shining bronze, a helm crested with gold, greaves fitted with silver clasps, and a sword sharp enough to part the air itself. Each piece was wrought not only for war, but to mark the one who bore it as touched by the hands of a god. When the work was done, Thetis took the armor and returned to her son. She found him sitting beside Patroclus, the body washed and anointed with oil. The Myrmidons had kept vigil through the night, their eyes hollow with grief. Thetis laid the armor before Achilles, and the light of it filled the tent, spilling into the camp beyond. Gasps rose from those who saw it, for it was as if a piece of the sun had been brought down to earth. Achilles looked upon it and felt the weight of fate settle upon his shoulders. He knew he would not live to see the war's end, but he no longer cared. He would burn through the world like a comet, and if his light was brief, it would be bright enough to blind the ages. He turned to the Myrmidons. Eat now, for tomorrow we fight, and we will not stop until Hector lies dead and Patroclus is avenged. That night the camp was a place of sharpened bronze and silent oaths. The ships rocked gently in the dark, the sea whispering its endless song. But in the heart of the Greeks there was no calm, only the steady drum of war building in their blood. The dawn would bring a reckoning. The dawn broke like a blade drawn from its sheath, sharp, sudden, flashing in the eyes. From the moment the first light touched the Greek camp, the hum of preparation was different. Men moved with purpose, their steps quick, their voices low. Word had gone through the ranks in the night, passing from tent to tent until it burned like a fever. Achilles would fight today. At the edge of the Myrmidon camp, the black ships lay in their long shadows, the tide whispering against their hulls. Before them stood Achilles, already armed in the gift of Hephaestus. The bronze cuirass caught the sun and threw it back in a blaze that made men squint. The great shield leaned beside him, its many scenes alive in the shifting light. The crest of his helm shimmered like flame, so that even those far down the beach swore they saw fire dancing on his head. Around him the Myrmidons formed in ranks, 50 ships worth of hardened killers, their black armor and dark plumes a stark shadow against the brightness of their lord. The air was heavy with the scent of oil and leather, the clink of spearheads against greaves, the low murmur of oaths. Before they marched, Achilles went to the bier of Patroclus, laid in state before his tent. He placed a hand on the still chest and spoke so low that only those nearest could hear. You will not be left unavenged. I will bring you Hector's life, and before your pyre is lit, I will lay his body here at your feet. Then he stood, took up his spear, and gave the signal. The Myrmidons moved as one, a dark tide rolling toward the breach in the palisade. As they emerged into the open plain, the rest of the Greek army turned to watch. Even the wounded came from their tents to see it. The godlike son of Peleus returned to war. Across the field, the Trojans saw them too. The first glint of the new forged armor caught their eyes, and a ripple of unease moved through their ranks. Rumors had reached them the day before that Achilles had returned, but seeing it now, seeing the figure stride forward with the sun in his armor and the whole Myrmidon host at his back, the truth was a blow. Hector's heart tightened, but he did not falter. He called his captains to him, ordering them to hold the lines, to keep the fighting from turning into a rout. Yet even as he spoke, the first cry of battle went up from the Greek side, and the plain shook with the pounding of feet. Achilles did not advance like a man, he came like a storm. His first spear stroke shattered the shield of the Trojan who met him, the bronze ringing like struck iron before it split. His next blow split helm and skull together. Wherever he turned, the Trojans fell back, their formation fraying under the weight of his assault. The gods themselves could not keep from the field. Athena walked beside Achilles unseen, steadying his arm, guiding the point of his spear. Apollo moved among the Trojans, whispering courage into the hearts of those who still dared stand, though more and more they found themselves dying before they could use it. Achilles did not merely kill, he drove, he broke, he cut the field into pieces. Chariots overturned, horses screamed, men stumbled in the churned mud and did not rise again. The Myrmidons followed like a shadow that could not be outrun, spears thrusting, shields slamming forward, their black plumes nodding in grim rhythm. 3 times the Trojans tried to rally around Hector, and 3 times Achilles smashed through their line. The plain became a place of slaughter, the air thick with the metallic sting of blood and the cries of the dying. As the day wore on, The Greeks pushed the Trojans back toward the Scaean Gate, the great entrance to the city. From the walls, the people of Troy watched, their cheers turning to silence as they saw their warriors driven like cattle. Priam stood with them, his aged hands gripping the stone, his eyes searching for his son among the chaos. At last, the fighting reached the very shadow of the walls. The gate stood open, the defenders trying to pull their men inside before the Greeks could press in after them. In the press of bodies, Hector found himself momentarily apart from his comrades, his chariot lost in the tangle. When he looked up, Achilles was there, cutting down the last of those between them. The two stood facing each other across a narrow stretch of trampled earth. Around them, the noise of battle seemed to fade. Hector could hear his own breath, feel the pounding of his heart. He thought of Andromache, of his child, of the city behind him. And then he thought of what would happen if he turned and ran. Achilles stepped forward. Hector did not move. Somewhere, far above, Zeus weighed their fates in the scales, and the balance had already tipped. The space between them was no more than a dozen paces, yet in that moment it felt as wide as the sea. Achilles stood in the full blaze of his armor, the crest of his helm streaming in the wind, the bronze of his shield alive with the visions Hephaestus had forged into it. Hector's own armor, the very armor that had once been Achilles's, caught the same light, but to the watching gods it seemed already dimmer, as if it knew the man who wore it would not see another sunset. For a heartbeat, neither moved. The walls behind Hector were crowded with faces, men gripping the battlements, women clutching children, all straining to see if their champion could hold against the terror they had feared since the first Greek sails darkened the horizon. Then, in the quiet, Hector did something few had expected. He turned and ran. It was not cowardice, but the raw, instinctive knowledge that to meet Achilles head-on was to meet death. If he could draw him away from the gates, if he could circle back with the help of Apollo, perhaps he might live. His feet pounded the packed earth of the plain, the dust flying from his heels. Achilles gave chase at once. His strides were long, effortless, his breath steady. They circled the city once, twice, 3 times, the watchers on the wall crying out as they passed, some calling encouragement to Hector, others urging Achilles on. The gods themselves looked down, the race stirring old rivalries. Athena, ever the ally of Achilles, whispered to Zeus that the time had come to end this, while Apollo, who had guarded Hector many times before, turned away, knowing fate's hand could not be stayed forever. On the 4th circuit, Athena took the form of Hector's brother Deiphobus and appeared ahead of him. "Stop running, brother," she called. "Stand with me, and we will face him together." At the sight of his brother, Hector's fear steadied. He slowed, turned, and raised his spear. Achilles came on, the sunlight flashing along the point of his weapon. "Hector," Achilles called, his voice carrying over the field, "there will be no more running. You took the life of Patroclus, and for that, your life is forfeit. There will be no bargains, no truces." Though only this, Hector's chest rose and fell, but his voice was clear. "I killed the man who came against me in your armor. If it was your friend, then it was the fortune of war, not malice. But I will not die without a fight. Swear to me. If I fall, you will return my body to my family for proper rites." "There are no oaths between lions and men," Achilles said. "Between wolves and lambs, there is no trust. Do not speak to me of mercy." So they closed. Hector's spear flew first, straight and true, but it struck the great shield and glanced away. Achilles' spear followed, a blur of bronze that Hector dodged by the breadth of a hair, the weapon driving into the earth behind him. They circled, the dust swirling about their feet, each searching for the smallest opening. Hector saw his chance and rushed, drawing his sword in a flashing arc meant to split the helm of his foe. But the new forged armor turned the blow, and in that instant Achilles struck. His spear, retrieved with Athena's unseen aid, drove into the gap between neck and collarbone, where no armor could reach. The force of it threw Hector back. He fell to the earth, the dust rising around him in a pale cloud. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his hands grasped at the shaft in his throat. "I beg you," he rasped, "by your father, by your mother, do not let the dogs have me. Return me to Troy." But Achilles' face was hard as the bronze he wore. "Would that I could carve your flesh and eat it raw for what you've done. No, Hector, the dogs will feed on you, and your name will be cursed in every Greek song." With that, he wrenched the spear free, and Hector's life fled into the dust. From the walls, a great cry went up, the wail of Priam like the breaking of old wood, the shriek of Andromache as she saw her husband's body dragged behind Achilles' chariot. The victor lashed the corpse by the heels to the axle, and with no thought for the watching city, he turned and drove toward the Greek camp, the body bumping and twisting over the ruts of the plain. The sun dipped lower, the dust rising in a long trail behind him, and in Troy the sound of mourning spread from the walls through every street. The day that had begun with hope ended with the knowledge that their greatest shield was gone. And yet, in the halls of Olympus, Zeus looked to Hera and spoke softly, "It will not end here. Even the dead must be honored, and the heart of even the fiercest killer can be moved. There will come a night when Priam himself walks into the camp of his enemy, and that night will be one the world remembers." Night came heavy over the plain, a thick and starless black, as if even the heavens had drawn a veil for morning. The fires of the Greek camp burned in long rows, their smoke drifting low, while outside the walls of Troy the plain lay silent, save for the distant grind of wheels. Achilles had returned from battle at sunset, Hector's body still bound by the ankles to his chariot, the dust caked on his hair, the bronze of his once proud armor stripped away. 3 times he had driven the corpse around the tomb of Patroclus, each circuit a wordless howl of vengeance. Then he had left the body near his tent, unburied, for the dogs and carrion birds to claim. But the gods watched, and not all were content. Apollo, moved by pity for the fallen, kept the scavengers away, wrapping Hector's body in an unseen veil so that no wound worsened, no flesh decayed. On Olympus, a council was called. Zeus sat in his high place and spoke to the gathered immortals. Hector was no god, but he honored the gods more than many. It is not fitting that his body be so disgraced. The rage of Achilles has gone far enough. The time has come for it to end. Hermes, quick as thought, was sent with a message to Troy. He passed through the walls unseen and stood in the shadowed hall of Priam, king of the city. The old man sat with dust in his hair, his robes torn, his head bowed. Around him the palace lay in the hush of grief. "Priam," Hermes said, "I bring the will of Zeus. Go to the ships of the Greeks. Bring rich ransom, gold, bronze, woven cloth, treasures of your house. Go alone, with no herald but me, and seek out Achilles. Ask for the body of your son. Zeus himself will guard your way." Priam's heart twisted at the thought. To walk unarmed into the camp of the man who had killed Hector, to kneel before him and beg. Yet the image of his son's body lying unburied was a weight he could not bear. "I will go," he said. That night a great chest was filled, 12 fine robes, 12 cloaks, 10 talents of gold, 2 bright tripods, 4 polished cauldrons. From his own stores Priam chose the most flawless of his treasures, each one a memory of years before the war. The mules were yoked to the chariot, the horses to the car. Hermes took the reins, and together they slipped through the Scaean gate. The night air was cold, and the plain was littered with the quiet forms of the dead. The watchfires of the Greeks burned ahead, their light throwing long shadows on the trampled earth. Yet as they approached, no sentry called out, no spear was raised. Hermes had cast a charm of sleep over the guards, and the gates to the Greek camp stood open as if for a friend. Priam felt his breath grow short as they passed through the ranks of ships, the hulks rising on either side like black cliffs. He could smell the salt of the sea, the sharp tang of tar, and beneath it, the coppery scent of blood. At last they came to the heart of the camp, where the Myrmidons lay. Achilles' tent rose largest among them, its entrance lit by a single torch. Inside, the son of Peleus sat at a low table, his hands idly tracing the pattern of the shield that leaned against the wall. Beside him, Patroclus' spear stood draped in fine linen, the silence between them deeper than any words. Hermes spoke softly to Priam. "Enter now. Speak your heart. The rest is between you." Then, with the suddenness of a gust of wind, the god was gone. Priam stepped into the tent. The torchlight caught the lines of his face, the deep shadows under his eyes. Achilles looked up, startled, for no man could remember the last time an enemy had stood before him unannounced. The old king fell to his knees, clasping Achilles' hands. "Remember your father, Achilles. He is old as I am, and perhaps the gods keep him safe. But if he were lost to you, if his body lay in an enemy's camp, you would feel what I feel now. I have done what no man should. I have kissed the hands that killed my son. Take the ransom. Give him back to me." For a moment, Achilles said nothing. He looked into the face of the man before him and saw not a king, not an enemy, but a father. The image of Peleus came to him, the old man waiting by the sea for news that would never be good. His throat tightened, and the fire in him that had burned so long and so hot flickered low. He rose and lifted Priam from the ground. "You have the heart of a lion," he said. "Your son fought like one, and he will be returned to you. Let us set aside our grief for a moment, for the gods have willed this meeting." They sat together, and food was brought, bread, meat, and wine. For a time they ate in silence, the strange peace between them like the eye of a storm. Then Achilles ordered his men to wash and anoint Hector's body, to dress it in fine linen, and place it on the cart. The marks of dragging were gone, smoothed by Apollo's care, and the flesh seemed only in sleep. As the first light of dawn touched the camp, Priam rose. Achilles walked with him to the edge of the trench. "You will have 12 days' truce for the rites," Achilles said. "No Greek will lift a spear against Troy until your mourning is done." Priam bowed, and with his son's body safe behind him, he turned his chariot toward the city. The gates opened at his approach, and the people poured into the streets to meet him, their wailing carrying high above the walls. Achilles watched until they were gone, then turned back to his tent, the weight of what he had given heavy in his chest. For a moment the war seemed far away, but the gods knew, and perhaps he knew too, that the end was still coming, swift and certain with his name written in its heart. The gates of Troy opened at first light, and through them came Priam's chariot. At its rear lay Hector's body, wrapped in linen, the folds bound with gold-braided cords. The people had been waiting all night, crowding the streets and the walls, eyes straining toward the plain. When they saw him, a sound rose from the city, not a cheer, but a great rolling wail that seemed to shake the stones. Andromache, Hector's wife, was the first to come. Her hair was unbound, her robe torn at the breast. She stumbled toward the cart, her hands reaching before her as if she could pull him back to life. "Husband," she cried, "you have left me a widow, and our son an orphan. You were my shield against the storm, and now the storm is here. Soon they will come through these gates, and no man will stand in their way." She fell against the cart, her arms around the still form, her body racked with sobs. Behind her came Hecuba, the queen, her voice carrying the old cadence of ritual grief. She lifted her hands to the sky and called on the gods who had abandoned them. "See what you have done," she cried. "You promised us favor, and this is our reward, the best of our sons, taken before his time, given to the dust." She pressed her lips to Hector's forehead, as she had when he was a child, her tears soaking into the linen. Last came Helen. She walked slowly, her veil drawn, but when she reached the cart, she let it fall. Her voice was low, meant for him as much as for the crowd. Hector of all in Troy, you alone were kind to me. In the long years since I came here, you never spoke in cruelty. You defended me when others cursed my name. Now you are gone, and I am left among strangers. She touched his cheek, and for the first time since her arrival in Troy, her tears fell openly. The procession wound through the streets, the people following in a tide of grief. At the great square before the Scaean gate, a pyre had been prepared. Fresh-cut timbers were stacked high, their scent of resin thick in the air. Around it lay offerings, jars of oil, amphorae of wine, baskets of grain, and the weapons Hector had carried in battle. The priests moved forward, chanting the ancient hymns. The body was lifted from the cart and placed upon the pyre, laid on a bed of woven cloth and heaped with flowers from the gardens of the palace. Priam stepped forward with a torch in his hand. His voice was steady, though his eyes burned. "Farewell, my son. You were the strength of our city. May the gods receive you better than they have kept you." He touched the torch to the wood, and the flames caught quickly, running up the timbers in a crackle of gold and smoke. The firelight painted the faces of the mourners, gleaming in their tears. Some wailed, some sang. Some stood in silence, their hands clenched in their robes. All day the pyre burned. As the sun climbed, the heat drove the crowd back in a wide circle, but no one left. The smoke rose in a tall column, visible from the Greek camp across the plain. There, even Achilles paused in his work to watch it, the sight pulling at him with a weight he could not name. When night fell, the flames sank to embers. The priests raked the coals aside and gathered the white bones, washing them in wine and wrapping them in soft cloth. They placed them in a golden urn, which they set in a deep grave, covered with a great stone. Around it they built a mound, the earth tamped firm beneath the feet of the people. The rites ended with libations, oil and honey poured on the fresh soil, prayers spoken to guide the spirit to the halls of the dead. And when the last prayer was said, the people of Troy returned to their homes, their voices low, as if the city itself were holding its breath. That night, Troy was quiet. No feasting fires, no music. Only the wind moved through the streets, and the sound of it carried like a whisper over the walls to the plain where the armies still waited. In the Greek camp, the truce held, but the pause was thin, like ice over a swift river. Everyone knew it could not last, and in the heart of Achilles, the stillness after vengeance was already breaking. Patroclus was avenged, but his own fate, the one Thetis had spoken of, had not changed. Somewhere beyond the walls, Paris still walked with his bow, and the arrow meant for Achilles was already finding its way into the threads of the fates. The 12 days of truce passed as swiftly as a dream. The fires that had burned on Hector's pyre had long cooled. The mound above his grave stood firm, and the people of Troy moved through their streets with the hollow rhythm of those who grieve but must still live. Yet beyond the walls, the Greek camp simmered with the restlessness of men held too long from war. On the morning of the 13th day, the first spear was thrown. No one could later say who cast it, whether Greek or Trojan, but once it flew, the truce was broken, and the plain filled again with the clamor of bronze and shouting men. Achilles was among the first to take the field. His grief for Patroclus had burned down to a steady, unquenchable ember, and though Hector was gone, the hunger for battle still drew him like a tide. He moved through the fighting with the same terrible grace as before, his armor flashing in the sun, his spear striking as if guided by the hand of a god. The Trojans, without Hector, fought in a tighter knot, each man glancing toward the next for courage. Aeneas, the son of Aphrodite, took the role of their champion, leading charges and rallying men when the Greek press threatened to break them. More than once, he and Achilles met in the thick of the fighting, the clash of their blows ringing above the din, but always one or the other was pulled away by the surge of the battle before the duel could be decided. In these days the gods walked the plain more openly. Apollo moved among the Trojans, cloaking them from Greek spears. Athena strode with Achilles, her unseen hand turning his enemies' strikes aside. Even Poseidon, who had long kept to the sea, rose from the surf to lend his strength to the Greeks when the Trojans pressed too close to the ships. But among the immortals, not all were united. In the high halls of Olympus, Hera and Athena still nursed their hatred of Troy, while Aphrodite whispered in the ear of Paris, urging him to patience. She reminded him of the bow in his chamber, the one given to him by his brother before his death, the bow of the great archer Pandarus, whose arrows never missed their mark. On the 7th day after the truce's end, the Greeks pushed the Trojans back to the very gates. The fighting raged so near the walls that stones and spears flew from above, and the air was thick with dust. Achilles drove forward like a wave breaking on the shore, his chariot cutting through the press, his spear scattering men like leaves before the wind. It was then that Apollo struck. Cloaking himself in the form of a Trojan warrior, he called out to Achilles, taunting him to give chase. The god led him away from the gates, away from the heart of the fight, until the plain stretched wide and empty around them. Then, in a shimmer of light, Apollo vanished, leaving Achilles alone beneath the unbroken sky. From the walls, Paris watched. He felt the weight of the bow in his hands, the string smooth beneath his fingers. Beside him, Apollo reappeared, the god's voice low and cold. Now, he said, the fates have opened the path. Take it. Paris drew the arrow from his quiver. Long, slender, its point dipped in a poison known only to the gods. He knocked it to the string, his breath steady despite the pounding of his heart. Far below, Achilles turned his chariot, scanning the field for enemies. The sun caught on his armor, and in that gleam Paris saw the spot where the greaves met the heel, the one place unguarded, the place his mother could not shield when she dipped him in the Styx. The bowstring sang. The arrow flew, swift as thought, and the air seemed to hush around it. It struck true, burying itself deep in the tendon above Achilles' heel. The hero staggered, his spear falling from his grasp, the strength pouring out of him as if the arrow had loosed the very life from his veins. A cry went up from the Greeks, and the Myrmidons surged to him, their shields closing over his body as they bore him back toward the ships. Behind them, the Trojans shouted in triumph, but it was not the wild joy of victory. It was the sharp, almost fearful cry of men who know they have wounded a godlike foe and will pay dearly for it. In his tent, Achilles lay pale, the blood dark against his skin. He grasped the hand of Automedon, his charioteer, and his voice was a rasp. The end is here. Do not let them take me. Burn me with Patroclus, and let our ashes rest together. His eyes turned once toward the sea as if seeking Thetis, but she was far away in the deep, and the fates were already closing their hands around him. Outside, the battle still raged, but among the Greeks there was a new note in the clamor, the desperate fury of men fighting to keep the enemy from touching the body of their greatest warrior. The sun slid toward the horizon, the dust rising thick on the plain, and in Troy the news began to spread. Achilles, the scourge of their walls, was fallen. The news of Achilles' death moved through the Greek camp like a cold wind. Men who had once thought the war could not be won without him now stood silent, staring at the ground, unable to imagine the field without the blazing figure of the son of Peleus driving at its heart. The Myrmidons wept openly, their black armor dull with dust, their shields resting heavy against their knees. The body was borne first to the ships, laid beside the bier of Patroclus. The wounds were washed clean, the arrow removed, the skin anointed with oil and rubbed with fragrant herbs. Thetis came from the sea that night, her hair streaming with salt water, her face pale as the moon. She laid her hands upon her son's brow, and for a moment the stillness in the tent deepened until it seemed the world had stopped. "My child," she said softly, "you chose this path when you chose glory over life. But I will not let you be forgotten." Her voice carried a note that made the air tremble, and the gods heard it in their high places. On the following dawn, the Greeks prepared the funeral pyre. It was vast, towering higher than a chariot's wheels could reach, built of pine and cedar, its resin-rich wood giving off a sharp, clean scent. Around it were piled offerings, amphorae of oil, honey and wine, robes dyed deep purple, bright cauldrons and tripods, the finest horses of the Myrmidon host, their manes braided with gold thread. The warriors gathered, their armor set aside in favor of cloaks and bare heads. Agamemnon stood at the front, his voice carrying over the assembled host. Achilles was the mightiest of us all. His hand turned the tide of battles, his name struck fear in our enemies, and his honor bound us even when we faltered. Today we give him back to the earth and to the gods, as is fitting for one born of both. At the signal, the pyre was lit. Flames leapt high, the heat rolling outward in waves. The crackle of burning wood mingled with the low chants of the priests, each line a prayer to guide the spirit to the halls of Hades. The Myrmidons circled the pyre, their shields held high, their voices rising in a deep, rhythmic song that had been theirs since the days of Peleus. Thetis remained until the flames reached their highest, her eyes never leaving the shape of her son within the blaze. At last, when only embers remained, she turned and walked into the surf, the water closing over her without a ripple. The ashes of Achilles were gathered with those of Patroclus as he had wished. The priests washed them in wine and placed them in a golden urn, the work of Hephaestus himself. A mound was raised upon the shore, high and broad, so that sailors passing long after the war's end would see it and remember the name carved upon its stone. When the rites were done, Agamemnon declared that there would be funeral games, as was the custom for a hero. Word spread quickly, and men from every corner of the Greek host came forward to compete, not only for the prizes, but for the honor of standing in Achilles' memory. There was the chariot race, the most coveted of all contests. Diomedes took the victory, his horses seeming to fly over the course. Then came the boxing, where Epeius, the great craftsman, proved as skilled with his fists as with his tools. Wrestling followed, a fierce struggle between Ajax the Greater and Odysseus, ending only when Agamemnon called it a draw. There were foot races, archery contests, and the hurling of spears. Each victor received prizes, tripods, cauldrons, women taken from the spoils of war, but all swore their winnings meant less than the chance to honor the dead. The final contest was for the arms of Achilles, the shield, the helm, the greaves, and the spear that no other man could wield as he had. The claimants were two: Ajax the Greater, cousin to the dead hero, and Odysseus, king of Ithaca, whose cunning had often matched Achilles' strength. The Greeks debated long, for both had claims, but in the end, Odysseus was chosen. His skill in both war and counsel deemed the greater gift for the host. Ajax stood silent when the decision was given. He took no part in the feasting that night, nor did he look upon the armor as it was carried away. As the sun set, the mound of Achilles stood newly raised against the horizon, the gold of the urn buried deep within it. The wind carried the smell of the sea and the faint, lingering trace of smoke. To the Greeks, it was the close of a chapter, yet in the hearts of many, it was also the beginning of darker days, for the war was not yet ended, and the rage that had once driven Achilles would now smolder in others. The night after the funeral games, the Greek camp lay in uneasy quiet. The feast had ended, The wine jars were drained and the fires burned low. Yet in one tent the darkness was deeper, and the man within did not sleep. Ajax the Greater sat alone, his massive frame hunched forward, his hands gripping his knees until the knuckles shone white. The voices of the judges still rang in his ears. Odysseus had been given the arms of Achilles. Odysseus, the fox-tongued trickster, favored by Athena's whispers. To Ajax, it was not a prize lost. It was an insult carved into his very name. Had he not fought beside Achilles from the first day? Had he not held the Greek line when Hector drove them to the ships? Had he not lifted the body of Patroclus from the press of enemies and carried it through a storm of spears? And yet the armor had been placed in another's hands. As the hours passed, the fire in him burned hotter. His breath grew short. His thoughts circled like wolves. He rose at last, pulling his sword belt around him, and stepped into the night. The camp was silent under a thin moon, the masts of the ships black against the sky. He moved like a shadow, heading toward the tents of the leaders, his mind set on slaughter. Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus. He would kill them all, and the armor would be his by right. But the gods were watching. Athena, ever protective of Odysseus, descended in a shimmer of pale light. She touched Ajax's brow, and her voice, sweet and false as honey, bent his thoughts. "Your enemies are before you," she whispered, "but they are beasts in the night. Take them now, and your honor will be restored." Ajax's eyes, clouded by her will, saw not men but the shapes of sheep and cattle taken from Trojan fields. He fell upon them with a roar, his sword flashing, the animals scattering in panic. Those he caught he cut down without mercy, and those he could not reach he dragged into his tent, binding them as if they were captives. By dawn, the ground was slick with blood, and Ajax stood among the carcasses, his chest heaving. When the spell broke, the light of morning revealed the truth. Around him lay not the corpses of his rivals, but the torn bodies of sheep and oxen, their throats open, their hides trampled underfoot. The air was thick with the stench of slaughter. The laughter of the gods, silent to all but him, seemed to curl in the corners of the tent. Shame, black and heavy, fell upon him. He saw in his mind how the camp would look at him, the stares, the whispered names, madman, butcher of beasts, unworthy of the arms he had sought. The pride that had carried him through years of war twisted into something sharp. Without a word, he left the tent, walking beyond the trench and the watchfires. On a patch of ground where the grass still grew between the ruts of war, he planted the hilt of his sword in the earth, the point angled toward the sky. He looked once toward the camp, then fell upon the blade. The bronze slid deep, and the strength of Ajax, second only to Achilles, spilled into the soil. The Greeks found him at dawn. Teucer, his half-brother, covered his body with a cloak and would have borne him to the ships. But Agamemnon, still resentful of the slight Ajax had often shown him, hesitated to grant full honors. It was Odysseus, the very man for whom Ajax had burned with hatred, who spoke for him. "He was our shield in battle," Odysseus said. "Whatever his end, his name will not be forgotten." So Ajax was given his rights. His body was burned on a pyre smaller than Achilles', but still rich with offerings, and a mound was raised for him near the shore, its face turned toward the sea. The death of Ajax cast a new shadow over the host. They had lost their greatest warrior, and now their second. The war dragged on, and the gods whispered of other fates yet to be fulfilled. The bow of Hercules, still in the hands of a man far from Troy, and the wooden shape that would end the city's walls without a spear being thrown. The war had entered its 10th year, and with the deaths of Achilles and Ajax, the Greek host felt the slow pull of despair. Every assault on Troy's walls ended in blood and retreat. The gates stood unbroken, the towers unfallen, and the will of the Trojans, though battered, held firm. In the councils of the leaders, voices grew sharper. It was Odysseus who finally rose with a plan that was less of strategy and more of fate's design. Calchas the seer has spoken, he said, his eyes moving from Agamemnon to Menelaus. Troy cannot fall without the bow of Hercules, the same that once slew the invulnerable Hydra and felled the walls of cities in a single shot. That bow lies now in the hands of Philoctetes, and Philoctetes lies far from this war, rotting on the island of Lemnos. At the name, the room shifted uneasily. They all remembered how Philoctetes had sailed with them in the first days, how he had been bitten by a serpent at the shrine of Christ, the wound festering with a stench that sickened the camp. The leaders had agreed to leave him on Lemnos with his bow and a meager store of food, unable to bear his cries or his presence. That was 10 years past. Diomedes frowned. If he still lives, why would he come to us? We abandoned him. Because, Odysseus said, it is the will of the gods. And if he will not come freely, then we will persuade him. Agamemnon gave the order, and Odysseus chose as his companion Neoptolemus, the young son of Achilles, newly arrived in the camp. The boy was fierce and eager for glory, but Odysseus saw another use for him, a fresh face untainted by the betrayal of Lemnos. They sailed in a black ship, the oars dipping in unison, the sea's wind steady at their backs. Lemnos rose from the water in jagged cliffs, its slopes empty of smoke or voices. They beached the ship in a small cove and climbed the rocky path toward the island's interior. It was not long before they found him. Philoctetes was gaunt, his beard wild, his clothes in tatters. He leaned on a staff, the bow of Hercules slung across his back. The air around him carried the faint, sour tang of his wound, and the lines of his face were carved deep by years of pain and solitude. Neoptolemus stepped forward, speaking with the careful respect Odysseus had instructed. Philoctetes, I am the son of Achilles. I have come to ask for your aid, for the Greeks cannot take Troy without you and your bow. At the word Greeks, Philoctetes' eyes hardened. The Greeks left me here to rot. They took my place in the war, my voice in the councils, my very life. Why should I help them? Odysseus, who had hung back until now, came forward. Because this war will not end without you, because you hold in your hands the only weapon that can bring down the walls of Troy, and because your name will be spoken in the same breath as Achilles and Hercules if you return. But Philoctetes spat at his feet. I would sooner see Troy stand forever than fight beside those who abandoned me. Seeing the failure of plain speech, Odysseus turned to guile. He whispered to Neoptolemus to win the man's trust, to speak of how the leaders had wronged not only Philoctetes, but the son of Achilles himself, denied his father's glory. Neoptolemus, torn between the truth and the task, told the story as Odysseus bade him. Slowly, Philoctetes began to soften, drawn by the boy's earnestness and the unhealed wound of his own bitterness. Yet the true turning came not from words, but from the gods. Hercules himself appeared to Philoctetes in a blaze of light, the bow in his hand shining as if lit from within. Son, the hero said, I gave you this bow so that you would do great deeds. It is not for you to decide the worth of the men beside you, only to fulfill the will of Olympus. Go to Troy. Strike the blow that will end the war. When the vision faded, Philoctetes' shoulders sagged. He nodded once. I will come, but I will speak to no man but the boy. They sailed at dawn, the bow of Hercules wrapped in a cloth of sealskin, its string untouched. The sea seemed swifter on the return, as if the gods themselves hurried them on. In the Greek camp, the sight of the weapon stirred hope that had long been cold. And in the hearts of the Trojans, though they did not yet know it, the days of their city had begun to dwindle like the last drops of oil in a lamp. The return of Philoctetes to the Greek camp brought with it a shift in the air, as though the plain itself sensed a turning in the tide of fate. The bow of Hercules was unstrung when they carried it ashore, its polished wood gleaming in the sun. The sinew cord coiled beside it like a serpent at rest. The men gathered to watch as Philoctetes, his steps slow from years of pain, made his way toward the altar to offer thanks to the gods before taking up arms once more. He had not forgotten the bitterness of his exile, but the words of Heracles burned in him now, heavier than pride. When he strung the bow, the sound was deep and resonant like the pluck of a lyre, carved from the bone of giants. Every man who heard it felt the hair rise on his neck. Scouts brought word that Paris had taken the field again. Since the death of Hector, he had fought from behind the walls more often than not, loosing arrows from the safety of the towers. But that morning, emboldened by the memory of Achilles' fall, he rode out with a small company, hoping to strike the Greeks while they still adjusted to the loss of their champion. Agamemnon ordered the army to form for battle, but Odysseus counseled patience. "This is Philoctetes' work," he said. "The bow of Heracles will speak louder than 1,000 spears." The archers of Troy advanced within sight of the Greek lines, their shafts darkening the air in swift volleys. From a ridge just beyond the front, Philoctetes took his place. Neoptolemus stood beside him, holding a quiver filled not with common arrows, but with those he had carried from Lemnos, each tipped in the black venom of the serpent that had bitten him, the poison that no mortal wound could withstand. Philoctetes knelt, the bow rising like an extension of his own body. His eyes narrowed, not on the mass of men before him, but on one figure moving among them with the easy grace of one who knew he was protected by the gods. Paris's armor was polished to a mirror sheen, his horse tossing its head beneath the sun. The old archer exhaled. The bowstring bent, the wood creaked, and the arrow flew. It cut the air in a long, unerring arc, a gleam of bronze and feather that seemed almost to hum with the will of Heracles. It struck Paris beneath the ridge of his breastplate, sinking deep into the flesh. The prince cried out, his hand clawing at the shaft, but the venom was already running through his blood. His grip on the reins slackened, and he slid from the saddle into the dust. The Trojans surged to him, raising shields to cover his body as they bore him back toward the gates. Shouts rose from both sides, confusion among the Trojans, fierce exultation among the Greeks. Philoctetes lowered his bow, his breath ragged, but there was no triumph in his eyes, only the calm of a man who had done what was required. Inside Troy, Paris was carried to his chamber, his skin pale, his lips drawn tight against the creeping fire in his veins. No healer's salve, no prayer to Apollo could ease the poison's bite. In his delirium, he called for Oenone, the mountain nymph who had once been his wife before Helen, the woman he had abandoned for the sake of a promise from the gods. Oenone alone, he believed, knew the cure. Messengers rode to her dwelling high on Mount Ida, their words urgent. But Oenone remembered the day Paris had left her, the look in his eyes when he chose another. She turned away the messengers, her voice cold. "Let him call to the goddess who gave him his prize. I owe him nothing." By the time her heart softened and she followed the path down to the city, it was too late. Paris lay still, the arrow wound black at its edges, the life gone from his face. Oenone fell upon his body, her cries echoing through the halls, and before the sun set, she cast herself on his pyre, the smoke of their burning mingling into one. The death of Paris struck Troy like a hammer blow. Helen wept in the shadows, knowing the cause of the war was now bereft of the man who had begun it. Deiphobus, brother to Hector and Paris, took her as his wife by right, but the city's heart was quieter now, the fire of its defiance beginning to gutter. Outside the walls, the Greeks felt the shift. 2 of Troy's greatest sons were gone, and the bow of Heracles had proven its worth. But Odysseus' eyes were already turned toward another prize. Not a warrior, but a way to breach the walls themselves, one that would not come from the field of battle. The death of Paris left Troy without its most defiant voice in the council. Inside the walls, the leaders argued over how to go on, but the Greeks knew that force alone would never bring those gates down. The years had taught them that Troy's stones were as stubborn as its people. What could not be taken by strength, Odysseus reasoned, might yet be won by guile. One night, as the sea wind whispered through the masts and the stars wheeled slowly overhead, Odysseus gathered the key captains in his tent: Menelaus, Diomedes, Agamemnon, Nestor, and the sons of Atreus. A map of Troy lay spread before them, its towers and gates marked in ink that had faded with use. "We have tried every assault," Odysseus began, his voice low, deliberate. "We have battered the gates, scaled the walls, starved them, burned their fields. Still they endure. But what if we gave them a gift they could not refuse?" Menelaus frowned. "A gift? To the Trojans?" "A gift," Odysseus said, "that hides a blade." From the shadows of the tent he drew a small model he had carved from driftwood, the shape of a great horse, its flanks hollow, its legs sturdy as towers. "They honor the horse as we all do. Let them believe we have gone, leaving this as an offering to Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. They will bring it inside their walls themselves, thinking it a token of our surrender. And when night falls," he tapped the hollow belly of the model, "we will be there to open the gates from within." The room fell silent. Nestor's eyes narrowed, weighing the idea, while Diomedes' mouth curved in a slow, dangerous smile. Agamemnon's hand rested on the map. "It is mad," he said, "but it might be the only way." Once the decision was made, the work began in secret. Under the cover of night, the finest carpenters in the host labored, their mallets muffled in cloth, their saws whispering through seasoned timbers. Epeus, master builder and boxer, oversaw the shaping of the massive frame, every plank fitted with the precision of a temple's joinery. The horse's head was carved proud and noble, the curve of its neck flowing into the massive, hollow body that could hold a score of armed men. Inside, benches were fixed for the chosen warriors, men swift, silent, and deadly in close quarters. Odysseus himself would lead them, along with Menelaus, Diomedes, and Neoptolemus. They would carry only what they could wield quickly: swords, short spears, and daggers. The larger weapons and shields would be taken once the gates were open. Meanwhile, the Greeks began their second deception: the appearance of departure. Fires were doused, tents struck, ships loaded with spoils and wounded men. From the walls, the Trojans watched the camp grow thinner by the day. Rumors spread that the Greeks had finally abandoned the siege, broken by the deaths of their champions and the long years of fruitless war. When at last the horse stood finished, towering higher than the walls themselves, the Greeks dragged it to the beach. A single Greek, Sinon, was chosen to remain behind, his task to weave the lie that would draw the horse into Troy. Bound in ropes, his body smeared with ash and bruises, he would pretend to be a deserter left to the Trojans' mercy. On the appointed night, the chosen warriors climbed into the belly of the horse. The hatch was shut, sealed from within, the scent of fresh timber heavy in the cramped dark. Outside, the remaining ships pulled away from shore, sailing just beyond sight to hide behind the nearest island. Dawn came with a sky clear as bronze. From the walls, the Trojans saw the empty plain, the abandoned camp, and in the center, the horse, massive and unmoving, its flanks glowing in the rising light. Crowds gathered at the gates. Some called for it to be burned, fearing trickery. Others argued it should be brought into the city as a sign that Athena had turned her favor from the Greeks to Troy. The priests were summoned, and among them Laocoon, whose voice rang loudest. "Beware the Greeks, even bearing gifts," he cried. "There is death in that wood." But fate had already spun its thread. Before the argument could be decided, shepherds came running with a prisoner, Sinon, dragged in chains. His story spilled out with trembling breath, how Odysseus had marked him for sacrifice to Athena, how he had escaped, how the horse was built not for war, but as an offering to the goddess to atone for the Greeks' theft of her image from the temple. The size, he said, was deliberate, so large it could never pass through Troy's gates, ensuring the city's protection if it stood there. The crowd murmured, their suspicion shifting to wonder. And then, as if to seal the gods' will, two great serpents rose from the sea, their coils glittering wet in the sun. They struck not at Sinon, but at Laocoon and his sons, crushing them in their jaws before sliding into the temple of Athena. The Trojans saw this as a sign. The goddess had silenced the one who doubted. The gates opened. With ropes and rollers, they dragged the horse into the city, its shadow falling across the streets like the shape of their own doom. Inside the belly of the beast, Odysseus and his companions sat in darkness, the creak of wood beneath them, the murmur of Trojan voices outside. They waited, each heartbeat bringing them closer to the moment when the war, long stalemated, would be decided in a single night. Night came to Troy with a warm, gentle breeze, the kind that carries the scent of summer gardens through the streets. The people, drunk with victory and wine, feasted in every square. The fires of celebration burned high, casting golden light upon the towers that had held back the Greeks for 10 long years. Musicians played in the courtyards, dancers spun beneath garlands, and the great horse loomed silent in the center of the city, its shadow stretching like a black tide across the stones. The guards on the walls, lulled by the stillness beyond the gates, let their eyes wander toward the sounds of revelry. No fires burned on the plain, no sails gleamed upon the sea, only the steady breathing of the city and the darkened shape of the horse broke the horizon. Inside that shape, the air was stifling. The heat of the day clung to the timber walls, the smell of sweat and oil thick among the men. Odysseus sat in the dark, every muscle coiled, listening to the distant laughter. Beside him, Diomedes adjusted the grip on his sword, the faint scrape of metal loud as thunder to their waiting ears. Hours passed. Then at last, the city's noise began to fade, first to a low murmur, then to silence. Somewhere a dog barked, then lay down again. In that stillness, Odysseus gave the signal. A panel in the horse's belly shifted, then slid aside with a groan. Cool night air rushed in, and the men slipped one by one to the ground. They moved like shadows, each step measured, each breath quiet. Two of the company went straight to the gates, where they slew the drowsy guards and drew back the great bolts. Out beyond the walls, a dark shape moved on the water, the Greek fleet, returning under oars, the sails still furled. Within minutes, the gates stood wide, and the first Greeks poured in, their weapons glinting in the torchlight. The alarm rose too late. Neoptolemus, young and fierce, led his men through the streets toward the palace of Priam. Doors were smashed from their hinges, and those who stood to fight were cut down without mercy. Women cried out from the upper chambers, their voices lost in the clash of bronze and the roar of fire as torches were cast into thatched roofs and wooden beams. At the temple of Athena, Cassandra clung to the altar, her eyes wide with the visions that had plagued her since childhood. She screamed warnings no one would hear, her voice drowned in the chaos. The statue of the goddess looked on in cold stone silence as blood pooled across the sacred floor. In another part of the city, Menelaus fought through the press of warriors to find Helen. She stood in her chamber, unarmed, her beauty untouched by the years of siege. The rage in him faltered at the sight of her, and though his hand went to the hilt of his sword, he could not strike. Instead, he took her by the wrist and led her away through the smoke and shouting, claiming what he had come to Troy to reclaim. Priam, the old king, sought refuge at the altar of Zeus within his palace. There, He was found by Neoptolemus, whose hands were red from the fight. The young man did not spare him. In a single stroke, the last hope of Troy's royal line was ended, and the blood of the king mingled with the dust at the feet of the god. The flames spread quickly, climbing the towers and licking at the great gates. Roofs collapsed in showers of sparks. The streets ran with ash, and the night sky glowed as if dawn had come too soon. The wails of the dying mingled with the crash of falling stone and the shouts of men calling for plunder. By morning, the city that had once been the jewel of Asia Minor was a ruin. Its walls still stood in places, but behind them lay only blackened timbers, toppled statues, and the bodies of the defenders. The Greeks moved through the wreckage, gathering their spoils, binding the surviving women and children for the long voyage home. On the shore, the sea breeze carried the smoke far out over the water. Odysseus stood apart, watching as the men loaded the ships. He felt no triumph, only the weight of 10 years' labor and the knowledge that what they had won here would not end upon this beach. For the gods, never sated, would find other wars to weave from the ashes of this one. Somewhere in the ruins, the wind moved softly through the stones, whispering over the places where once had been laughter, music, and life. Troy was no more. When the fires at last burned down to embers, the smoke clung to the air like a shroud. The Greeks, their armor dulled with soot, moved through the blackened streets, gathering what remained of Troy's wealth. But among the plunder, they found the living. Women and children pulled from hiding places, their eyes wide with terror, their voices hoarse from crying. The war was over, yet for them the worst had only begun. Cassandra, the daughter of Priam and Hecuba, was among the first to be seized. She had clung to the altar of Athena, her hands wrapped around the cold stone, her voice still ringing with the prophecies that no one believed. The Greeks dragged her away despite the sacred ground beneath her feet. She was given as a prize to Agamemnon, the king of kings, who saw in her not a prophetess, but a treasure to be taken home. She did not fight him, perhaps because she had foreseen the fate that awaited them both when they reached Mycenae. Andromache, widow of Hector, was taken by Neoptolemus, the very man who had killed her husband's father. She walked with her head bowed, her young son Astyanax clinging to her side. Yet the boy would not see the journey home. The Greeks feared he would grow to avenge Troy, and so they cast him from the walls, his body falling to the stones below. Andromache's cry was heard even above the sound of the sea. Hecuba, once queen of Troy, was old and bent with grief. She was taken as a slave, her hair unbound, her eyes hollow. Some say that before the Greeks could carry her away, she was changed by the gods into a black hound, her howls echoing over the shore. Others say she lived long enough to see her children slain and her city gone, a shadow of the woman she had been. In the confusion of the night, one man of Troy slipped through the ruin with his household and a small band of followers. Aeneas, kinsman of Priam, and favored by Aphrodite, his divine mother, carried his aged father Anchises on his shoulders, the boy Ascanius at his side. Guided by the goddess and by omens in the stars, he left the burning city behind. His path would take him far, across the seas, through storms and loss, toward a land where a new city would rise from the ashes of the old. The rest of the Trojans were herded toward the ships, bound in chains, their heads turned toward the sea they had once watched for the return of their own warriors. The journey home for the Greeks would be long, and the gods, still quarreling among themselves, had plans yet to unfold, for not all who sailed from Troy would live to see their own hearths again. Agamemnon would return to Mycenae only to be struck down by Clytemnestra, the wife who had never forgiven the sacrifice of their daughter Iphigenia. Menelaus, with Helen at his side, would wander for years before the winds carried them back to Sparta. Odysseus would find the longest road of all. his homecoming delayed by storms, monsters, and the will of Poseidon. Yet in that moment, as the Greek fleet pushed off from the shore, oars dipping in the smoke-dark water, it seemed to them that the war was done. Behind them, Troy was nothing but a black scar against the horizon. Before them, the open sea promised home, and whatever awaited beyond the edge of sight. On the beach, the waves lapped gently at the stones where the city's shadow had once fallen. The tide would rise and fall, the seasons turn, and in time, only stories would remain. But those stories of pride, love, vengeance, and fate would outlive the walls of Troy, carried in the voices of poets, for as long as men had need of heroes. The flames of Troy still glowed in the night sky when Aeneas led his small band away from the ruins. The path was lit by burning rooftops, the crackle of timber behind them, blending with the cries of those still hunted in the streets. Anchises, his father, clung to Aeneas's back, the old man's arms around his son's neck. In his hand he carried the small household gods of Troy, the Penates, wrapped in a cloth to keep the ash from their faces. At Aeneas's side ran his young son Ascanius, his steps quick and light, glancing often over his shoulder at the city he would never see again. Behind them came a handful of loyal companions, each burdened with what little they could carry: a sword, a bundle of food, the last relics of a life left in ashes. At the edge of the city they paused, the red glow of Troy's end on their faces. Aeneas turned once, fixing the sight in his memory, not as a wound, but as a vow. "The gods have taken our home," he said, "but they have not taken our name. We will find another Troy, and she will rise greater than before." They moved into the hills under cover of darkness. Dawn found them among the lower slopes of Mount Ida, the air cooler, the sky washed clean of smoke. From there they could see the ships of the Greeks gathering speed on the open water, their sails swelling with the wind. The gods had decreed Troy's end, but they had not yet decreed the fate of her exiles. For days they wandered, avoiding the roads, sleeping in caves or under groves of cypress. Anchises, though weary, refused to be left behind. "If my bones must lie far from Troy," he said, "let them rest in the soil of the land the gods will give us." One night, as they camped beside a narrow stream, a faint light bloomed before Aeneas. It took the form of his mother, Aphrodite, her face both stern and gentle. She spoke without preamble. "The will of fate is upon you, my son. You must leave this shore. A land waits across the sea, rich and wide, where your descendants will build a city to rule the world. Follow the signs I send you, and do not turn aside for grief or longing." When she vanished, Aeneas knew there could be no return to the ashes of Troy. He called his followers together and told them of the vision. There were no objections. Each of them had seen enough of the god's hand in this war to trust the truth of such words. They made their way to the coast, where a few Trojan ships lay hidden in a narrow cove. Masts still stood, sails furled, the hulls weathered but sound. These vessels had been spared the Greek fires, perhaps by chance, perhaps by design of the gods. Aeneas ordered them repaired with whatever tools and timbers they could find. Soon the smell of pitch and the sound of hammers rose over the cove as the ships were made ready. On the morning they set sail, the sea lay calm, the horizon clear. Aeneas stood at the prow, Anchises seated beside him, Ascanius holding the rail with both hands, his eyes wide at the vastness of the water. Behind them the coastline of Troy dwindled to a thin line, then to nothing. They sailed first to Thrace, seeking friendship and a place to settle, but found omens dark and bloody. At the tomb of Polydorus, a murdered Trojan prince, the earth itself bled when they pulled at the roots of a plant. Anchises read the sign with a heavy heart. This land will not be ours. From there, they turned toward Delos, where the oracle of Apollo gave them a riddle. Seek your ancient mother. There you will find your new home. Anchises believed this meant Crete, the island of their forefathers. They sailed there and built a new city, only to be struck by plague, the gods' way of telling them they had misunderstood. It was in a dream that the Penates themselves spoke to Aeneas, their voices calm and unyielding. Not Crete, but a land to the west awaits you, the place where Dardanus, your ancestor, first came from. There the walls of your new city will rise. So they set sail again, their course now bending toward the setting sun. Ahead lay many trials, storms that would scatter them, temptations that would delay them, and a queen whose love would nearly break the will of fate itself. But for now the wind was with them, and the hope of a future, fragile, flickering, burned brighter than the memory of the city they had left behind. The voyage westward began in calm, but the sea, as ever, was fickle. Off the coast of Sicily, black clouds rose without warning, and a wind as fierce as a living thing seized the Trojan ships. The fleet scattered, the sails cracking like whips in the storm's teeth. Waves rose higher than the masts, and the night came on so thick it swallowed even the lightning before it struck the horizon. At the heart of the tempest, Aeneas clung to the helm, shouting orders that were lost to the wind. Beside him, Anchises prayed aloud to the gods, his voice hoarse, his hair plastered with spray. Ascanius was lashed to a bench, his eyes wide with fear but silent, trusting his father to keep them alive. The storm raged for hours, driving the fleet far from their intended course. When at last the wind eased and the clouds broke, Aeneas found himself with only 7 ships in sight, the rest scattered across unknown waters. The sun rose on a coastline neither he nor his men had seen before, a long curve of golden sand backed by green hills, and beyond them the faint outline of high walls. They beached the ships and set about making a meal from the provisions that had survived the storm. Aeneas climbed a rocky outcrop to scout the land. What he saw filled him with cautious hope: fertile fields, a sheltered harbor, and a city rising on the slope above the sea. As he watched, a figure appeared beside him, his mother Aphrodite veiled in the shape of a mortal huntress, a bow slung over her shoulder. She spoke in a voice both warm and commanding. "You are in the land of Carthage, ruled by Queen Dido. She is a woman of wisdom and courage, and she will welcome you, for now. But remember, my son, the will of the fates lies beyond her shores. Do not forget your journey." Aeneas thanked her, though she vanished before he could speak more. He returned to his men and chose Achates to go with him into the city. Cloaked in a mist sent by Aphrodite, they walked unchallenged through Carthage's gates. The city was young, but already thriving. Streets bustled with traders, artisans, and builders. Towers rose with the clink of chisels, and ships in the harbor bore goods from every coast. In the heart of the city stood a great temple to Juno, its walls adorned with carvings of the Trojan War, scenes of heroes Aeneas had known, of battles he had fought. He stood transfixed, the memories pressing on him like a physical weight. It was there that Dido entered, surrounded by attendants. She was tall and regal, her bearing that of one accustomed to command. When the mist fell away, revealing the Trojan prince before her, her eyes widened. Aeneas spoke with measured courtesy, telling of Troy's fall, the storm, and the long search for a new home. Dido listened in silence, her gaze steady upon him. When he finished, she extended her hand. "All that is mine is yours," she said. "Carthage will be your shelter, your ships will be repaired, your men fed, your hearts given rest." And so it was. In the days that followed, Dido and Aeneas walked the gardens and halls of Carthage, speaking of war, of exile, and of the burdens of rule. She listened as he told of Hector's last stand, of Anchises' courage, of the gods' commands. She showed him the foundations of her city, the harbor she had claimed from barren shore, the laws she had set in place. The bond between them grew swiftly, born of shared strength and mutual respect. But for Dido, it was more. She saw in Aeneas not only a fellow ruler, but the partner she had never thought to find. Her heart, long closed by grief for her slain husband, opened again, and with it the first threads of a love that would defy the will of the gods. Yet beyond the walls the sea waited, and with it the destiny that would not release Aeneas. In the quiet hours when the city slept, he would stand at the harbor's edge and look to the horizon, feeling the pull of a land he had never seen but could not forget. Carthage bloomed in the weeks that followed. The Trojans worked alongside the Carthaginians, repairing their storm-battered ships, sharing stories, trading skills. Aeneas walked the streets daily with Dido, and the people spoke of their queen's laughter returning to her voice, of her eyes softening when he was near. In her mind, the thought took root that he might remain, not as a guest, but as a king beside her, their two peoples joined as one. The gods saw this, and they were not of one mind. Juno, who hated the Trojans for the insult to her honor, saw in this love a way to keep Aeneas from the destiny that would lead to Rome, a city destined to challenge her power. "Let him stay," she murmured to herself. "Let Carthage bind him, and fate be broken." But Venus, goddess of love and mother to Aeneas, did not trust Juno's sudden gentleness. To shield her son from harm and to secure his welcome in Carthage, she played along, weaving her own design. The two goddesses met in the high air above the city, their words measured, their smiles brittle. Together they set the stage for the bond between Dido and Aeneas to grow unbreakable, or so they believed. It was during a royal hunt that the turning point came. The morning dawned bright and clear, the forest still wet with the dew of early spring. Dido and Aeneas rode together at the head of the company, their hounds baying ahead, the sound echoing off the green hills. The air smelled of pine and wild thyme, the sky a flawless blue. But as the hunt pressed deeper into the woods, the sky shifted. A great storm rose suddenly from the mountains, dark clouds rolling down with the roar of thunder. Rain fell in sheets, and the company scattered in search of shelter. Dido and Aeneas, separated from the rest, found refuge in a deep cave hidden in the cliffs. There, away from the eyes of their people, their closeness became something more. To Dido, it felt like a marriage, a union blessed by the wildness of nature, and she believed by the will of the gods themselves. She no longer spoke of Aeneas as her guest, but as her husband in all but name. Yet beyond the walls of Carthage, fate stirred impatiently. Jupiter, king of the gods, saw the path of destiny bending, the thread of Rome's founding slackening in the loom. He called for Mercury, the swift messenger, and spoke with a voice that carried the weight of inevitability. "Go to Aeneas. Remind him of the land promised to his people, of the kingdom that will rise from his blood. Tell him he was not born to idle in Carthage, but to bear the burdens of empire." Mercury descended in a shimmer of light, finding Aeneas in the city, his mind full of Dido's voice and her plans for them both. The god's words were sharp and cold. "Do you forget, son of Venus, the land that awaits you? The shores of Italy call. The gods themselves have set your course. Will you abandon your duty for the comfort of a queen's hearth?" The message struck like a spear. Aeneas's heart wavered between love and obedience, but the command of Jupiter was not one a mortal, even one born of a goddess, could ignore. He knew then that he must go, though the thought of leaving Dido weighed heavier than any armor he had worn in war. From that moment, his gaze often turned toward the sea. Quietly, he gave orders for the ships to be made ready, their timbers checked, their sails mended. But secrecy could not hold forever, and the day would come when Dido's joy would turn to fury. Rumor is a living thing in any city, and in Carthage it moved like fire through dry reeds. The whisper began among the dock workers that the Trojan ships were being readied, their holds cleared, their sails tested against the wind. By the time the sun set, the word had reached the palace, and by morning it was in the queen's ear. Dido did not believe it at first. She told herself there must be some mistake, some reason for repairs other than departure. But when she went to the harbor, veiled and unannounced, she saw it with her own eyes. Men carrying water jars and salted meat aboard, the smell of pitch in the air, ropes coiled neatly for the voyage. No banners hung from the masts. Not the colors of a city settling in, but of ships ready to slip away before dawn. She returned to the palace without a word, but the fury in her was already rising. When Aeneas came to her chambers that evening, she stood in the doorway, her face as cold as carved stone. "Were you going to leave without a word?" she asked, her voice low but edged like a drawn blade. Aeneas hesitated. He had rehearsed this moment in his mind, but the sight of her, proud, beautiful, betrayed, struck him harder than any spear. "Dido," he began, "it is not my will, but the command of the gods. Jupiter himself has sent his messenger to me. My fate lies in Italy, where a kingdom awaits my people." Her laugh was sharp, without mirth. "The gods? Was it the gods who led you to my table, who warmed my bed, who let me believe you were my husband? Was it fate that made me open my heart to you? No, Aeneas, you have chosen this. You would rather chase a dream across the sea than stand beside the woman who gave you shelter when you had nothing." He tried to speak, to tell her of the visions, of the omens, of the thread the fates had spun for him long before he was born, but each word only deepened the wound. "Go then," she said at last, her voice breaking beneath the weight of pride. "Go and take your destiny with you. But know this, the gods may grant you your empire, but they will never wash from your hands the blood of what you leave behind here." That night she wandered the halls of the palace like a shade, her thoughts circling the same bitter truth, that the man she had called her own would be gone with the next tide. She stood on the ramparts and watched the torchlight flicker in the harbor, each spark a reminder that the ships were almost ready. When dawn came, she sent her sister Anna to plead with him one last time, to beg for even a short delay. But Aeneas, fearing the sway of her presence, kept to the shore, overseeing the final preparations. The wind was turning favorable. He knew that if he stayed another day, he might never find the strength to leave. By the second night, the decision was made. The Trojans would depart at first light. Yet in the dark hours before dawn, Dido had already chosen her own course, one that would seal her story forever in the memory of her people. The palace was silent, the city sunk in uneasy sleep. Alone in her chamber, Dido stared into the darkness, her mind a knot of grief and fury. The lamps had burned down to faint red coals, the air heavy with the scent of the incense she had lit in desperation hours before. She had not eaten. She had not wept. The tears would not come. On a low table beside her bed lay the gifts Aeneas had given her: a cloak woven with gold thread, a sword with a hilt of ivory, a drinking cup engraved with scenes of Troy. Her fingers lingered on each in turn, not with tenderness, but with a cold, deliberate measure, as though committing them to memory before the fire took them. She called for Anna, her sister and closest confidant. When Anna came, Dido's voice was steady, almost calm. "Build me a pyre," she said, "high as the walls, in the courtyard. Say it is for a ritual to purge the memories of the man who is leaving me. We will burn his gifts, his clothes, even the bed we shared, so that nothing of him remains in Carthage." Anna, thinking it a right to heal her sister's wounded pride, obeyed without question. By moonlight the servants worked, stacking cedar and pine, layering it with cloth steeped in fragrant oils. At its heart they placed the sword and the cloak, and the bed carved from rare wood that had been brought from across the sea. Before dawn, Dido descended to the courtyard. The pyre loomed above her, a black shape against the paling sky. She sent everyone away. Anna hesitated at the threshold, but Dido's gaze left no room for argument. Alone now, she climbed the steps of the pyre. From that height she could see the harbor, where the Trojan ships lay ready. Already their crews were stirring, shadows moving along the decks, sails beginning to unfurl. She could hear the creak of ropes, the faint call of men preparing to cast off. She looked toward them, and her voice carried clear in the morning air, the words more curse than farewell. May you reach your promised land, Aeneas, but may the sea and the sword never leave you in peace. May Carthage and the sons you sire be enemies until the end of days. When our people meet again, it will be in hatred, and my spirit will be there to watch. She drew the sword he had given her. For a long moment she stood still, the steel catching the first light of the sun. Then, without a cry, she turned the blade upon herself. The stroke was sure, the wound deep. She fell upon the bed, and the oils caught flame almost at once, racing up the pyre with a roar. From the harbor, the Trojans saw the plume of smoke rising behind the city walls, dark and twisting in the morning sky. Some knew what it meant. Aeneas did not speak of it, but his eyes lingered on the black column long after the sails had filled and the wind had carried them from the shore. In Carthage, the people woke to the news that their queen was gone, her body consumed in the fire she had built. They mourned her with songs and with silence, and in the years to come her name became a shadow over the city's heart, the queen who loved and was betrayed, and who left behind a curse that would echo through centuries. The wind carried the Trojans swiftly from the coast of Carthage, but though the sails swelled and the sea was calm, the weight of the city clung to them. Aeneas stood at the stern of his ship, his hand resting on the tiller, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He did not speak of Dido, yet her curse was like a shadow trailing in the wake. For 3 days they sailed along the northern coast of Africa, keeping the land in sight. The sky was wide and cloudless, but on the 4th morning a strange stillness fell upon the sea. The air was heavy, the sun dimmed by a faint haze. Anchises, seated beside the mast, watched the water with a furrowed brow. "This is no natural calm," he murmured. By afternoon the haze thickened into mist, and from it came a sound, low, rhythmic, like a drumbeat from the depths. The helmsman grew uneasy, glancing at Aeneas for orders. He kept their course steady, but every man aboard felt the approach of something unseen. It was night when the mist broke, revealing the jagged outline of an island, its cliffs black against the moonlit water. Anchises recognized it at once. "Drepanum," he said, "the place the gods have marked for sorrow." His voice faltered, but he said no more. They anchored in a sheltered cove, the ships rocking gently in the tide. The next morning, the truth of Anchises' words came to pass. The old man, who had endured the fall of Troy, the long exile, and the storms of Poseidon, felt his strength leave him. Lying on the shore, he called Aeneas to his side. "My son," he said, "the gods have given me the sight to walk this far with you, but no further. You must go on without me. Remember always who you are and why you sail. The land you seek is not for yourself alone, but for the generations to come." Aeneas took his father's hand, but could find no words. As the sun set, Anchises' breath grew shallow, and by nightfall he was gone. They built a pyre of driftwood and fragrant resin, and the flames rose high into the starless sky. The Penates were set upon the prow of Aeneas' ship that night, their small clay faces turned toward the west. When they sailed again, the mood was somber, the oars dipping in perfect unison. The coastline passed slowly, each headland a silent witness to their grief. Yet even in mourning, the journey did not pause. The wind shifted to the east, carrying them toward Sicily, where a final prophecy awaited. It was there, at the temple of the Cumaean Sibyl, that Aeneas would learn the truth of what lay ahead, the wars, the trials, and the founding of the city promised by fate. But before the Sibyl's words could guide him, the Trojans would face one last crossing into the realm of the dead itself, where Anchises waited with the visions of Rome's future. The sea was kind as the Trojans crossed from Sicily to the Italian coast, but the weight of prophecies pressed heavier than any storm. They landed at Cumae, where a steep forested hill rose above the harbor, its slopes cut by the entrance to a cave older than any city. Here dwelled the Cumaean Sibyl, a priestess of Apollo, whose voice carried the will of the gods into mortal ears. Aeneas climbed the path with a small company, carrying offerings, a golden branch from a sacred grove, bowls of wine, and the choicest of their stores. The entrance to the Sibyl's cavern yawned before them like the mouth of the earth itself. The air was cool, smelling of damp stone and old incense. The Sibyl emerged from the shadows, a tall, stern woman whose eyes seemed fixed on something far beyond the sight of men. She accepted Aeneas's gifts, but her first words were not of welcome. "Trojan," she said, "your path to Italy will not be smooth. Wars await you there, fiercer than any you have known. The Tiber will be your river, but blood will run in its waters before your city rises." Aeneas bowed his head. "I have faced the wrath of gods and the fall of Troy. Tell me what must be done." Her gaze sharpened. "You must go down into the realm of the dead and speak with Anchises. He will tell you the shape of the destiny that lies before you. But the way is closed to the living unless they bear the golden bough. You have brought it. A sign the queen of the underworld herself will allow you passage." She led him through a hidden passage to a grove of dark yews, where a deep cleft in the earth exhaled a breath like cold iron. There they made the offerings. Black sheep to Hades and Persephone. Wine poured in silence. The ground trembled, and the shadows thickened until the daylight itself seemed to shrink away. They descended into a place without wind, where the air hung heavy, and the sound of their steps was swallowed by the dark. Spirits moved in the gloom, pale as mist, their faces half remembered from the living world. Some called to Aeneas, begging for a word to be carried back to the light. Others turned away, lost in their own silence. They came to the banks of the Black River, where Charon the ferryman waited in his creaking boat. At the sight of the golden bough, he gave a single nod and held out his hand. And the boat moved across the still water without sound, the far shore rising like a shadow made solid. Beyond lay the gates of the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, whose 3 heads snarled and barked in unison. The Sibyl cast him a cake of honey and drugged grain, and the beast sank to the ground, his eyes closing, his massive flanks rising and falling in deep sleep. They passed through the fields of mourning, where the shades of those who died for love wandered in silence. Among them, Aeneas saw Dido. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, her face set in a stillness colder than death. He spoke her name, but she turned away without a word, retreating into the shadows where her first husband waited. Deeper still they went, until they reached the Elysian fields, where the blessed dead lived in light and music. Here Anchises walked, strong and whole, his face lit with pride at the sight of his son. He embraced Aeneas and led him to a quiet hill. From that height, Anchises showed him the souls waiting to be born, the kings, warriors, and lawgivers who would shape the empire of Rome. "You will fight, my son," Anchises said, "and you will suffer, but the city you found will rule without end. Its people will carry our name into ages yet unborn." When the vision faded, Anchises placed his hand on Aeneas's shoulder. "Go now. The living cannot tarry here." The Sibyl led him back along the dark path, across the river, past the gates, until the light of the upper world shone once more. The golden bough had vanished, but the weight of his father's words remained. Ahead lay the Tiber, and the war that would decide the fate of all his people. The coast of Latium came into view beneath a bright sky, its green hills rolling down to meet the golden curve of the shore. The river Tiber wound through the land like a thread of polished bronze, its slow current carrying the scent of earth and flowering reeds. Aeneas stood at the prow, the weight of prophecy pressing against his chest. This was the place his father had shown him in the underworld, the place where the wandering must end, though not the struggles. They beached their ships at the mouth of the river and made an altar from stones gathered on the shore. Wine was poured, and a white bull was offered to Jupiter, that the gods might look kindly on their landing. As the smoke curled into the air, the Trojans began to set up camp, their tents rising in neat rows, their shields and spears stacked where they might be seized in an instant. It was not long before their arrival was known. Messengers from King Latinus, ruler of the land, came to the shore, their cloaks the color of ripe wheat, their speech measured but curious. They asked no questions about the smoke that still clung to the Trojans' armor or the distant grief in their eyes. They simply bade Aeneas come before their king. Latinus received him in a hall of cedar and bronze, its walls hung with weapons taken from enemies long since subdued. The king was tall and still strong despite the white in his beard, his eyes shrewd yet not unkind. Beside him his counselors murmured among themselves, and behind them stood his only daughter, Lavinia, her face partly hidden by a veil. Aeneas bowed deeply and spoke of the fall of Troy, of the years of exile, and of the prophecy that had led him across half the world to this very river. He asked not for a throne but for a place to build, and for peace between his people and the Latins. Latinus listened in silence, but the words of the oracles he had heard before echoed in his mind, that his daughter was fated to wed a foreigner, and that from this union would come a line to rule far and wide. In Aeneas he saw the shape of that prophecy, and he felt the pull of destiny as strongly as the Trojan did. "You will have the land you seek," Latinus said at last. "And more, my daughter Lavinia's hand, if she will take it, so that our peoples may be bound by blood as well as by word." The court murmured at this, some in approval, others in unease, for there were those who had long expected Lavinia to wed Turnus, prince of the Rutulians, a warrior fierce and proud. Turnus himself was absent from the hall that day, but word of Latinus's promise would soon reach him, and with it the spark that would set the fields of Latium aflame. Aeneas accepted with gratitude, though he knew the gods rarely gave gifts without testing those who received them. That night, as the Trojans feasted with their new allies, omens flickered in the torchlight. A swarm of bees settled in the crown of a laurel tree in the palace courtyard, a sign, the augurs whispered, that strangers would soon rule from these walls. And as Lavinia bent her head to tend the altar fire, a flame rose in her hair without burning her, a light that danced like a blessing and a warning all at once. In the Rutulian camp, Turnus heard the news and his pride flared into rage. He swore before his warriors that the Trojan would not take what was his by right, and that the land of the Latins would not fall to a foreign hand. Messengers were sent, alliances forged in haste, and the war that fate had promised began to gather its shape in the dark. For Aeneas, the welcome of King Latinus was only the first step. Ahead lay the proving of his claim, the clash of spears, and the trial that would decide whether the city of Rome would ever rise from the soil of Latium. The days after Latinus's pledge were filled with feasts and formalities, yet beneath the surface the air in Latium tightened like a bowstring. Turnus, prince of the Rutulians, had returned from a distant hunt when the news reached him that Lavinia, promised to him by custom and expectation, was now offered to a foreigner. His face hardened, the flush of the hunt turning to the flush of fury. Turnus did not ride to the court to plead his case. He summoned his warriors instead, the veterans of many campaigns, and stood before them in the glare of the setting sun. "A stranger comes from across the sea, bringing with him the smoke of his ruined city," he said, his voice carrying like a trumpet. "And now Latinus would give him not only land, but the bride who should be mine. Will you stand idle while your prince is shamed, while a foreign hand lays claim to Latium's heart?" The Rutulians roared their answer. War was declared before the first spear was thrown. Yet Turnus knew he would need allies to match the strength of the Trojans and their new Latin friends. Messengers rode to the Etruscans, the Volscians, and other peoples long wary of encroaching power. Promises were made, and oaths were sworn in the blood of sacrificial beasts. The gods, too, took their sides. Juno, still burning with her ancient hatred for the sons of Troy, descended to the war gathering in a swirl of storm cloud and shadow. She whispered to Turnus in his dreams, feeding the fire in his heart, showing him visions of Lavinia standing beside Aeneas on a throne that should have been his. "Strike now," she urged. "Let the Tiber run red before the Trojan roots take hold in this soil." In the Trojan camp, omens warned of the storm to come. Spears left standing in the earth trembled without wind, and the water in the wine jars turned dark. Aeneas called his captains to council, loyal Achates, the fierce Gaius, and Menestheus, steady in both storm and battle. They agreed there was no avoiding the fight. The Trojans had crossed too many seas to yield now. Latinus, caught between duty to his word and the rising wrath of his people, withdrew to the palace. He would not fight against Aeneas, but neither would he take the field against his own countrymen. The burden of defense fell entirely to the Trojans and those Latin allies who still stood by them. The first clash came not in the open plain, but at the edge of a grove sacred to the god Faunus. A band of Rutulians, seeking to provoke open conflict, attacked a small group of Trojans gathering timber. Blood was spilled on the roots of the ancient trees, and by nightfall the killing had spread beyond the grove. Villages along the border flared with torches, and war cries rolled through the hills. Aeneas, learning of the attack, swore before the altar fire that the deaths would be answered. Armor was donned, shields taken down from the walls, and the long spears of Troy were set upright in the earth once more. From the harbor came the ring of hammers as ships were fitted for battle on the river, their prows carved with figures meant to strike fear in the hearts of enemies. Meanwhile, Turnus gathered his host on the far bank of the Tiber. The torches of the Rutulians and their allies burned like a constellation fallen to earth, each flame a promise of violence. He looked across the dark water toward the Trojan camp, his hand tightening on the haft of his spear. When dawn came, it brought with it the first great battle on the soil of Latium, a battle that would be the opening note of a war neither side could abandon, for it was not merely a contest of men, but of the will of the gods themselves. Dawn broke red over the plains of Latium, the rising sun bleeding through the mist that clung to the Tiber's banks. From the Trojan camp, the sound of horns rolled across the water, answered at once by the deep blast of Rutulian war trumpets. The air smelled of damp earth and oil from freshly polished shields. Aeneas rose before the light had fully touched the ground, fastening the greaves that had once belonged to his father Anchises, and setting the plumed crest upon his helm. Beside him, Ascanius, not yet grown to manhood, stood armed for the first time in battle. The boy's eyes were bright, but his grip on his spear was steady. The blood of Troy ran strong in him. The Trojans moved to the water's edge in ordered ranks, shields overlapped, spears leveled. Across the river, Turnus's host shimmered with bronze and iron, their banners snapping in the chill morning wind. The Rutulian prince stood tall in a chariot drawn by white horses, his armor worked in gold, his spear tipped with a gleam like frozen lightning. The signal was given. Arrows arched high, darkening the sky for a heartbeat before falling with the hiss of rain. Shields rang, men shouted, and the battle surged forward. The first crossing was made by Rutulian skirmishers swimming the river under the cover of arrow fire, their bodies slick with oil to slip more easily through the current. The Trojans met them on the bank with the crash of bronze against bronze. Aeneas fought in the thick of it, driving his spear into the shield of a Rutulian captain and sending him reeling into the shallows. Menestheus and Gaius held the left flank, their men locking shields to repel a rush of Etruscan allies fighting for Turnus. On the right, Ascanius stood behind the line, loosing arrow after arrow into the press, his aim true. The ground became slick with mud and blood. The clang of sword on sword rang like a forge, and the air was torn by the screams of the wounded. Neither side gave ground. At midday, the fighting swelled into a roar, as Turnus himself led a charge across a hastily built bridge of lashed timbers. His chariot thundered down upon the Trojan ranks, scattering men like leaves before a gale. He sought Aeneas in the press, his spear quivering in readiness. But the two princes did not meet that day. The tides of battle drew them apart like currents in a river. By late afternoon, the field was a churned mess of trampled grass and broken weapons. Clouds gathered heavy and low, and the first rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. Both armies, exhausted and bloodied, withdrew to opposite banks as the rain began to fall in sheets. Fires sputtered and died in the camps. The cries of the wounded carried into the dark. In the Trojan camp, Aeneas walked among his men, speaking their names, praising their courage. His eyes lingered often on Ascanius, who sat by the fire, cleaning his bow with hands that shook only when no one was looking. Across the river, Turnus sat in his tent, armor dinted, his thoughts fixed on the unfinished duel. He had not yet faced the Trojan leader, but he swore the day would come, and when it did, only one would walk away. Night closed over the plain, the rain drumming on shields and tents. The first day of war had ended without victory for either side, but both knew that the true trial had only begun. The rain did not last long. By the second dawn after the battle, the skies had cleared to a hard, cold blue, and the smell of wet earth hung over the plain. The armies did not meet in open field that day. Instead, the war splintered into sudden strikes and swift retreats, the kind of fighting that wears men down more than a single day of bloodshed. Turnus was the first to act. At nightfall, he led a chosen band of Rutulians and Volscians across the river at a ford known only to hunters. Moving under the cover of the willows, they came upon a small outpost of Trojans guarding the edge of the camp. The attack was brutal and fast. Sentries cut down before they could cry out. Supply wagons set alight, the flames leaping into the sky like beacons of disaster. The Trojans scrambled to arms, but by the time they reached the outer line, Turnus was already gone, his men vanishing into the dark with the ease of wolves. Aeneas answered in kind. 2 nights later, he led Menestheus and a picked company deep into Rutulian territory. They moved in silence, guided by Latin allies through vineyards and olive groves, until they reached a cluster of Rutulian grain stores. The Trojans set them ablaze, the fire spreading so quickly that it lit the hillsides in an orange glow. Before Turnus' patrols could close in, Aeneas had his men back across the river, leaving behind nothing but smoking ruins and the echo of his war horns. These raids became the rhythm of the war, neither side willing to risk a full-scale battle, while the other remained strong, both seeking to weaken the enemy through hunger, fear, and exhaustion. Skirmishes erupted in the forests, where the thick canopy swallowed sound and sight, until the moment of the strike. More than one warrior met his end with only the whisper of an arrow as warning. It was during one such clash that Turnus came closest to ending the war before its true height. In a narrow glen where the river bent close to the cliffs, he found himself suddenly face to face with Aeneas. There was no time for speeches or challenges. Both men lowered their spears and charged. The shock of their shields meeting rang through the gorge. Turnus' spear scraped along the rim of Aeneas' helmet, tearing away the crest of horsehair. Aeneas' thrust struck Turnus' shield dead center, driving him back a step, but not breaking through. They circled, their eyes locked, each waiting for the smallest mistake. It was the roar of battle behind them that broke the moment. Both armies had clashed in the narrow pass, and the press of men forced them apart. Aeneas was pulled back toward his own line, Turnus swallowed by the surge of his warriors. The duel was left unfinished, but the hunger for it only grew. As the sun set that day, the hills of Latium echoed with the cries of both victors and the dying. Fires burned on either side of the river, each camp watching the other through the dark. In both, the leaders sat apart from the noise, sharpening their weapons, knowing the next time they met would decide not only the war but the shape of the future. The war had stretched into weeks, each side battered yet unbroken. The raids had slowed, the skirmishes had thinned. Both armies now gathered their strength for the end. Rumors whispered through the camps that the gods themselves were pressing for a single contest, leader against leader, to decide the fate of Latium without further slaughter. At dawn, a messenger from King Latinus came to both camps. The proposal was simple. Aeneas and Turnus would meet in single combat. If Aeneas won, Lavinia would be his bride, and the Trojans would settle in peace. If Turnus won, the Trojans would abandon the land and seek their fortune elsewhere. Both men agreed without hesitation. The duel was to take place on a wide plain before the city, a space cleared of all but the short grass and the eyes of thousands. The people of Latium gathered, standing in long lines, while Trojan and Rutulian alike formed a ring around the field. At the center, an altar had been set, where the oaths of peace were sworn before Jupiter's image. Turnus arrived first, his armor gleaming in the sun, the red crest of his helmet high and proud. He carried a spear of ash and a sword at his side, his movements quick and restless, like a hunting cat waiting for the spring. Aeneas followed, calm as a stone cliff under the tide, his armor the gift of Vulcan, its surface alive with scenes of Rome's future. The signal was given. They began to circle, the space between them shrinking with each step. Turnus struck first, hurling his spear with all his strength. It struck Aeneas's shield and glanced away, the bronze ringing like a struck bell. Aeneas answered with a throw of his own. Turnus barely dodged, the spear biting deep into the earth at his heel. They closed to sword range, and the field filled with the sharp rhythm of steel on steel. Turnus fought with speed, darting in and out, seeking an opening. Aeneas fought with steady power, each blow meant to break his enemy's guard. The ground beneath them was churned and darkened by their steps, the air thick with the heat of their struggle. Then, in a fierce exchange, Aeneas's sword shattered Turnus's shield rim and drove him back. The Rutulian prince stumbled, and his foot caught on a stone hidden in the grass. He fell to one knee, his sword arm still raised, his chest unguarded for the barest instant. Aeneas raised his own blade for the final stroke, but his eyes caught the sight of the belt Turnus wore. It was the belt of Pallas, the young ally Aeneas had sworn to protect, killed in battle by Turnus's hand. The memory of the boy's death and the grief of his father flared like fire in Aeneas's heart. The choice was made in that instant. With a cry that shook the plain, Aeneas drove his sword deep into Turnus's chest. The Rutulian's eyes widened, the spear slipping from his grasp. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then Turnus fell, the dust rising to cover the last of his life. Silence swept the field. The Trojans raised their spears in triumph. The Rutulians bowed their heads in defeat. King Latinus stepped forward, his face grave, and took Aeneas's hand before all, sealing the peace that would unite their peoples. Far above, the gods looked down. Jupiter nodded in approval. Juno turned away in silence, and the thread of fate, long spun and tangled, was tied into a knot that would not be undone. In time, the city Aeneas would found would grow into Rome, and the story of this duel would be told as long as the Tiber flowed to the sea. The plain where Turnus fell was still marked by the scars of battle when the Trojans and Latins came together to bind the peace in full. King Latinus ordered the altar rebuilt, its stones washed clean, and garlands of laurel hung about its base. The Rutulians, though grieving for their prince, kept the oath made before the duel. There was no murmur of rebellion now. The will of the gods had been made plain. Within days, preparations began for the union of Aeneas and Lavinia. The halls of the Latin palace were draped with woven cloth dyed in purple and saffron, the work of generations of women who had spun for moments such as these. Musicians tuned their lyres in the courtyard, and the air was thick with the scent of crushed bay leaves, wine, and roasted meats. On the morning of the wedding, the people gathered along the streets from the gates of the Trojan camp to the palace of Latinus. Aeneas walked at the head of the procession wearing a cloak edged with gold thread, the same cloak he had worn on the day he first set foot on Latin soil. Lavinia awaited him beneath the great cedar doors, her veil of fine linen falling to her knees, her hair crowned with a wreath of flowers gathered from the fields where peace had now been bought. The ceremony was simple, as the ancient ways demanded. They stood before the altar of Jupiter, the king himself presiding. Aeneas and Lavinia joined hands over a bowl of spring water, their fingers clasping as one, and poured wine together onto the stones. Words of binding were spoken, and the marriage was sealed with the acclamation of both peoples. That night, feasting filled the palace halls. Trojans and Latins alike shared the same tables, their cups raised in toasts to the future. Old grievances softened in the glow of wine, and the knowledge that the land would no longer be stained with blood. Minstrels sang not of war, but of voyages, heroes, and the cities yet to come. In the months that followed, Aeneas turned from war to governance. He oversaw the building of new homes for his people, the blending of Trojan and Latin laws, and the mapping of fields and boundaries so that no quarrel might arise over land. Lavinia, quiet and watchful, moved easily among her husband's people, learning their ways even as she carried the blood of her own into the new union. In time she bore a son, Silvius, whose birth was greeted as a sign that the gods' promises would not fade. Anchises' words from the underworld echoed in Aeneas's mind, that from him would come a line of kings, each a link in the chain leading to the might of Rome. Yet peace, in Latium as anywhere, was never free of shadow. Some Rutulians still nursed their loss, and there were whispers that Turnus's kin might one day rise to challenge the new order. Aeneas knew this as he knew the nature of fate, that even in peace, the seeds of future strife are planted. But for now the land was quiet, the Tiber ran clear, and the walls of the first city rose stone by stone under a sun untroubled by war. In the years ahead, his name would be spoken not only as the founder of a city, but as the father of a people. And in the far future, when the legions of Rome marched beneath their eagle standards, they would claim him as the root from which their greatness had grown. The years after his marriage to Lavinia passed in a steady rhythm of governance, harvests, and the building of a new order in Latium. The Trojans and Latins learned to live under one law, to trade in one marketplace, to fight side by side against raiders from the hills. Under Aeneas's rule, the new city, Lavinium, grew from a cluster of huts into a place of stone walls, paved streets, and altars to the gods who had carried them through fire and sea. Aeneas himself did not sit idly within the palace. He walked the fields with the farmers, advised the builders on the placement of new walls, and judged disputes with a fairness that won him both loyalty and the grudging respect of former enemies. Ascanius, now grown into a capable young man, took on more duties in the administration of the city, learning the art of leadership at his father's side. Yet the peace was not without its tests. In the hills beyond the borders, restless tribes watched the growing strength of Lavinium with wary eyes. One summer, a coalition of Etruscan and Rutulian exiles gathered under a single banner, claiming that Aeneas had stolen their lands. Their raids struck at outlying farms, burning grain stores and carrying off cattle. Aeneas answered with swift precision. He called the Latin allies to arms, and for the first time since the duel with Turnus, the full force of Lavinium's warriors marched out together. The enemy was met on the banks of the Numicus River. The battle was hard, for the enemy fought with the desperation of men who had nothing left to lose. It was there, in the thick of the fighting, that fate came to claim him. Accounts differ. Some say a spear found its mark, others that a sudden flood from the Numicus swept him away. But the truest telling passed in whispers among the priests of Lavinium was that Aeneas, seeing the battle turn, called upon his mother Venus for aid. She appeared in a blaze of light that blinded friend and foe alike. And when the brightness faded, Aeneas was gone. In his place, the Latins and Trojans found only his armor, gleaming upon the bank. The priest declared that he had been taken by the gods, lifted from mortal life to dwell among them. They built him a shrine on that very spot, naming him Indiges, the local god, guardian of the land and its people. Each year thereafter, offerings of wine, flowers, and the first fruits of the harvest were made at his altar, that his favor might not wane. Ascanius succeeded him, guiding Lavinium until he founded a new city farther inland, Alba Longa, from which many generations later the twins Romulus and Remus would be born. The thread of destiny spun in Troy and knotted in Latium would find its next weave upon the Palatine hill, where Rome itself would rise. And so Aeneas, once a prince of a burning city, became more than a man, a bridge between mortal toil and divine purpose. His name carried forward, in the voice of every Roman who claimed descent from the founder who crossed seas, faced gods, and laid the first stones of an eternal empire. Far above the plains of Latium, where mortal eyes could not see and mortal ears could not hear, the halls of Olympus gleamed in the clear air. There the gods had watched every step of the Trojan exile, every storm at sea, every battle fought beneath the sun. Now, with Aeneas taken from the world of men, they gathered to speak of what had been done and what would yet come. Jupiter sat upon his throne of cloud and gold, the vault of the sky open above him. At his side Juno stood with her head high, though the fire of her old anger had dimmed to embers. Across the hall, Venus entered, her beauty undiminished, though her eyes still shone with the tears she had shed for her son. "The tale is finished," Jupiter said, his voice carrying like thunder through the marble halls. "The city is founded, the bloodline secured. From Aeneas' seed will come a race whose dominion will reach farther than the mind of any living man can grasp." Venus bowed her head in acknowledgement. "You have kept your word, Father, yet it was not without cost. He bore your storms, your delays, your trials, and those set upon him by others in this hall." Her gaze flicked to Juno, whose face did not change. "I did what I must," Juno replied, her tone steady. "The Trojans brought ruin to my favored city, and I swore they would not come to Latium untested. If they are to rule, they must be tempered like steel in the forge, by fire, by blows, by the shaping hand of hardship. Without it, their empire would have crumbled before it began." "Harsh words," murmured Minerva, leaning on her spear, "but not without truth. Still the game is played, and the pieces have fallen. Aeneas is gone from the mortal world, and the path to Rome lies open." Jupiter lifted his hand, and in the air between them appeared a vision, the future unspooling like a tapestry. They saw Ascanius founding Alba Longa, the long line of kings descending from his blood, the birth of Romulus and Remus, the walls of Rome rising on the banks of the Tiber. They saw the legions march across the known world, their standards casting shadows from Britain to the sands of Egypt. Yet the tapestry also showed darker threads, civil strife, tyranny, the ruin of cities under Rome's heel. Even the mightiest empire would know its decline in the ages to come. The gods watched in silence, for even they could not unmake the nature of fate. When the vision faded, Jupiter spoke again. Let it be known, Aeneas shall be honored among mortals as one who bridged the will of the gods and the labor of men. His name will endure as long as their walls stand, and longer still in the memory of the world. Venus turned away from the hall, her heart eased but not empty. She descended to the shrine of the Indiges, where offerings already lay upon the altar, and stood unseen among the worshippers. She felt the hum of her son's new divinity in the air, a quiet certainty that he still walked the boundaries of the land he had claimed. And in the quiet spaces of Olympus, even Juno, in her private thoughts, admitted that the mortal she had opposed so fiercely had been worthy of the place fate had given him. So the gods returned to their affairs, and the thread of destiny wound on, its end still far beyond the sight of gods or men. After the passing of Aeneas, Ascanius, known to some as Iülus, ruled Lavinium with the same measured hand his father had shown. Yet the young city could not contain the ambitions of a prince whose destiny stretched farther than its walls. Within a generation, he led a band of settlers inland, away from the coast and the salt wind, to a place where the hills cupped a broad and fertile plain. There he founded a new city, Alba Longa, naming it for the long white ridge of the hill upon which it stood. For centuries, Alba Longa would be the heart of the Latin people. From its citadel, kings ruled over the valleys and forests between the mountains and the sea. The line of Ascanius held strong. Each king descended from Aeneas, each guarding the sacred fire, a Vesta that had been carried from Troy itself. But time, like the Tiber, carves its own channels. Generations passed, and in the reign of King Proca, the current of fate quickened again. Proca had two sons, Numitor the elder and Amulius the younger. By right, Numitor should have inherited the throne, but ambition is a sharper blade than law. Amulius seized power, driving his brother into exile and slaughtering his sons to prevent any challenge to his rule. Numitor's only daughter, Rhea Silvia, was spared, though not from a crueler fate. Amulius forced her into the service of Vesta as a Vestal virgin, bound by oath never to marry or bear children, thinking to end Numitor's line forever. But the will of men bends before the will of gods. One night, as Rhea Silvia kept the sacred fire, the god Mars came to her. Whether in dream or waking vision, she felt the weight of a divine presence, the heat of a hand that was not mortal. From their union she conceived twin sons. When the children were born, Amulius ordered them cast into the Tiber to die. Yet the river, swollen with spring rain, carried their cradle not to the sea, but to the roots of a wild fig tree on the shore. There a she-wolf came upon them. She did not harm them. Instead, she bent her great head to give them milk. Guarding them in the den she shared with a woodpecker, bird of Mars. In time, a shepherd named Faustulus found the twins and brought them to his home. He and his wife raised the boys as their own, naming them Romulus and Remus. The brothers grew strong, quick with the spear, and unafraid of any fight. They led the youths of the hills in raids against robbers and wild beasts, their bond as unbreakable as the iron they learned to forge. Fate, however, does not let its chosen remain hidden. A quarrel over stolen cattle brought Romulus and Remus into the city of Alba Longa, where they learned the truth of their birth. The brothers gathered allies, stormed the city, and struck down Amulius, restoring Numitor to his throne. But the call of destiny was not to remain in Alba Longa. The twins wished for a city of their own, a place where they could rule as founders, not heirs. They returned to the place where the Tiber curved around the 7 low hills, and there began to plan the walls and gates of their new home. What followed, and the rivalry, the omens, the death of one at the hands of the other, would mark the birth of Rome itself. And in the blood of Romulus, as in that of Aeneas, the gods' design would be sealed. Romulus and Remus stood upon the slopes of the Palatine and Aventine hills, the Tiber winding slow and silver beneath them. The place was wild still, thickets of oak and laurel, the air alive with the calls of birds and the rustle of boar in the underbrush. Yet both brothers felt it. This was where their city should rise. They agreed on the site, but not on the details. Romulus favored the Palatine Hill for its high ground and steep flanks. Remus preferred the Aventine, with its wide approach and open view to the south. Unable to resolve the matter, they turned to the old way of augury, letting the gods speak through signs in the sky. At dawn, the brothers took their stations on their chosen hills, each watching the heavens for the flight of birds. It was Remus who claimed the first omen, 6 vultures wheeling above the Aventine. But as he called out his count, Romulus cried that 12 vultures had appeared over the Palatine. The dispute flared hot. Was it the first sighting that mattered, or the greater number? Neither would yield. Despite the quarrel, Romulus began to mark the walls of his city, tracing a furrow with a plow drawn by a white bull and cow. The groove would be the line of the sacred boundary. No man might cross it armed without forfeiting his life. As he worked, Remus approached, mocking his brother's low rampart. In a sudden burst of scorn, he leapt over the furrow, shouting that such walls could never keep out an enemy. Romulus's face hardened. Whether in rage, wounded pride, or the unyielding sense that the sanctity of the boundary had been broken, he struck. The blow was swift and final. Remus fell where he had landed, his blood darkening the new-turned earth. Silence spread from the brothers to the small crowd of companions who had gathered. Romulus stood over the body, his breath sharp, his eyes shadowed by what he had done. At last he spoke, his voice steady but low. "So perish whoever leaps over my walls." The work went on, grimly now, but with no more interruptions. The walls rose higher, the gates were set, the first huts built within the enclosure. On the day the city was declared complete, Romulus named it Roma, after himself, though some say in remembrance of his brother as well. Romulus became its first king. He called to the hills and valleys for men to join him, offering refuge to all, exiles, fugitives, wanderers without home or name. They came in numbers, swelling the city's ranks, but the lack of women threatened its future. To solve this, Romulus devised the festival of Neptune Equester and invited the neighboring Sabines to attend. When the games began and the Sabines were watching, Romulus gave the signal. The Romans seized the Sabine maidens, carrying them to their homes as brides. The act was bold, even ruthless, but Romulus promised the women not servitude, but honor and a share in Rome's destiny. The Sabine men returned in fury to wage war, and the conflict raged until the women themselves stepped between the armies, begging their fathers and husbands to end the bloodshed. Peace was made, and the Sabines joined with the Romans, sharing in the rule of the new city. From this union of peoples, Rome began to grow in strength and stature. The huts multiplied into houses, the markets filled, and the first temples rose to Jupiter, Mars, and Vesta. Romulus ruled long, shaping laws and leading campaigns that brought new lands under the city's power. Yet in the end, as with Aeneas, the mortal king's fate turned toward the divine. One day, during a muster of the army on the field of Mars, a sudden storm wrapped Romulus in a whirlwind. When the sky cleared, he was gone. The people whispered that Mars had taken his son to dwell among the gods, and they honored him thereafter as Quirinus, protector of the Roman state. Thus the city born of twin blood and divine will began its climb toward the empire foretold on the armor of Aeneas, a climb that would shape the course of the world. After the storm that carried Romulus from the mortal world, the people were left without a king. For a time, the Senate, a body of 100 elders drawn from the leading families, ruled in turn, each man holding power for 5 days before passing it to the next. But the city could not thrive without a single hand to guide it, and so the Romans sent envoys to the Sabines, their partners in the founding, to choose a ruler together. Their choice fell upon Numa Pompilius, a Sabine known for his wisdom, piety, and distaste for war. Where Romulus had been a warrior, Numa was a builder of peace. He reigned for more than 40 years, shaping the religious life of Rome. It was he who established the great priesthoods, the Flamines of Jupiter, Mars, and Quirinus, and the Vestal virgins charged with tending the sacred fire that symbolized the city's eternal life. Numa also built the temple of Janus, whose doors would be shut in times of peace and open in times of war. Under his rule, the doors remained closed for the entirety of his reign. After Numa's death, the Romans turned again to a man of war, Tullus Hostilius. Where Numa had sought peace, Tullus saw opportunity in conquest. His reign began with a conflict against Alba Longa, the city of Aeneas's descendants and the mother city of Rome. Rather than risk the ruin of both, the two sides agreed to a contest between champions, 3 brothers from Rome, the Horatii, against 3 brothers from Alba, the Curiati. The fight was fierce and cunning. 2 Horatii fell early, but the last, feigning flight, slew the Curiatii one by one as they pursued him. Alba Longa became subject to Rome, though Tullus's later destruction of the city stirred unease among the gods. The next king, Ancus Marcius, grandson of Numa, sought balance between war and peace. He fortified Rome, extended its walls to include the Aventine Hill, and built the first bridge over the Tiber, the Pons Sublicius, binding the city more closely to the lands beyond. Ancus also established Rome's first seaport at Ostia, securing access to the riches of trade and the bounty of the sea. It was under Ancus that a man named Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, an ambitious immigrant from Etruria, came to Rome. He won the people's favor with his generosity and skill, and on Ancus's death, he claimed the throne. Tarquinius began great works, the Circus Maximus for chariot races, the beginnings of the massive stone sewer called the Cloaca Maxima, and the foundation of the temple to Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill. But ambition breeds enemies. Assassins struck him down, yet his widow, Tanaquil, ensured that the throne passed to her chosen successor, Servius Tullius. Born of mysterious origins, some whispered he was the son of a slave touched by divine fire, Servius proved a master of organization. He divided the Roman people into classes based on wealth, laying the groundwork for the city's political and military systems. He also expanded the city's boundaries to include all 7 hills and encircled them with a massive wall of stone. Servius's reign ended in blood. Betrayed by his own daughter Tullia and her husband, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, the Proud. Tarquin seized the throne by force, ruling with cruelty and ignoring the counsel of the Senate. His tyranny sparked the outrage that would one day bring down the monarchy itself. From Romulus to Tarquin the Proud, the kings of Rome laid the city's foundations, in stone, in law, and in the hearts of its people. Yet as the walls rose and the streets filled with the bustle of markets and processions, so too grew the restlessness that would sweep away kingship and give birth to the Roman Republic. The reign of Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, began in blood and would end in exile. From the moment he seized the throne by murdering his father-in-law Servius Tullius, Tarquin ruled not as a guardian of the city, but as its master. He surrounded himself with armed guards, silenced the Senate, and imposed his will without counsel or consent. Under his hand, Rome's power expanded through war and intimidation. Tarquin subdued the Latins and crushed the Volscians, forcing them to supply labor and tribute for his grand projects. The most famous of these was the completion of the great temple to Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, its gold-tipped roof gleaming like a beacon over the city. Yet the glory of these works could not hide the cost in lives and the weight of his tyranny. The moment that would shatter his reign came not on the battlefield, but within the walls of a noble house. Tarquin's son, Sextus Tarquinius, inflamed by lust and arrogance, rode under cover of friendship to the home of his kinsman, Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. There he found Collatinus' wife, Lucretia, famed for her beauty and her unyielding virtue. That night Sextus entered her chamber, threatening her with both death and disgrace. She yielded to his violence, but at dawn she sent for her father, her husband, and their friend Lucius Junius Brutus. Before them all, Lucretia spoke the truth of what had been done. Then, taking a dagger, she plunged it into her own heart, choosing death over the shame forced upon her. Her blood soaked the floor, and her last words bound the men before her to an oath of vengeance. Brutus, until then thought a dull and harmless man, took up the dagger and held it aloft. He swore by the blood of Lucretia that he would drive the Tarquins from Rome and never again suffer a king to rule the city. Collatinus and the others swore with him. The body of Lucretia was carried through the streets, her wounds bared to the eyes of the people. Anger rose like a fire in dry grass. When Tarquin, away at war, tried to return to the city, the gates were closed against him. Brutus and Collatinus, now chosen as the first consuls, declared the monarchy abolished. The Tarquins sought aid from their allies, but the Romans met them in battle at the river Arsia. There Brutus fell in combat, but his death sealed the cause. The enemy was driven back, and the Tarquins were never again allowed to set foot in Rome. Thus, in the year the Romans would later reckon as 509 BC, the kingship ended, and the Republic was born. Power was vested in two consuls, elected yearly, who ruled together and were bound by law. The Senate, restored to its dignity, became the guiding body of the state. But the expulsion of the Tarquins did not bring an end to danger. The young republic stood surrounded by rivals, the Etruscans to the north, the Latins and Volscians to the south, and the shadow of the exiled royal family still loomed. Yet in the hearts of the Romans burned the memory of Lucretia's death and Brutus's vow, a memory that would steel them against any who sought to claim the crown. From that day forward, the Romans swore they would never again suffer the rule of a king. And though the Republic would face centuries of war, crisis, and transformation, the story of its birth would be told as the moment when the Roman people seized their freedom and bound it with their own blood. The birth of the Republic was like the forging of a new sword. The blade was sharp, but it had yet to be tempered by the heat of trial. Rome, now without a king, found itself surrounded by enemies eager to test the strength of this new order. To the north, the Etruscan city of Clusium watched with hostility. To the south, the Latin towns weighed their alliances carefully, wondering if Rome could stand without a monarch's hand to guide it. And in the hills beyond, the Volsci and Aequi sharpened their spears. The first test came swiftly. Lars Porsena, king of Clusium, was persuaded by the exiled Tarquins to march on Rome and restore them to the throne. His army, larger than any the young republic had yet faced, advanced to the Tiber. The Romans prepared to defend the wooden bridge, the Pons Sublicius, their only crossing into the heart of the city. It was here that the courage of one man became legend. Horatius Cocles, standing with two companions, held the far end of the bridge while the Romans behind him hacked away at its timbers. Arrows and spears rained down, but Horatius's shield and steadfast stance turned them aside. When the bridge finally gave way, he leapt into the Tiber in full armor, swimming to the safety of the Roman bank. His defense had saved the city, and his name would live in Roman memory as a model of valor. Yet Porsenna did not turn back. He laid siege to Rome, cutting off supplies and tightening his grip. In the midst of this, a young Roman named Gaius Mucius slipped into the Etruscan camp with the intent to kill the king. Mistaking Porsenna's scribe for his target, he struck the wrong man and was captured. When threatened with torture, Mucius placed his right hand into the campfire and held it there without flinching, letting the flesh burn as a proof of Roman resolve. Impressed by such defiance, Porsenna released him and, weary of the siege, sought peace with Rome. But the Republic's trials did not end with the lifting of the siege. The Latin League, uneasy with Rome's growing power, began to resist her influence. Skirmishes flared along the borders, and the Aequi and Volsci harassed the countryside with raids. To meet these threats, the Romans began to formalize the discipline of their legions. Soldiers were trained not merely as fighters, but as parts of a machine, drilled in formation, bound to the standard, and sworn to hold the line no matter the cost. Within the city, another struggle brewed, one not of spears, but of rights. The patricians, the city's noble families, dominated the consulship and the Senate, while the plebeians, the common people, bore the weight of military service and taxes. In time, resentment grew. The plebeians withdrew from the city entirely, climbing to a hill outside Rome and refusing to fight until their grievances were addressed. This first secession forced the patricians to create the office of the tribune elected by the plebeians themselves, with the power to veto laws that harmed their interests. It was a fragile balance, but it held. Rome learned to survive by facing threats both within and without, and with each trial the Republic grew harder, more disciplined, and more certain of its place among the cities of Italy. The names of Horatius, Mucius, and the first tribunes became part of the Roman soul, stories told to remind the people that courage, unity, and discipline were the pillars on which their freedom rested. In the years after the first secession, Rome's enemies tested her borders with renewed aggression. Chief among these foes were the Volsci and the Aequi, fierce tribes dwelling in the hills and valleys to the southeast. They did not march in great armies as the Etruscans had, but struck like wolves. Sudden raids on farms, ambushes of small detachments, and swift retreats into their rugged homeland. The Romans fought them season after season, sometimes gaining the advantage, sometimes losing ground. The wars seemed endless, for when one enemy was driven back, the other would descend, seizing the moment of distraction. It was during one such crisis that the name of Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus first entered the annals of the Republic. Cincinnatus was no patrician prince of the city, but a farmer, known for his stern virtue and skill in war. At the time, he had withdrawn from public life, tending his small plot of land on the far side of the Tiber. Yet when word came that the Aequi had trapped a Roman army in the narrow pass of Mount Algidus, the Senate acted without hesitation. They appointed Cincinnatus dictator, a magistrate granted absolute authority, but only for the length of the crisis. The envoy sent to inform him found him at his plow, guiding the blade through the dark soil. Setting down the handle, he wiped his brow, listened to the summons, and, without complaint, left his field in the care of his family. Clad still in his work tunic, he crossed the river to take command. Cincinnatus acted with speed. He called up every able-bodied man of Rome, armed them, and marched through the night to the relief of the trapped legion. At dawn, his troops surrounded the Aequi, cutting off their retreat. The enemy, seeing themselves encircled, surrendered without further bloodshed. The captured leaders were sent to Rome, the the spoils divided among the soldiers, and the dignity of the republic preserved. What set Cincinnatus apart was what came next. With the danger ended, he resigned his dictatorship after just 16 days, though the law allowed him 6 months, and returned to his farm. To the Romans, this act became the purest example of civic virtue, power taken not for its own sake, but for the service of the state, and laid down the moment that service was done. The wars with the Volsci and Aequi would continue for decades, but the lesson of Cincinnatus endured. In the years to come, his name would be invoked whenever Rome called on her citizens to put aside private life for the common good. And as the republic grew, surrounded by rivals and challenges, it was this spirit, the readiness to serve and the willingness to yield power, that the Romans claimed as their foundation. The wars with the Volsci dragged on, bitter and relentless. Among the Roman commanders who distinguished themselves in these campaigns was Gaius Marcius, a man of fierce pride and unquestioned valor. At the siege of the Volscian city of Corioli, he led a daring assault through the gates, driving the defenders before him and securing a decisive victory. For this feat, he was granted the surname Coriolanus, a mark of honor that would be remembered as much for his triumph as for his fall. Coriolanus was a patrician by birth, and though his skill in war won him glory, his disdain for the plebeians and their new political rights stirred resentment. In the lean years that followed a poor harvest, grain was brought into Rome from foreign lands. The plebeians demanded it be sold at a fair price. Coriolanus argued that the tribunes, who had been created to protect them, should be abolished before the people were fed. His words struck like a spark in dry tinder. The crowd rioted, the tribunes charged him with treason, and rather than face trial, Coriolanus went into exile. Where he went next shocked the republic. Coriolanus sought refuge with the Volsci, the very people he had fought for years. With the persuasion of his old adversary, the Volscian leader Attius Tullus Aufidius, he turned his sword against his homeland. At the head of a Volscian army, Coriolanus swept through the Latin countryside, capturing Roman towns and cutting supply lines. Soon, he stood at the gates of Rome itself, his camp spread across the plain, the city's fate in his hands. Inside the walls, panic reigned. The Senate debated desperate measures, but every attempt to negotiate was met with silence from Coriolanus. It seemed he was determined to see the city fall. Then, a delegation unlike any other was sent. His mother, Veturia, and his wife, Volumnia, leading a group of noble women, went to his camp. When Coriolanus saw them, he rose from his seat, but his mother's gaze held him in place. She spoke not as a supplicant, but as a Roman matron whose honor was bound to the fate of her city. Before you came to this pass, you were my son. I bore you, I raised you, I taught you the duty you owed to your people. If you march on Rome, you march over my body first. If you bring her low, you bring me low. And if that is the choice you make, then I will pray to the gods not for your victory, but for your destruction. Her words cut deeper than any sword. Coriolanus stood in silence, then turned away from the gates. The Volscian army withdrew, and Rome was spared. But the Volsci saw his retreat as betrayal. Not long after, in their council, they struck him down. Thus ended Gaius Marcius Coriolanus, hero, exile, traitor, and in the end, a man conquered not by an enemy's spear, but by the voice of his own mother. His story became a Roman lesson in pride and loyalty, and in the power of family to turn the course of fate. In the 4th century BC, a new and terrible enemy swept into Italy from beyond the Alps. The Gauls, tall and fierce, with hair the color of pale gold, their bodies adorned with torques of bronze and gold, their war cries rolling like thunder down the valleys. They were unlike any foe the Romans had faced before, and their advance was as swift as it was brutal. The Senones, a Gallic tribe led by Brennus, came first not to Rome, but to the Etruscan city of Clusium. Fearing destruction, sought Roman aid. Ambassadors were sent from Rome to negotiate, but when talks soured, one of them, a young noble named Quintus Fabius Fam, violated the sacred duty of diplomacy and fought in the ensuing skirmish. The Gauls demanded he be handed over for punishment. Rome refused. Brennus took this as a declaration of war. The Roman army met the Gauls at the river Allia, a small tributary of the Tiber. The day was a disaster. The Roman line broke under the Gallic charge, and the field became a rout. Survivors fled to the city or scattered into the countryside. 3 days later, Brennus' warriors stood before the undefended gates of Rome. The Gauls poured into the streets, looting and burning as they went. The senators, too old to flee, sat in their robes on the curule chairs within their homes, meeting death without rising. The rest of the people sought refuge on the Capitoline Hill, fortifying it against the invaders. For months, the Gauls held the rest of the city, but the capital resisted every assault. One night, under the cover of darkness, the Gauls scaled the cliffs on the less guarded side of the hill. They climbed in silence, their armor muffled, their footsteps light. But high above, in the temple of Juno, sacred geese were kept, creatures that could not be silenced even in the dead of night. As the Gauls neared the summit, the geese erupted in cries, their clamor waking Marcus Manlius, a former consul. Grabbing his shield, Manlius rushed to the edge, hurling attackers down the slope and rallying the defenders until the assault was broken. Still, the siege dragged on. Famine gnawed at the defenders, and hope dwindled. At last, the Romans agreed to ransom their city. Brennus demanded 1,000 pounds of gold, and the gold was brought. But when the Romans protested that the Gauls were using false weights, Brennus flung his sword atop the scales and spoke the words that would echo in Roman memory, Vae victis, woe to the vanquished. It was then, tradition says, that Marcus Furius Camillus, the exiled Roman general, returned at the head of a relief army. Declaring that Rome would be ransomed with steel, not gold, he drove the Gauls from the city in a sudden attack. Whether in truth the ransom was paid before their departure, none could say for certain, but in the Roman telling, Camillus became the second founder of Rome, saving her in her hour of greatest peril. The city lay in ruins, but from the ashes, Rome rose again. The walls were rebuilt stronger, the legions drilled harder, and the memory of the Gauls' sack burned in Roman hearts for centuries. Never again, they swore, would an enemy breach their gates. The sack of Rome by the Gauls left the city scarred in body and spirit. Charred ruins marked where temples, houses, and markets had stood. The Capitoline Hill, though still intact, bore the strain of months of siege. Many Romans, broken by the disaster, argued for abandoning the city entirely and resettling at Veii, the Etruscan city Rome had conquered just a few years earlier. Veii was intact, rich in resources, and ready to inhabit, but Camillus, now restored from exile and hailed as Rome's savior, stood against the plan. He spoke to the assembly with a voice that carried the weight of destiny. Rome, he said, was not merely a collection of walls and roofs, but the sacred home of her gods, the hearth of her ancestors, and the center of the fate that Jupiter himself had decreed. To abandon her would be to break the bond between the people and the divine. His words struck deep, and the people chose to remain. The work of rebuilding began at once. The old streets were laid out anew, walls raised higher and thicker than before. Camillus oversaw the construction of a new defensive circuit, ensuring the city could withstand the kind of sudden assault that had brought it low. Yet the urgency of defense meant the rebuilding was hasty. Houses went up without careful planning, streets twisted in awkward curves, and the jumble would remain a feature of Rome's layout for centuries. Even as the city healed, Rome's enemies tested her strength. The Etruscans, the Volsci, the Aequi, and the Latins all sought to take advantage of her recent ruin. But the Romans, hardened by loss, fought with relentless determination. Under Camillus and his successors, they reclaimed lost ground, subdued rebellious allies, and reasserted their influence over the Latin League. It was during this period that Rome's military discipline began to take its distinctive form. The phalanx of earlier days gave way to the more flexible manipular formation, allowing Roman legions to fight effectively on the varied terrain of Italy. Each maniple could move and strike independently, yet still act as part of a larger whole, a tactical revolution that would serve Rome for centuries. Step by step, the Republic's reach extended. The Hernizi were subdued, the Volsci driven back into their strongholds, and the Etruscan cities pressed into uneasy treaties. Camillus himself, in his later years, defeated the city of Falerii not by storming its walls, but through an act of justice that stunned friend and foe alike. When a treacherous schoolmaster led the children of Falerei's nobles into the Roman camp expecting reward, Camillus bound his hands and sent him back to the city unharmed, telling the Falerians that Rome did not make war on children. Moved by this, the city surrendered without further resistance. By the middle of the 4th century BC, Rome had risen from near extinction to become the dominant power in central Italy. Her alliances, though often born of conquest, bound her neighbors into a growing web of obligations and mutual defense. Yet greater challenges lay ahead. Beyond the mountains of Samnium, a hardy and warlike people stirred, and their coming wars with Rome would decide whether the Republic could extend her reach across the whole peninsula. In the rugged heart of the Apennines dwelt the Samnites, a confederation of tribes whose warriors were as tough as the mountains they called home. They were farmers and herdsmen, fierce in defense of their land, skilled in fighting on steep slopes and narrow passes where the Roman maniples would be tested to their limits. For a time, Rome and the Samnites had no cause to quarrel, their lands separated by the Latin League and other small states. But in 343 BC, events in the distant plains of Campania brought the two powers into collision. Campania, with its fertile fields and wealthy cities, was a jewel coveted by many. The city of Capua, richest among them, found itself under threat from Samnite expansion. In desperation, Capua sent envoys to Rome, placing itself under Roman protection. It was a request the Samnites saw as an insult, for Campania lay well within the sphere of their influence. Rome, eager for the prestige and wealth that would come from defending such a prize, accepted Capua's plea. The Samnites, angered, prepared for war. Thus began the First Samnite War, a conflict fought as much for honor as for territory. The early campaigns took the Romans into unfamiliar country, the twisting mountain passes and deep valleys of Samnium. Battles were fierce and unpredictable, the enemy melting away into the hills only to strike again from hidden paths. Yet Roman discipline proved its worth. At Mount Gorus near Cumae, the legions met the Samnites in a pitched battle and drove them from the field. A second victory at Suessula followed, where the consul Marcus Valerius Corvus earned fame for his courage and skill. Corvus himself was already the subject of a legend. As a young man, he had accepted a challenge to single combat from a towering Gaul. During the fight, a raven, Corvus in Latin, had landed on his helmet, pecking at the Gaul's eyes and confusing the foe until Corvus struck the killing blow. The omen was taken as a sign of divine favor, and it was under this same man's command that Rome won decisive victories against the Samnites. By 341 BC, the war's momentum shifted. The Samnites, seeing little gain in further bloodshed, agreed to peace. Rome restored some of the lands taken, but retained its alliance with Capua, securing a foothold in Campania that would prove invaluable in the years to come. Yet peace in Italy was never more than a pause between storms. No sooner had the treaty been signed than Rome found herself drawn into the Latin War. as her former allies in the Latin League rebelled against her growing dominance. The legions would have to turn north again, leaving the mountains of Samnium for the open plains, where the fate of the Latin cities and Rome's leadership over central Italy would be decided. The First Samnite War had been short, but it marked the Republic's first steps towards southern Italy. In defending Capua, Rome had learned how to fight in hostile terrain, how to balance alliances and conquest, and how to hold a rich land far from her own gates. The path south had been opened, and the Samnites would not soon forget the taste of Roman steel. The peace with the Samnites had barely settled when Rome faced a new challenge, this time from her own allies. The Latin League, bound to Rome by treaty since the early days of the Republic, had fought beside her against the Volsci, Aqui, and Samnites. But victory had altered the balance of power. Rome's growing strength and prestige now overshadowed the other Latin cities, and their leaders began to whisper of equality or independence. In 340 BC, the Latins demanded that they be given an equal share of Rome's government, with one of the two consulships to be held by a Latin each year. To the Romans, this was unthinkable. The consulship was the supreme office of the Republic, and to share it with outsiders would be to yield sovereignty itself. The Senate refused. The Latins chose war. The Samnites, ironically, now became Rome's allies, eager to keep the Latins in check. The two forces met in a campaign that swept across Campania, Samma, and the plains to the south of Latium. The decisive clash came at the Battle of Vesuvius, where the consuls, Titus Manlius Torquatus and Publius Decius Mus, commanded the Roman forces. On the eve of battle, omens foretold that one of the consuls must sacrifice himself to secure victory. Publius Decius Mus, embracing the fate the gods decreed, performed the ritual of devotio, dedicating his life to the gods of the underworld and the earth in exchange for the enemy's destruction. He rode into the thickest part of the fight, cutting down foes until he was struck down, his death igniting the Roman charge that broke the Latin line. In the same battle, a different act of devotion, though of a harsher kind, came from Titus Manlius. Before the fighting began, he had forbidden any soldier to engage the enemy without orders. When his own son challenged and slew a Latin champion in single combat, Manlius ordered him executed for disobedience, placing discipline above blood. The act shocked many, but it burned into the Roman mind the lesson that the will of the commander, not the will of the individual, must guide the army. By 338 BC, the Latin League was broken. Rome did not destroy the Latin cities, but dissolved the league, binding each city to Rome by its own treaty. Some received full citizenship, others partial rights, but all were tied directly to the Republic, bypassing any common alliance that could unite them again against her. This settlement transformed Rome's position in central Italy. She was now the unquestioned leader of Latium, her legions bolstered by the manpower of the absorbed cities. The system of alliances and citizenship rights forged in the aftermath of the Latin War would become the model for Rome's expansion across the peninsula, a web of obligations that gave her the strength of an empire without the fragility of direct rule over unwilling subjects. But as Rome's influence spread, so too did the shadow of future conflict. To the south, the Samnites watched uneasily as Roman roads and alliances crept closer to their heartland. The peace between mountain and plain would not last, and when it broke, the Second Samnite War would test the Republic as no war before it had. The uneasy peace between Rome and the Samnites lasted only a few years. The Samnites, proud and stubborn, had accepted the loss of Campania with bitter reluctance, and now they watched as Rome extended her influence into Apulia on the Adriatic coast. Each new alliance, each Roman road or garrison placed in territory once beyond her reach, tightened the noose around Samnium. The spark came in 327 BC when the city of Neapolis, modern Naples, a wealthy Greek colony in Campania, became embroiled in factional strife. One party appealed to the Samnites, the other to Rome. Both powers sent aid, and soon their forces faced each other in open hostility. The Second Samnite War had begun. At first, the conflict was marked by cautious maneuvering. The Samnites avoided pitched battles, luring the Romans into the mountains where their cavalry was useless and their legions could be ambushed. The Romans, stubborn as their foes, pressed deeper into enemy territory, determined to bring the fight to a decisive conclusion. It was in 321 BC in the rugged passes of the Apennines that disaster struck. The consuls that year, Titus Veturius Calvinus and Spurius Postumius Albinus, led a Roman army toward the town of Luceria in Apulia, which had fallen into Samnite hands. To reach it, they were guided into a narrow defile between two ridges, the Caudine Forks. The path twisted between steep wooded slopes with no room for the legions to form battle lines. Midway through the pass, the Romans discovered the way ahead blocked by felled trees and heavy boulders. Turning back, they found the rear of the pass sealed in the same fashion. From the heights above, the Samnites appeared, thousands of them, armed and shouting but not attacking. Their leader, Gaius Pontius, had trapped the entire Roman army without spilling a drop of blood. Pontius faced a choice: slaughter the Romans and inflame a war to the death, or release them under terms that would humble Rome but preserve the possibility of peace. He chose the latter. The consuls and their officers were brought before him and compelled to swear an oath that Rome would withdraw from Samnite lands and honor a lasting truce. Then, in one of the most enduring humiliations in Roman history, the entire army was forced to pass under the yoke, a crude frame of 3 spears, symbolizing submission to the victor. Bareheaded, stripped of armor, and jeered by their captors, the proud legion shuffled through the yoke and out of the pass. The shame was unbearable. When they returned to Rome, the people met them in silence, their faces dark with anger and humiliation. The Senate, unwilling to bind the Republic by an oath taken under duress, refused to honor the peace. The consuls who had sworn it were handed over to the Samnites, but Pontius, unwilling to stain his honor with the blood of men he had already humbled, released them. War resumed, fiercer than before. The Caudine Forks seared itself into Rome's memory as a lesson never to be repeated. Never again would her armies allow themselves to be trapped without a way to strike back. The road to redemption would be long, but the Romans, stung by shame, were determined to see the Samnites brought low, no matter how many years it might take. The humiliation at the Caudine Forks might have broken a lesser people. For the Romans, it hardened resolve into iron. The shame burned in every citizen's heart, from the senators who had watched the disgraced legions return to the youngest recruits drilling in the Campus Martius. The oath sworn under duress had been formally repudiated, and the war against Samnium began anew with a vengeance. Yet vengeance alone would not win in the mountains. The Samnites were masters of their terrain, slipping away into the high valleys when pressed, then striking suddenly at Roman supply lines. In the years following the disaster, Roman strategy changed. No longer content to launch single, deep thrusts into Samnite territory, the legions advanced in coordinated waves, securing each stronghold with fortified camps and garrisons before moving forward. The war became one of slow strangulation rather than swift strikes. In 316 BC, the Samnites under Gaius Pontius scored another significant success, defeating the Romans at Lautulae, a narrow pass between the Appian Way and the sea. The setback reminded Rome that victory would not come quickly, but the Republic's great advantage was manpower. Her network of Latin and Italian allies supplied a steady stream of troops, replacing losses that would have crippled a smaller state. Year after year, new consuls took the field, each eager to erase the memory of the yoke. The turning point came in the 310s. Roman engineers, as vital to the war as the soldiers themselves, began carving roads into the mountains, most notably extending the Via Appia from Rome to Capua. These roads allowed legions to move supplies, reinforcements, and siege engines with a speed that astonished the Samnites. Where before the Romans had been at the mercy of rugged trails, now they could bring the full weight of their war machine into the heart of Samnium. At the Battle of Bovianum in 305 BC, the Roman advance finally broke Samnite resistance. The legions, moving in disciplined maniples across difficult ground, overwhelmed the Samnites in a decisive engagement. The victory ended the Second Samnite War on terms favorable to Rome. The Samnites retained their independence, but acknowledged Rome's dominance in Campania and Latium, and withdrew from contested territories. The war had lasted over 2 decades. In that time, Rome had transformed her military system, forged an infrastructure that could sustain long campaigns, and proven that her will could outlast even the most determined enemy. The Samnites were not yet conquered. That reckoning would come in the Third Samnite War, but the Republic now stood as the preeminent power in central and southern Italy. The shadow of Caudine Fork still lingered, but it had been eclipsed by the knowledge that even the deepest humiliation could be avenged with patience, discipline, and unyielding resolve. Rome had learned to think not in terms of single battles, but of generations, a lesson that would one day carry her far beyond the mountains of Italy. The peace after the Second Samnite War was a tense and fragile thing. Though Rome and Samnium had agreed to halt their fighting, both sides knew the truce was little more than a pause to gather strength. Rome's influence spread steadily, her roads cutting deep into the south, her alliances binding more cities to her cause. For the Samnites, this creeping encirclement was intolerable. In 298 BC, they struck first, igniting the Third Samnite War, the most brutal of the 3 conflicts and the one that would decide the fate of Italy. This war would not be fought by Rome and Samnium alone. The Samnites, recognizing they could not stand against Rome without allies, wove together a grand coalition. Etruscans from the north, Umbrians from the central mountains, and even Gallic warriors from beyond the Po answered their call. The combined threat was greater than anything the Republic had yet faced. For the Romans, defeat in this war would mean the collapse of all they had built since the days of Camillus. The first year saw heavy campaigning in Samnium itself, where the mountains again tested Roman endurance. Victories and setbacks came in turn, but the real crisis arrived in 295 BC, when the Samnite-led coalition gathered its full strength at Sentinum in Umbria. The battle that followed would become one of the most celebrated in Roman memory, a clash so vast and decisive it was later compared to the struggles of the Punic Wars. The Roman army was commanded by the consuls Publius Decius Mus, son of the hero who had devoted himself at Vesuvius, and Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus. The Gauls, with their towering frames and long swords, formed the most dangerous wing of the enemy. As the fighting raged and the Roman line wavered under their charge, Decius Mus, following his father's example, performed the ritual of devotio. Calling on the gods to grant victory in exchange for his own life, he spurred his horse into the enemy ranks, where he fought until he was cut down. His sacrifice rallied the Romans, and under Fabius Maximus's steady command, the legions held the line and then drove the coalition from the field. Sentinum broke the back of the alliance. In the years that followed, Rome pressed her advantage, winning battle after battle in Samnium, Etruria, and the Gallic frontier. The Samnites fought with desperate valor, but by 290 BC they were exhausted. The consul Manius Curius Dentatus led the final campaigns that forced their surrender. Unlike after the First War, there would be no parity in the peace. The Samnites were compelled to become allies of Rome, bound by treaty to supply troops for her armies, the very armies they had fought against for generations. The conclusion of the Third Samnite War marked a turning point in Italian history. Rome now stood unrivaled on the peninsula. The Etruscans, Umbrians, and remaining Gallic tribes had been checked, the Samnites subdued, and much of southern Italy brought into Rome's orbit. The Republic's system of alliances, forged through decades of war, gave her a manpower reserve unmatched by any rival. But the horizon was not free of threats. Across the sea to the south, the Greek city-states of Magna Graecia, wealthy, cultured, and proud, watched Rome's rise with growing unease. And in the bustling port of Tarentum, a decision would soon be made that would bring Rome face to face with one of the greatest generals of the age, Pyrrhus of Epirus. By the end of the Third Samnite War, Rome's dominance in central and southern Italy was clear to all who lived on the peninsula, and to those who lived just beyond. Among the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, a chain of wealthy city-states along the southern coast, this dominance was viewed with deep suspicion. They were proud heirs to the traditions of Athens and Sparta, with marble temples, busy harbors, and their own fierce rivalries. Some saw opportunity in an alliance with Rome. Others feared her as a threat to their independence. The richest and most powerful of these cities was Tarentum, a bustling port in the heel of Italy. Tarentum had grown wealthy from trade and shipbuilding, and it guarded its autonomy jealously. Its people were as quick to insult as to strike. In 282 BC, when a small Roman fleet sailed into its harbor, allegedly in violation of an earlier treaty, Tarentine ships attacked, sinking some and capturing others. Roman envoys sent to protest were mocked in the public assembly, one even being spat upon. This was an outrage Rome could not ignore. Knowing they could not match Rome's legions alone, the Tarentines sent across the sea to Epirus, a kingdom in northwestern Greece, calling upon King Pyrrhus for aid. Pyrrhus was a cousin of Alexander the Great and styled himself in his image, a brilliant tactician, restless in ambition and eager to carve his name into history. The chance to fight Rome, the rising power of the West, was too tempting to refuse. In 280 BC, he landed in Italy with a well-trained Hellenistic army, 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, 2,000 archers and slingers, and, most fearsome of all, 20 war elephants, beasts the Romans had never faced in battle. The first clash came at Heraclea, on the banks of the Cirrus River. The Roman legions fought bravely, but when Pyrrhus unleashed his elephants, the unfamiliar sight and sound of the beasts panicked the horses and threw the Roman cavalry into confusion. The legions withdrew in good order, but the field was left to Pyrrhus. Though victorious, the Epirotic king was startled by the ferocity of the Roman resistance. He is said to have remarked that another such victory would destroy him. The next year brought the Battle of Asculum. This time, both sides fought over 2 grueling days, with the Romans adapting to counter the elephants using javelins, fire, and terrain. Yet again, Pyrrhus emerged the victor, and yet again, his losses were so severe that the term Pyrrhic victory would forever describe a triumph won at ruinous cost. Recognizing that Rome could replace her losses year after year, Pyrrhus sought to break her will through negotiation. He sent his advisor Cineas to the Senate with generous peace terms, but the elder statesman Appius Claudius Caecus, blind yet unbent in spirit, persuaded the senators to refuse. Rome would not yield to a foreign invader, no matter how noble his offer. Pyrrhus turned south, seeking new allies among the Greek cities of Sicily, which were locked in their own struggle with Carthage. For a time, His campaigns there won him admirers, but his stern discipline and high demands alienated his Sicilian allies. When he returned to Italy in 275 BC, the Romans were ready. At the Battle of Beneventum, the legions fought the elephants to a standstill, and Pyrrhus, weary of the endless war, withdrew to Greece, leaving Tarentum to face Rome alone. By 272 BC, Tarentum surrendered, and Rome's authority extended to the very tip of the peninsula. The Pyrrhic War had been more than a struggle for territory. It was Rome's first encounter with the sophisticated warfare of the Hellenistic world, and she had emerged stronger, wiser, and more confident in her destiny. Now, with Italy united under her sway, Rome's gaze began to drift across the sea toward Carthage, the great Phoenician power whose dominion in Sicily would soon bring the two republics into a struggle for mastery of the western Mediterranean. With the submission of Tarentum in 272 BC, Rome's dominance over the Italian peninsula was complete. Her legions had fought in mountains, plains, and coasts against foes as varied as Gallic warriors, Samnite hillmen, and Greek phalanxes. Yet all of these wars had been fought on Italian soil. Beyond the Straits of Messina lay a new kind of challenge, one that would take Rome across the sea for the first time, into direct conflict with the greatest naval power of the western Mediterranean, Carthage. Carthage was a Phoenician city, founded centuries earlier by colonists from Tyre. From her harbors in North Africa, she had grown into a vast commercial empire, her ships trading as far west as Spain and as far east as the Levant. She held Sardinia, Corsica, and much of Sicily, and her fleets dominated the sea lanes. Rome, for all her strength on land, had no such tradition of naval power, but Sicily's position and wealth made it inevitable that the two republics would one day collide. The spark came from the small Sicilian city of Messana, perched on the strait between Italy and the island. There, a band of Italian mercenaries called the Mamertines had seized control, provoking both Syracuse, the most powerful Greek city in Sicily, and Carthage. Pressed by Syracuse, the Mamertines sought help from both Rome and Carthage. Carthaginian ships arrived first, but the Romans, unwilling to see Carthage gain a foothold so close to Italy, sent legions. Soon, Roman and Carthaginian forces faced each other not as allies of Messana, but as rivals. In 264 BC, war was declared, the First Punic War. At first, the Romans relied on their legions, capturing cities and fighting inland, where they had the advantage. But Sicily was an island, and without a navy, Rome could not strike at Carthage's strongholds or challenge her control of the seas. The Senate resolved to build a fleet from nothing, training crews in makeshift exercises on dry land until they could be sent to sea. And to offset their inexperience, the Romans added an innovation, the corvus, a boarding bridge with a heavy spike that could be dropped onto an enemy deck. In effect, it turned naval battles into infantry engagements, where Roman discipline could prevail. The new tactic was tested at Mylae in 260 BC, where the consul Gaius Duilius led Rome to her first great victory at sea, capturing or sinking dozens of Carthaginian ships. The war dragged on for years, marked by sieges, land battles, and naval clashes. Rome suffered terrible losses to storms at sea, yet always rebuilt her fleets. Carthage, relying heavily on mercenaries, often struggled to match Rome's manpower, but retained her naval skill. The balance shifted again in 256 BC, when the Romans carried the war to Africa itself. At the Battle of Ecnomus, one of the largest naval battles in history, Rome's fleet defeated the Carthaginians and landed an army near Carthage. For a moment, it seemed the war might end quickly. But after an initial victory, the Roman army was defeated at Tunis, and few survivors returned. The conflict ground on, draining both sides. Finally, in 241 BC, after a decisive Roman naval victory at the Aegates Islands, Carthage sued for peace. By the treaty, Carthage abandoned Sicily, the first province of Rome beyond Italy, and paid a heavy indemnity. The First Punic War had lasted 23 years, the longest continuous conflict in Roman history to that point. Rome had learned to build, man, and fight a navy capable of defeating the greatest maritime power of the age. She was no longer a landlocked force. She was now a Mediterranean power with ambitions that stretched far beyond the shores of Italy. But the peace was uneasy. Carthage nursed her losses, turning her attention to Spain for recovery, while Rome looked to Sardinia and Corsica as the next prizes. The stage was set for a far more terrible contest, one that would bring a Carthaginian general named Hannibal to the gates of Rome itself. The peace after the First Punic War was brittle from the start. Carthage had lost Sicily. Her pride and her treasury bled under the weight of indemnities to Rome. When a mercenary revolt, the so-called Truceless War, broke out in Africa, Rome seized the opportunity to snatch Sardinia and Corsica, further humiliating her rival. The bitterness between the two republics deepened into hatred. Carthage turned her eyes westward to the rich silver mines and fertile plains of Iberia. There, a rising family of generals, the Barcids, took command of Carthaginian expansion. Hamilcar Barca, hero of the African campaigns, led the conquest of vast stretches of Spain. At his side was his young son Hannibal, whom legend says Hamilcar made swear an oath of eternal enmity toward Rome before the altar of Baal. When Hamilcar fell in battle, his son-in-law Hasdrubal the Fair continued the work, founding the new capital of Carthaginian Spain at Carthage, New Carthage, modern Cartagena. Upon Hasdrubal's assassination in 221 BC, command passed to the 26-year-old Hannibal Barca, already known among the soldiers for his iron discipline, boundless energy, and uncanny ability to read a battlefield. The spark for the next great war came from the small city of Saguntum, lying south of the Ebro River but allied to Rome. Hannibal, seeing it as a dagger pointed at Carthage's Spanish dominion, besieged and captured Saguntum in 219 BC. Rome demanded his surrender. Carthage refused. War was declared, and Hannibal resolved to carry the fight into Italy itself. In the spring of 218 BC, Hannibal assembled one of the most audacious armies in history. About 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants. From New Carthage, he marched north along the Spanish coast, crossed the Pyrenees, forded the Rhone, and struck east toward the looming barrier of the Alps. The journey was a feat of endurance as much as of arms. Snow, ice, rock slides, and constant attacks by hostile tribes thinned his ranks, but Hannibal pressed on, driving his elephants along narrow mountain paths where a single misstep meant death. By the time he descended into the Po Valley, his force was battered but unbroken. The Romans, expecting to meet him in Spain or Gaul, were stunned. The first clashes at the Ticinus River and then the Trebia in December 218 showed the genius of Hannibal's cavalry tactics, as his Numidian horsemen outflanked and destroyed Roman wings. The following year brought the Battle of Lake Trasimene, the largest ambush in ancient history. Hannibal lured the consul Gaius Flaminius into a narrow defile between the lake and the hills, where Carthaginian troops hidden in the fog and woods crashed down on the marching Roman column. In the chaos, more than 15,000 Romans were killed or captured. The consul himself fell in the fighting. Panic swept Rome. The Senate turned to Quintus Fabius Maximus, who adopted a policy of delay, avoiding pitched battles, shadowing Hannibal, and cutting off his supplies. His caution earned him the nickname Cunctator, the Delayer. But in 216 BC, impatient for a decisive blow, Rome massed her largest army yet, perhaps 80,000 men, and marched to meet Hannibal at Cannae. There, on the hot, dusty plain, Hannibal achieved his masterpiece. Feigning weakness in the center, he drew the massive Roman infantry forward, then enveloped them from both flanks, while his cavalry routed theirs and closed the rear. The Roman army was crushed in a vise of steel, and by day's end, perhaps 50,000 lay dead, the greatest single-day disaster in Roman history. Allies began to waver, Capua defected, and Macedon allied with Carthage. Yet Rome did not sue for peace. She levied new legions, even arming slaves and criminals, and swore never to negotiate while Hannibal remained on Italian soil. For more than a decade, Hannibal roamed Italy, undefeated in battle, yet unable to deliver the final blow. The war's decision would ultimately be sought far from the fields of Cannae, in Spain, in Sicily, and finally in Africa, where Rome would turn Carthage's own strategy against her. After Cannae, Rome seemed on the brink of ruin, yet the Republic's stubborn will refused to break. Hannibal remained undefeated in Italy, but the Senate understood that to defeat him, they had to cut off his lifeline. The reinforcements and resources flowing from Carthaginian Spain. If Spain fell, Hannibal would be isolated, his long campaign turning into a war of attrition he could not win. In 211 BC, Rome sent a young and largely untested commander to take charge of operations in Iberia. Publius Cornelius Scipio, son and nephew of two Roman generals who had recently fallen in battle against the Carthaginians there. Barely in his mid-20s, Scipio carried himself with the quiet assurance of a man who believed he was destined for greatness. The soldiers soon sensed it too. His first major stroke came in 209 BC when Scipio launched a daring surprise attack on New Carthage, the main Carthaginian base in Spain. Timing his assault to coincide with low tide and using intelligence from local fishermen, he sent troops wading through the shallows to breach a little-known section of the walls. The city fell in a single day, yielding rich stores of weapons, silver, and hostages, as well as the psychological blow of losing Carthage's key stronghold. Over the next few years, Scipio maneuvered against Hannibal's brothers, Hasdrubal and Mago, defeating them in a series of engagements that steadily eroded Carthaginian control of Spain. At the Battle of Baecula in 208 and the decisive Battle of Ilipa in 26, Scipio outflanked and outfought superior numbers, showing a mastery of deception and timing that echoed Hannibal's own genius. By the end of 206, Spain was firmly in Roman hands. With Hannibal still at large in Italy, Scipio proposed a bold strategy: carry the war directly to Africa and force Carthage to recall her greatest general to defend the homeland. Despite opposition in the Senate from cautious voices who feared risking another disaster, Scipio gained approval, provided he raised much of the army himself. Volunteers flocked to his banner. In 204 BC, Scipio landed in Africa with about 30,000 men. He struck first at Carthage's Numidian allies, persuading one of their kings, Massinissa, to join Rome. Then, in 203, he met and crushed a Carthaginian Numidian force at the Great Plains. The blow was decisive. Carthage sued for peace and recalled Hannibal from Italy after 16 years of campaigning. The final act came in 202 BC on the plains near the town of Zama. Hannibal, now in his mid-40s, faced the most dangerous Roman he had ever encountered. He brought war elephants, veteran African infantry, and his famed cavalry. Scipio countered with Massinissa's Numidian horsemen and a flexible deployment designed to blunt the elephant charge. When the battle opened, many of the elephants were panicked by Roman trumpets and driven off course, leaving the infantry to decide the day. The fighting was fierce and prolonged, but Scipio's cavalry, having routed their counterparts, returned to strike Hannibal's rear. Encircled, the Carthaginian army collapsed. Hannibal, recognizing the war was lost, urged the Carthaginian council to accept the terms. Carthage surrendered her fleet, paid a crippling indemnity, and agreed never to wage war without Rome's permission. The Second Punic War, a struggle that had seen Rome brought to the edge of annihilation, ended in total Roman victory. Scipio returned to Rome in triumph, hailed as Africanus. Hannibal, spared but politically diminished, would live on as both a symbol of Carthaginian pride and a relentless foe of Rome's ambitions. Rome emerged from the war not merely as master of Italy, but as the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean. Yet the peace was uneasy, for Carthage still lived, and in the years to come the Third Punic War would decide whether she would live forever or vanish into memory. The peace imposed after Zama in 222 BC left Carthage humbled, her fleet reduced to a token force, her treasury drained by a crushing indemnity, and her foreign policy shackled by Roman oversight. Yet she remained a wealthy city, her harbors busy with trade, her fields fertile under the African sun. Many Romans, wary of her resilience, whispered that this peace was only an interlude, that one day Carthage would rise again. Hannibal, spared by Scipio's personal respect and Carthage's need for a statesman, turned from general to reformer, elected Suffete, chief magistrate, in 196 BC. He attacked the corruption of the city's oligarchs, restructured the tax system to pay off the Roman indemnity ahead of schedule, and sought to restore civic pride. But his very efficiency made him enemies at home and in Rome. The Carthaginian elite, fearing for their privileges, whispered to the Senate that Hannibal was plotting a new war. Under Roman pressure, Carthage ordered Hannibal into exile in 195 BC. He fled east, offering his talents to the Hellenistic kings who still resisted Rome's expansion. In the court of Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire, he urged a bold campaign against the Romans, but Antiochus hesitated, and when war came, it ended in defeat at Magnesia in 190 BC. Hannibal moved on to Bithynia, serving King Prusias I in his petty conflicts with Pergamum. Always the shadow of Roman pursuit followed him. By 183 BC, cornered by Roman envoys demanding his surrender, Hannibal chose his own fate. In a villa near the coast, he took poison he had long kept at hand, declaring that he would not live to adorn a Roman triumph. He was in his mid-60s, and with his death, one of the greatest military minds of history passed into legend. Meanwhile, Carthage struggled under the terms of the peace. She kept to the letter of the treaty, refraining from war, but her economic recovery and punctual payment of the indemnity only fed Roman suspicion. Across the Mediterranean, Rome's power continued to grow. Macedon, Greece, and much of the eastern Mediterranean fell under her sway in the decades after Zama. The spark for renewed conflict came not from Carthage's aggression, but from her ancient rival, Numidia. Massinissa, Rome's steadfast ally at Zama, ruled a kingdom to the west of Carthage. Ambitious and shrewd, he nibbled away at Carthaginian territory, claiming disputed lands and launching raids. Each time Carthage protested to Rome, the Senate sided with Massinissa. When Carthage finally took up arms to defend herself in 151 BC, she broke the letter of the treaty and handed Rome the pretext she had long awaited. In 149 BC, the Third Punic War began. Roman consuls landed an army in Africa and demanded not just reparations, but the wholesale dismantling of Carthage. The city was to be moved inland, away from the sea that had been her lifeblood. When the Carthaginians refused, the siege began. It would last 3 years. Behind hastily rebuilt walls, the citizens fought with the desperation of a people defending not merely a city, but their very existence. Women cut their hair to make ropes for catapults, and every man able to bear arms fought. Starvation and disease ravaged the defenders, but still they resisted. In 146 BC, under the command of Scipio Aemilianus, the Romans breached the walls. Street by street, house by house, they fought for 6 days, until the last defenders made their final stand in the temple of Ishmun. The city was burned, its survivors sold into slavery, and, according to later tradition, the ground was sown with salt. Carthage was no more. Rome now stood unchallenged in the western Mediterranean, her nearest rival erased. Yet in the ashes of Carthage, as in the rubble of every conquered city, seeds of future ambition stirred, for the Republic was not yet a world empire, and her gaze would soon turn east toward the wealth and politics of the Hellenistic kingdoms. The fall of Carthage in 146 BC marked the end of a century-long struggle for mastery of the western Mediterranean. Yet even as Scipio Aemilianus surveyed the smoldering ruins, Roman armies were already fighting in another theater, Greece. That same year, Corinth, jewel of the Peloponnesus, was stormed and destroyed, its treasures carried off to Rome, its population sold into slavery. The two great powers of antiquity, Carthage in the west and Corinth in the east, had fallen in the same season. Rome's path to dominance in the eastern Mediterranean had been gradual, shaped as much by diplomacy and alliances as by war. Since the days of Pyrrhus, the Republic had maintained ties with certain Greek city-states, often presenting herself as a protector of Hellenic freedom. But freedom, once safeguarded, had a way of becoming dependence, and dependence in Rome's hands often became subjugation. The turning point came during the Macedonian Wars, fought over the course of the 2nd century BC. Against Philip V of Macedon, and later his son Perseus, Rome presented herself as the champion of the Greek leagues, drawing city-states into her orbit with promises to curb Macedonian power. Victories at Cynocephalae in 197 BC and Pydna in 168 BC broke Macedonian strength. The Phalanx, once the terror of the Mediterranean under Alexander, proved inflexible against the maneuverable maniples of the Roman legions. In 146 BC, after a series of revolts against Roman oversight, the Senate resolved to end the pretense of independence for troublesome Greek states. Corinth, a leader in the resistance, became the example. When the legions under Lucius Mummius breached its walls, the slaughter was swift. Statues, paintings, and bronzes that had adorned its temples for centuries were carted to Rome. The city was leveled. In the decades that followed, Rome reorganized Greece and much of the eastern Mediterranean into provinces, directly governed by Roman officials. Macedon became a province in 148 BC. The wealthy cities of Asia Minor would follow soon after, while some Greek cities retained a measure of autonomy, all bowed to Roman authority. This expansion eastward brought not only territory, but immense wealth. Grain from the Aegean Islands, silver from Macedon, and the art and philosophy of Greece flowed into Rome. Greek tutors educated the sons of Roman nobles. Greek architects and sculptors transformed the city's skyline. Roman culture absorbed Hellenic refinement, even as Rome's political power overshadowed the Greek world. But with wealth came corruption and inequality. The spoils of conquest enriched the aristocracy, while small farmers, displaced by cheap grain from abroad, fell into debt and ruin. The old virtues of the Republic, frugality, discipline, civic duty, began to erode under the weight of luxury and ambition. And as generals returned from the east with loyal armies and immense fortunes, the balance between Senate and people began to shift dangerously. The Mediterranean was now, in effect, a Roman lake. From Spain to Asia Minor, No rival state could challenge the Republic's supremacy, yet the greatest threats to Rome's stability were no longer foreign powers, but forces within. Political rivalries, social unrest, and the ambitions of men who would not be content to serve the state but sought to master it. By the middle of the 2nd century BC, Rome ruled an empire that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules to the Aegean, from the mountains of northern Spain to the deserts of Africa. And yet within the city, cracks began to appear in the foundations of the Republic. The wealth of conquest flowed disproportionately into the hands of the senatorial elite. Large estates, or latifundia, worked by slaves imported from conquered lands, displaced small farmers, the same men who had once formed the backbone of the legions. Many drifted to Rome in search of work, only to swell the ranks of the urban poor. The imbalance was not merely economic but political. The Senate, dominated by an oligarchy of noble families, held most of the power, while the assemblies of the people had little real influence. Corruption was rampant in the provinces, where governors enriched themselves at the expense of subject peoples. The ideal of the citizen soldier was fading. Armies were increasingly loyal not to the Republic itself, but to the generals who promised them land, plunder, and security. In this climate, two brothers from a distinguished plebeian family stepped forward with a vision of reform: Tiberius and Gaius Sempronius Gracchus. They were grandsons of Scipio Africanus by marriage and had been raised in the traditions of service and honor. Both were deeply moved by the plight of the dispossessed citizens and believed that the Republic could be saved only by restoring the small farmer to the land. In 133 BC, Tiberius Gracchus was elected tribune of the plebs. His chief proposal was a revival of an old agrarian law that limited the amount of public land, ager publicus, any individual could hold, redistributing the surplus to poor citizens. This struck directly at the interests of the senatorial class, many of whom had illegally occupied vast tracts for generations. When the Senate resisted, Tiberius bypassed them, appealing directly to the popular assembly. The measure passed, but in the political storm that followed, Tiberius sought an unprecedented second term as tribune. His enemies accused him of aiming at tyranny. In a riot engineered by senators, Tiberius and hundreds of his supporters were clubbed to death, the first bloodshed in Roman politics in nearly 4 centuries. A decade later, in 123 BC, Gaius Gracchus took up his brother's cause, but with broader ambitions. He expanded the land reforms, established colonies for settlement, and proposed measures to supply grain to the poor at subsidized prices. He also sought to extend Roman citizenship to Latin allies, a move that would have reshaped the political balance of Italy. Gaius was a more fiery orator and a more formidable organizer than Tiberius, and for a time his influence eclipsed that of the Senate. Yet his sweeping reforms created enemies among both the aristocracy and the common people, some of whom feared the competition of newly enfranchised allies. In 121 BC, amid rising tensions, the Senate issued the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the final decree granting consuls extraordinary powers to protect the state. Violence broke out. Gaius, refusing capture, took his own life, and thousands of his followers were killed. The deaths of the Gracchi marked a turning point. Political disputes would now be settled increasingly by force, not debate. The precedent of the Senatus Consultum Ultimum gave the Senate a legal tool to suppress opponents with armed force, and the deep social and economic inequalities the brothers had tried to address remained unresolved. Rome still held the Mediterranean in her grasp, but within her walls, the Republic had begun a slow, irreversible descent into factionalism, civil strife, and the rise of men whose personal ambitions would outweigh the survival of the old order. In the decades after the deaths of the Gracchi, the Republic's political life grew ever more volatile. The Senate's grip on power remained, but its authority was challenged by ambitious men willing to bend tradition and the Constitution to their own ends. It was in this turbulent atmosphere that Gaius Marius, a man of humble origins but immense determination, rose to prominence and changed the nature of Rome's military forever. Marius was born around 157 BC in the small town of Arpinum, far from the aristocratic heart of Rome. Though of equestrian status, he was no patrician and owed nothing to the great senatorial families. His career began in the army, where he proved himself a disciplined and capable officer. Serving under the famed general Scipio Aemilianus at the siege of Numantia, Marius impressed his commander with both his physical toughness and his political ambition. By 119 BC, he had been elected tribune of the plebs, and a decade later, he cemented his political standing by marrying into the influential Julian family, a connection that would one day link him by blood to Julius Caesar. His opportunity for greatness came in 107 BC, when war broke out in North Africa against Jugurtha, the wily king of Numidia. Jugurtha had evaded Roman forces for years through a mix of guerrilla tactics and bribery of Roman commanders. Marius, campaigning under the consul Metellus, argued that the war's failures stemmed from corruption in high places and that fresh leadership was needed. Winning election as consul, he took command in Numidia and, with the help of his talented quaestor Lucius Cornelius Sulla, captured Jugurtha in 105 BC. Almost immediately, a new and greater threat emerged. The Cimbrian Teutones, massive tribes from the north, had descended into Gaul, annihilating Roman armies and threatening Italy itself. In response, Marius was elected consul year after year, an extraordinary break from precedent, from 104 to 100 BC. Over this period, he defeated the Teutones at Aquae Sextiae in 102 and the Cimbri at Vercellae in 101, earning the title the third founder of Rome. To meet these challenges, Marius introduced sweeping reforms to the army. Traditionally, only property-owning citizens could serve, supplying their own arms and armor. Marius opened enlistment to the capitae censi, the head count of landless poor, providing equipment at the state's expense. These new professional soldiers served for long terms and looked to their generals, rather than the Senate, for rewards and land upon retirement. The Marian reforms solved Rome's immediate manpower crisis, but they also shifted the balance of loyalty in dangerous ways. Legions became the personal instruments of ambitious commanders, paving the way for future civil wars. After his sixth consulship, Marius's star dimmed for a time, but in 91 BC, Rome was plunged into the social war, a brutal conflict with her Italian allies who demanded Roman citizenship. Marius, now aging, shared command with younger generals including Sulla. Though Rome emerged victorious and granted citizenship to the Italians, the war deepened rivalries within the elite. The simmering conflict between Marius and Sulla, rooted in ambition, politics, and personal hatred, would soon erupt into open civil war, shattering centuries of republican tradition and setting a precedent for armies marching on Rome itself. The uneasy partnership between Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla unraveled almost as soon as it began. Marius, the self-made general from Arpinum, embodied the rise of the novus homo, the new man who climbed to power without patrician lineage. Sulla, in contrast, was an aristocrat of ancient but impoverished stock, whose brilliance on the battlefield was matched by a taste for intrigue and calculated ruthlessness. Their temperaments clashed, and so did their ambitions. The flashpoint came in 88 BC, when a new war flared in the east. Mithridates VI, king of Pontus, had launched a stunning offensive across Asia Minor, massacring tens of thousands of Roman citizens and allies in a single coordinated attack. The Senate appointed Sulla, then consul, to lead the campaign. But Marius, though in his 70s and long past his prime, coveted the command. With the help of the tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, he pushed through a law transferring the eastern command from Sulla to himself. Sulla's reaction shocked Rome. Rather than accept the Senate's reversal, he marched his legions, the very troops assembled for the Mithridatic War, on the city itself. No Roman general had ever done such a thing. Fighting erupted in the streets. Marius and his allies fled, and Sulla regained control. He then departed for the east to resume his campaign against Mithridates, leaving his opponents behind but not destroyed. In Sulla's absence, Marius returned from exile in Africa with Cinna, a disaffected consul. They gathered an army of their own, including Italian veterans from the Social War, and marched on Rome in 87 BC. The city fell after brutal street fighting. A reign of terror followed. Marius and Cinna purged their enemies in a wave of executions and confiscations. Marius, elected consul for the unprecedented 7th time, died only weeks into his term in early 86 BC, leaving Cinna as the dominant figure in Rome. For the next few years, Cinna ruled while Sulla waged war in the east, defeating Mithridates and imposing a settlement favorable to Rome. But in 83 BC, Sulla landed in Italy with 5 legions. Determined to reclaim power, civil war erupted again. Sulla's march northward was relentless. He defeated the consular armies sent against him, and one by one, former Marian supporters defected or were crushed. The decisive battle came in 82 BC at the Colline Gate just outside Rome's walls. Sulla's forces, bolstered by the young Gnaeus Pompeius, later Pompey the Great, broke the resistance of the Marian faction. Victory complete, Sulla entered the city as master of the Republic. What followed was a systematic purge unprecedented in Roman history. Sulla published proscription lists, names of those declared outlaws whose property was confiscated and whose lives could be taken with impunity. Hundreds of senators and thousands of equestrians perished. Land was distributed to Sulla's veterans, further entrenching the loyalty of the army to its commanders rather than to the state. In 81 BC, Sulla assumed the dictatorship, ostensibly to restore the Republic's constitution. His reforms strengthened the Senate, curtailed the powers of the tribunes, and reasserted the authority of traditional magistracies. Yet the republic he claimed to restore was already fatally altered. The precedent of armies marching on Rome, political purges, and absolute power in the hands of a single man could not be undone. In 79 BC, Sulla stunned Rome by resigning the dictatorship and retiring to private life, confident his reforms would endure. But the forces he had unleashed, personal armies, political violence, and rivalry without restraint, would soon find new champions in figures like Pompey, Crassus, and a young Julius Caesar. When Lucius Cornelius Sulla stepped down from the dictatorship in 79 BC, Rome found herself in the hands of ambitious men who had learned well from his example. Among them, 2 stood out: Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. Both had risen under Sulla's shadow, both commanded vast personal influence, and both were determined to shape the Republic's destiny. Pompey, though barely 30, had already earned the nickname the Teenage Butcher for his ruthless suppression of Marian forces in Sicily and Africa during the Civil War. He had never held the traditional magistracies. Yet his military successes and the loyalty of his legions made him a power the Senate could not ignore. In 77 BC, he was dispatched to Spain to confront the Marian general Sertorius, a brilliant guerrilla leader who had established an independent regime. The war dragged on for years and ended only with Sertorius's assassination in 72 BC. Crassus, by contrast, built his fortune through shrewd investments, real estate speculation, and, notoriously, buying burning properties at bargain prices, then sending his private fire brigades to extinguish the flames. His military reputation came not from foreign wars, but from crushing the slave revolt led by Spartacus in 71 BC. This uprising, the Third Servile War, had begun in 73 BC, when Spartacus, a Thracian gladiator, escaped from a training school in Capua and raised a massive army of runaway slaves and disaffected shepherds. For 2 years they defeated Roman forces, roaming freely through Italy. Crassus finally cornered Spartacus in southern Italy, killing him and 6,000 of his followers, whose bodies were crucified along the Appian Way as a grim warning. Yet Pompey, returning from Spain, intercepted fugitives from the revolt and claimed to have ended the war, sparking a bitter rivalry with Crassus over credit and prestige. Despite their mutual distrust, Pompey and Crassus were elected consuls together in 70 BC. They reversed several of Sulla's constitutional changes, restoring powers to the tribunes and opening the courts to a wider range of jurors. But their uneasy partnership was soon overshadowed by events in the East. In 67 BC, piracy in the Mediterranean reached crisis levels, threatening Rome's grain supply. The Senate, pressured by the tribune Aulus Gabinius, granted Pompey extraordinary powers, command over the entire sea and its coasts for 50 miles inland. In just 3 months, Pompey swept the pirates from the seas. The following year, he was given supreme command in the war against Mithridates VI of Pontus, a conflict that had dragged on intermittently for over 2 decades. By 63 BC, Pompey had defeated Mithridates, reorganized the provinces of the east, and extended Roman influence deep into Syria and Judea. While Pompey basked in his eastern triumph, Rome was shaken by the Catilinarian conspiracy. Lucius Sergius Catilina, a debt-ridden patrician, plotted to overthrow the government. The consul Marcus Tullius Cicero exposed the plot in a series of blistering speeches, the Catilinarian orations, leading to the execution of Catiline's allies in Rome and the death of Catiline himself in battle. When Pompey returned to Italy in 62 BC, he disbanded his army, expecting the Senate to ratify his eastern settlements and grant land to his veterans. Instead, the Senate stalled, wary of his growing power. This impasse opened the door for an alliance that would redefine Roman politics. Pompey joined forces with Crassus and a rising political star, Gaius Julius Caesar. In 60 BC, these 3 men formed the so-called First Triumvirate, an informal pact to dominate Roman politics. Caesar, elected consul in 59 BC, pushed through legislation to satisfy both his allies: land for Pompey's veterans, favorable tax contracts for Crassus's business interests, and his own command in Gaul for 5 years. What began as a marriage of convenience would soon strain under the weight of ambition, rivalry, and war, and from its collapse would emerge the figure who would end the Republic. In 58 BC, Gaius Julius Caesar departed Rome to take up his proconsular command in Gaul. For the next 8 years, he waged a series of campaigns that would not only expand Rome's borders to the Atlantic and the Rhine, but also transform him into the most celebrated general of his age and the most dangerous man to the political order in Rome. Caesar's opening move came against the Helvetii, a confederation of tribes seeking to migrate westward through Roman territory. Intercepting them at Bibracte, Caesar defeated them and forced the survivors back to their homelands. From there, he turned his attention to Ariovistus, a Germanic king who had crossed the Rhine into Gaul. In a swift campaign, Caesar drove him back across the river, establishing Rome's dominance over the region. Over the next few years, Caesar fought and subdued tribe after tribe, the Nervii, the Buronese, the Veneti, combining military brilliance with ruthless pragmatism. His victories were not merely defensive. They were calculated to secure wealth, glory, and a loyal veteran army whose fortunes were tied to his own. Twice he crossed into Britain, in 55 and 54 BC, probing the island's defenses and forging a political image of a commander who dared to go where no Roman had gone before. In 52 BC, his most formidable challenge arose, a united Gallic revolt under Vercingetorix, chieftain of the Arverni. At Gergovia, Caesar suffered a rare setback, but he recovered swiftly. That summer, he laid siege to the fortified town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix and his army held out behind massive defenses. When a relief force arrived to break the siege, Caesar's legions fought on two fronts, inside and outside the walls, in one of the most remarkable operations of the ancient world. Victory was complete, Vercingetorix surrendered, and Gaul was firmly under Roman control. While Caesar conquered in the north, politics in Rome shifted dangerously. The first triumvirate began to fray. Crassus, seeking his own military glory, led an expedition against the Parthian Empire in 53 BC. It ended in catastrophe at Carrhae, where he was killed and his army destroyed. Without Crassus to balance them, tensions between Pompey and Caesar grew. The personal bond that had once united them was severed by tragedy. In 54 BC, Julia, Pompey's wife and Caesar's beloved daughter, died in childbirth. With her death, the familial tie between the two men vanished. Pompey drifted closer to the senatorial faction, the Optimates, who saw in him a counterweight to Caesar's rising power. In 52 BC, violence in Rome reached new heights when Publius Clodius Pulcher, a populist tribune and Pompey's rival, was murdered in a street brawl. In the chaos, the Senate appointed Pompey as sole consul to restore order. His legislation increasingly favored the Senate's interests, and measures were passed requiring Caesar to relinquish his command before standing for another consulship. But Caesar knew that returning to Rome without the legal immunity of office would expose him to prosecution by his enemies. The Senate, emboldened by Pompey's support, ordered him to disband his army. Caesar's answer would change history. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, he led his 13th legion across the Rubicon River, the boundary between his province and Italy, uttering according to tradition the words Alea iacta est. The die is cast. Civil war had begun. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, he committed an act from which there could be no return. By bringing his legion into Italy in defiance of the Senate's orders, he declared war, not only on Pompey, but on the senatorial order itself. News of his advance sent panic through Rome. Many senators, along with Pompey, fled the city for Brundisium, intending to sail for Greece and raise an army in the east. Caesar moved swiftly. With his hallmark speed, he secured the Italian peninsula in a matter of weeks, meeting little resistance. At Brundisium, Pompey slipped away before Caesar could blockade the harbor. Rather than give immediate chase, Caesar turned west to confront Pompeian forces in Spain, declaring, "I'm going to fight an army without a leader and later a leader without an army." In a short but decisive campaign, he defeated Pompey's lieutenants at Ilerda, bringing the west under his control. Returning to Italy, Caesar crossed into Greece in early 48 BC. The two greatest commanders of their generation finally faced each other in earnest. At Dyrrhachium, Pompey repelled Caesar's attempts to encircle him and inflicted a rare defeat, forcing Caesar to retreat inland. But Pompey, cautious and unwilling to risk his advantage in a pitched battle, gave Caesar time to recover. The decisive encounter came on August 9, 48 BC at Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey's army outnumbered Caesar's nearly 2-1, and the senatorial faction expected an easy victory. Caesar, however, used his veterans' discipline and his own tactical ingenuity to shatter the larger force. When Caesar ordered his reserves to flank Pompey's cavalry and drive it off, the Pompeian infantry line collapsed. Pompey fled the field and sailed to Egypt, seeking refuge with the young king Ptolemy XIII. But the politics of Alexandria were treacherous. Hoping to win Caesar's favor, Ptolemy's advisors had Pompey assassinated as he stepped ashore. When Caesar arrived days later, he was presented with the severed head of his former ally, a sight that reportedly brought him to tears. In Egypt, Caesar became embroiled in the Alexandrian War, siding with Cleopatra VII in her struggle against her brother Ptolemy. Their alliance was political and personal, and Cleopatra would later bear Caesar a son, Caesarion. After securing her throne, Caesar returned to the east to crush the remnants of the Pompeian cause, defeating King Pharnaces of Pontus at Zela in 47 BC. A campaign he summarized with the laconic message, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. The war was not yet over. In 46 BC, Caesar crossed into Africa, where Cato the Younger and Metellus Scipio commanded a large Pompeian army. At Thapsus, Caesar's forces won a decisive victory. Cato, unwilling to live under Caesar's rule, committed suicide in Utica. The last embers of resistance flared in Spain, where Pompey's sons, Gnaeus and Sextus, gathered another army. Caesar defeated them at Munda in 45 BC, ending the civil war. Now undisputed master of the Roman world, Caesar returned to Rome, where he began reshaping the republic. He assumed the title of Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life, and embarked on a program of political, social, and calendar reforms. But in doing so, he alarmed those who feared the end of the republic and the birth of monarchy. The conspiracy against him was already forming. By 44 BC, Julius Caesar stood at the pinnacle of power. His victories in the Civil War had swept away all rivals. His reforms touched every corner of the Roman world. He reduced debts, expanded the Senate, reorganized provincial governance, and even reformed the calendar, introducing the Julian system that would endure for centuries. Yet for all his achievements, the title Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life, cast a shadow over his rule. To many senators, it was proof that Caesar intended to be king, a role Romans had loathed since the fall of their monarchy 5 centuries earlier. The tension was palpable. Statues of Caesar were adorned with diadems, royal headbands, only for them to be torn down by angry citizens. At the festival of the Lupercalia in February, Mark Antony, his loyal lieutenant, publicly offered him a crown. Caesar refused, but the gesture fed rumors that he desired it. Among the elite, whispers turned to plotting. The conspiracy that took shape was led by Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus. Brutus, descended from the man who had driven out Rome's last king, was a figure of deep symbolic weight. Though once a supporter of Pompey, he had been pardoned by Caesar and elevated to high office. Cassius, a veteran soldier and bitter opponent of Caesar, worked to recruit senators who feared for the republic's survival. On the Ides of March 15, 44 BC, the Senate was scheduled to meet in the theater of Pompey. As Caesar took his seat, the conspirators closed in. One man seized his toga, pulling it down from his shoulders. The first blow came from Casca, striking at his neck. Then steel flashed from every side. Caesar fought back briefly before recognizing Brutus among his attackers. According to tradition, he uttered the words "Kesi teknon," "You too, my child?" and drew his toga over his face as the blades fell. He was stabbed 23 times. The aftermath was chaos. The conspirators, styling themselves liberatores, expected to be hailed as saviors of the Republic. Instead, the city seethed with uncertainty. Mark Antony, as consul, seized Caesar's papers and will, which named his grandnephew Gaius Octavius, only 18 years old, as his adopted son and heir. The will also bequeathed generous gifts to the people of Rome, securing their loyalty even in death. At Caesar's funeral, Antony delivered a masterful oration. He read the will aloud, displayed Caesar's blood-stained toga, and pointed to the wounds, naming the conspirators responsible. The crowd, inflamed with grief and fury, rioted. The houses of the assassins were attacked. Brutus and Cassius fled the city. In the power vacuum, 3 figures emerged to claim Caesar's mantle: Mark Antony, Octavian, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, commander of the city's cavalry. Together they would form the second triumvirate, vowing to avenge Caesar's murder and punish his killers. But their alliance, born in blood, would plunge Rome into yet another round of civil wars. In the weeks after Caesar's assassination, Rome teetered on the edge of anarchy. The Senate, desperate to restore stability, struck a fragile compromise. The conspirators would be spared retribution, but Caesar's acts and appointments would stand. It was an uneasy peace that neither side truly intended to honor. Mark Antony, wielding the authority of consul and control over Caesar's papers and treasury, positioned himself as the natural heir to his fallen patron. Yet he underestimated the quiet determination of Gaius Octavius. The young man, still in Macedonia when he learned of his adoption, sailed to Italy at once. Upon arrival, he shed his old name and claimed his place as Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, Octavian, the son and legal heir of the dictator. At first, Octavian seemed no match for Antony's experience and popularity with the legions, but the youth moved with calculated precision. He courted Caesar's veterans, reminding them of the generous settlements promised in the will. He cultivated allies in the Senate, particularly among those who feared Antony's growing dominance. In the summer of 44 BC, he marched on Rome with a small army, forcing Antony to retreat north. The Senate, led by Cicero, saw in Octavian a tool to break Antony's power. Cicero launched his Philippics, a series of blistering speeches denouncing Antony as a threat to the Republic. With senatorial backing, Octavian and the consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, marched against Antony, defeating him at the Battle of Mutina in April 43 BC. Both consuls were killed in the fighting, leaving Octavian in sole command of their forces. Rather than return the legions to senatorial control, Octavian turned them toward Rome. He demanded the consulship for himself, and got it. Once in power, he shifted his stance. In November 43 BC, he met Antony and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus on an island in the river Reno. There, the 3 men forged the second triumvirate, a legally sanctioned body with absolute authority for 5 years. Their stated mission to avenge Caesar's murder and restore order. Their vengeance was swift and merciless. Proscription lists were posted in the forum, naming enemies of the new regime. Property was confiscated. Hundreds were executed without trial. Cicero, Antony's fiercest critic, was among the most prominent victims. Hunted down and killed, his head and hands displayed on the rostra as a warning. In 42 BC, the triumvirs turned their attention east, where Brutus and Cassius had gathered a massive army in Macedonia. The decisive confrontation came at Philippi. In the first battle, Brutus defeated Octavian's forces, while Antony routed Cassius, who mistakenly believing Brutus defeated as well, took his own life. 3 weeks later, in the second battle, Brutus's army was crushed. Refusing capture, Brutus fell on his sword. With their deaths, the last hopes of restoring the Republic's old order died with them. The eastern provinces fell into triumviral hands. Antony took the wealthy eastern territories. Lepidus was given Africa, and Octavian assumed control of Italy in the west. But Rome's peace was an illusion. The unity of the triumvirate was bound not by loyalty, but by ambition, and already the seeds of its collapse were sown. After the victory at Philippi in 42 BC, the Roman world was effectively carved into 3 spheres of control. Mark Antony ruled the wealthy eastern provinces from Greece to Egypt. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus held Africa, and Octavian controlled Italy and the western provinces. At first glance, the arrangement seemed stable, but beneath the surface, personal rivalries and political tensions began to strain the alliance. In Italy, Octavian faced immediate unrest. Tens of thousands of Caesar's veterans were awaiting land settlements promised after the civil wars. To fulfill these pledges, Octavian confiscated land from Italian towns, creating resentment and sparking the Perusine War in 41 BC, led by Lucius Antonius, brother of Mark Antony, and Antony's formidable wife Fulvia. Octavian besieged Perugia, forcing its surrender in early 40 BC. Fulvia died soon after, and Antony returned from the east to patch up relations. The two men sealed a temporary reconciliation with the Treaty of Brundisium, which gave Octavian control of the west, Antony the east, and confirmed Lepidus's hold on Africa. As part of this political bargain, Antony married Octavia, Octavian's sister, a match intended to cement their alliance. For a time, the arrangement worked. In 39 BC, the Treaty of Misenum temporarily ended hostilities with Sextus Pompeius, son of Pompey the Great, who had seized control of Sicily and threatened Rome's grain supply with his fleet. But peace was fleeting. Within 2 years, renewed tensions with Sextus erupted into war. It was during these years that Antony's path diverged sharply from Octavian's. Stationed in the east, Antony sought to consolidate Roman authority and launch campaigns against Parthia, Rome's great rival. In doing so, he renewed his connection with Cleopatra VII of Egypt, the queen he had met years earlier during Caesar's Alexandrian War. Their political partnership quickly became personal, and Cleopatra bore Antony 3 children. To Octavian and many in Rome, Antony's entanglement with Cleopatra was more than a private affair. It was a political liability. Rumors swirled that Antony intended to make Alexandria the seat of power, that he sought to elevate Cleopatra to a position above Roman law, and even that he planned to bequeath Roman territories to their children. These suspicions deepened when, after a disastrous Parthian campaign in 36 BC, Antony staged the so-called donations of Alexandria in 34 BC, publicly granting eastern lands to Cleopatra and her heirs. Meanwhile, Lepidus's role in the triumvirate collapsed. After attempting to seize Sicily following Sextus Pompeius's defeat, he was stripped of power by Octavian and forced into political retirement, leaving the Roman world effectively divided between 2 men, Antony in the east and Octavian in the west. By 33 BC, the alliance was dead in all but name. Antony formally divorced Octavia, an insult that Octavian exploited ruthlessly. He launched a propaganda campaign portraying Antony as a traitor bewitched by an Eastern queen, betraying Roman values for foreign luxuries. The Senate, swayed by Octavian's narrative, declared war, not on Antony directly, but on Cleopatra, framing the conflict as a defense of Rome against an alien monarch. The stage was set for the final confrontation. The struggle between Octavian and Antony would decide not only who ruled Rome, but whether the Republic would survive at all. By the spring of 31 BC, the long-simmering rivalry between Octavian and Mark Antony had erupted into open war. Though the Senate's formal declaration named Cleopatra as Rome's enemy, everyone understood that Antony was the true target. Both sides prepared for a confrontation that would determine the fate of the Roman world. Antony and Cleopatra gathered their forces in Greece, assembling a fleet of over 500 warships, many of them massive quinqueremes designed for ramming and boarding, and an army of more than 100,000 men. Cleopatra's Egyptian treasury provided the resources to keep this vast host supplied. Octavian, for his part, commanded a smaller but more maneuverable fleet of around 400 ships, under the command of his brilliant admiral and lifelong friend, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. The early stages of the campaign were marked by strategic maneuvering. Agrippa struck first, capturing key positions along the western coast of Greece, cutting in Antony's supply lines. Octavian's forces occupied a strong position near Actium on the Ionian Sea, effectively trapping Antony's army and navy in the Ambracian Gulf. Disease and desertion began to erode Antony's strength, while Octavian's position grew steadily stronger. On September 2nd, 31 BC, the two fleets met in a decisive engagement. The wind favored Octavian's lighter, more agile vessels, which darted in to harass and outmaneuver Antony's heavier ships. Agrippa's tactics slowly pressed Antony's line toward open water, breaking its cohesion. In the midst of the battle, Cleopatra's squadron suddenly broke away from the fighting and sailed for the open sea. Accounts differ on whether this was part of a prearranged plan or a desperate flight, but Antony, seeing her departure, abandoned his flagship and followed with a small escort, leaving his fleet leaderless. Without their commander, Antony's forces collapsed. Hundreds of ships were captured or burned. Those that escaped scattered across the Mediterranean. The defeat at Actium was not just a military disaster, it was a political death blow. Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt, attempting to muster a final defense, but their cause was finished. Octavian, master of both sea and land, methodically advanced toward Alexandria. The following summer, in August of 30 BC, Octavian's forces entered the Egyptian capital. Antony, hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, fell on his sword. Mortally wounded, he was brought to her side and died in her arms. Cleopatra, refusing to be paraded in Octavian's triumph, took her own life days later, according to legend, by the bite of an asp. With their deaths, the last great opposition to Octavian vanished. Egypt was annexed as a Roman province, its vast wealth flowing into Octavian's coffers. The Republic, already hollowed out by decades of civil war, was now his alone to command. In 29 BC, Octavian returned to Rome in triumph. The Senate hailed him as the savior of the state, and the people celebrated him as the bringer of peace. Yet the peace he offered was one in which all power flowed to a single man. The Republic had not been restored, but it had been transformed. When Octavian returned to Rome after his victory at Actium and the annexation of Egypt, he was master of the known world. No rival remained alive. No army in the provinces challenged his command. Yet the memory of Caesar's fate lingered. Romans still clung to the forms of their ancient republic, even as those forms had been hollowed out by decades of civil war. Octavian's challenge was to secure his supremacy without provoking the same fear and resentment that had doomed his adoptive father. In 27 BC, Octavian staged a masterstroke of political theater. Before the Senate, he announced that he was relinquishing all extraordinary powers and restoring the Republic's governance to the traditional magistracies. In return, the Senate urged him to continue guiding the state and granted him a new title, Augustus, meaning the revered one. It was a name heavy with religious and moral authority, and it marked the birth of the Principate, a monarchy in all but name, cloaked in the language of republican tradition. Under the constitutional settlements of 27 and 23 BC, Augustus held Imperium Maius, supreme command over all provinces with legions, and Tribunitia Potestas, the powers of a tribune for life, allowing him to propose laws, veto acts, and protect the people. In theory, the Senate and magistrates still governed. In practice, Augustus directed every major policy. He set about reshaping the Roman state. The legions were reduced to a professional standing army of about 28 units loyal to him through direct payment from a permanent treasury. Veterans were settled in colonies across the empire, spreading Roman culture and securing its frontiers. He reorganized provincial administration, placing senatorial provinces under Senate control, while keeping the strategically vital imperial provinces and their armies under his personal command. In Rome itself, Augustus launched an ambitious building program, famously boasting that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, new forms constructed, aqueducts repaired, and monuments raised to celebrate peace and piety. The Arapaches, or altar of Augustan peace, proclaimed the stability his rule had brought after years of chaos. Social and moral reforms accompanied his political changes. Augustus promoted laws encouraging marriage and childbearing among the elite, penalizing adultery and luxury. He sought to cast himself as not merely a ruler, but as the moral guardian of Roman society. His own household, however, was not immune to scandal. His daughter Julia's notorious affairs would later force him into difficult and very public decisions. The frontiers of the empire expanded under his watch. His generals pushed into Spain, secured Gaul, and extended Roman control deep into the Balkans. In the east, he negotiated a settlement with Parthia that recovered the legionary standards lost by Crassus decades earlier, a diplomatic triumph that he displayed in Rome as if it were a battlefield victory. Yet not all ventures ended in glory. The disastrous defeat of 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest in A.D. 9 shattered Rome's hopes of conquering beyond the Rhine. By concentrating military, political, and religious authority in his own hands, while preserving the Senate and magistracies as ceremonial institutions, Augustus created a system that endured for centuries. The Republic was gone, but its trappings allowed Romans to accept the reality of imperial rule. When Augustus died in AD 14, after more than 40 years in power, he was deified by the Senate, and the succession passed smoothly to his stepson Tiberius. For the first time in generations, Rome experienced a peaceful transfer of supreme authority, a sign that the Republic had truly given way to empire. With the death of Augustus in AD 14, the carefully constructed framework of the Principate passed into the hands of his stepson Tiberius, a seasoned general and administrator, but a man of brooding temperament. The Senate, accustomed now to one-man rule, confirmed him without real opposition. Tiberius inherited not only the vast empire Augustus had built, but also the delicate balance between imperial authority and republican facade. At first, his reign was steady. Tiberius maintained the frontiers, kept the treasury full, and avoided reckless expansion. But he was never loved. Suspicious by nature, he relied heavily on his praetorian prefect, Lucius Aelius Sejanus, who gradually accumulated enormous power. Sejanus orchestrated purges of rivals, feeding Tiberius's paranoia. By AD 26, Tiberius withdrew from Rome altogether, retiring to the island of Capri and leaving Sejanus to run the capital. When evidence surfaced that Sejanus might be plotting to seize the throne, Tiberius acted decisively from his remote retreat. Sejanus was arrested, executed, and his supporters ruthlessly hunted down. The latter years of Tiberius's reign were marked by treason trials and fear until his death in AD 37. He was succeeded by his grandnephew Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, better known to history as Caligula. At first, Caligula was welcomed with open arms. Son of the beloved General Germanicus, he promised a new era of generosity and spectacle. The Senate granted him lavish honors. The people adored him. But within months, his behavior grew erratic. Ancient sources, colored by hostility, describe a descent into extravagance, cruelty, and bizarre demands, including ordering a statue of himself placed in the temple at Jerusalem and allegedly declaring his horse a priest, and in some accounts intending to make it consul. In AD 41, after less than 4 years in power, Caligula was assassinated by members of the Praetorian Guard. In the ensuing chaos, the guards found his uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace and proclaimed him emperor. The Senate, lacking any real alternative, accepted. Claudius, often underestimated due to a limp and speech impediment, proved an able and energetic ruler. He expanded the empire's borders, most famously by conquering Britain in AD 43, and undertook extensive public works, including new aqueducts and a harbor at Ostia. He also reformed the imperial bureaucracy, using freedmen as key administrators, which won efficiency but alienated the senatorial elite. His personal life was tumultuous. After a disastrous marriage to Messalina, who was executed for conspiracy, he wed his niece Agrippina the Younger. She maneuvered to have her son from a previous marriage, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, known as Nero, adopted as heir. When Claudius died in AD 54, possibly poisoned at Agrippina's behest, Nero became emperor at just 16, guided at first by his mother, the philosopher Seneca, and the Praetorian prefect Burrus. Nero's early reign was marked by moderation and popular measures. But as he grew older, his relationship with Agrippina soured, culminating in her murder, ordered, most historians agree, by Nero himself. Freed from her influence, Nero indulged his passions for music, theater, and chariot racing, scandalizing the aristocracy with his public performances. Political rivals and suspected conspirators were eliminated in waves of executions. In AD 64, a great fire swept through Rome, destroying large portions of the city. Rumors accused Nero of setting it himself, perhaps to clear land for his Golden House palace. He deflected blame onto the Christians, subjecting them to brutal persecution, the first recorded in Roman history. Military crises deepened his troubles. Revolts in Britain under Queen Boudica in Judea and among the legions in Gaul and Spain eroded his authority. By AD 68, the Senate declared him a public enemy. Facing certain death, Nero took his own life, lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." His death ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged Rome into a year of civil war. The suicide of Nero in June AD 68 ended more than the Julio-Claudian dynasty. It shattered the fragile stability Augustus had engineered. Without a clear successor, the empire was left open to the ambitions of its most powerful generals. In the span of a single year, 4 men would claim the purple, and Rome would learn that the loyalty of the legions outweighed the decrees of the Senate. The first to take the throne was Servius Sulpicius Galba, governor of Hispania Tarraconensis. Proclaimed emperor by his troops before Nero's death, Galba entered Rome as the Senate's choice. Yet his austere discipline and refusal to reward the Praetorian Guard alienated the very forces that had secured his rise. His parsimony extended to the provinces, where he reversed Nero's popular grants and punished perceived disloyalty. Discontent festered quickly. Among Galba's critics was Marcus Salvius Otho, governor of Lusitania and once a close ally. When Galba adopted a different successor in January AD 69, Otho bribed the Praetorian Guard to his side. On January 15th, Galba was murdered in the Forum. His head paraded through the streets, and Otho was hailed as emperor. Otho's reign began with promise but soon faced a grave threat. In the provinces of Germania, superior and inferior, the legions refused to recognize him, and instead acclaimed their commander, Aulus Vitellius, as emperor. Vitellius marched south with two powerful armies, and in April, the opposing forces met at the Battle of Bedriacum in northern Italy. Otho's troops were defeated. Rather than prolong the bloodshed, Otho committed suicide, earning the rare respect of his enemies. Vitellius entered Rome as the third emperor of the year. His indulgent feasts and largesse won some temporary favor, but his failure to consolidate control proved fatal. In the eastern provinces, the legions of Syria and Judea, along with those in Egypt, had already declared for their own candidate, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, known simply as Vespasian, a seasoned general then besieging Jerusalem in the Jewish revolt. Vespasian's supporters, led by Antonius Primus, advanced into Italy and defeated Vitellius's forces in a second battle at Bedriacum. As fighting spilled into the streets of Rome in December AD 69, Vitellius attempted to abdicate but was captured and killed by the victors. His body was dragged through the city and thrown into the Tiber. By the year's end, Vespasian was recognized as emperor, bringing an end to the chaos. The year of the four emperors had demonstrated a stark truth. The emperor's crown was no longer secured by senatorial decree or hereditary claim, but by the loyalty of the legions. With Vespasian's accession, Rome entered a new era, the Flavian dynasty, one built on military strength, pragmatic governance, and the steady restoration of stability after years of turmoil. Vespasian's rise to power in AD 69 marked the end of civil war and the start of a new imperial house, the Flavian dynasty. Born in 9 AD to a family of modest equestrian rank in the Sabine countryside, Titus Flavius Vespasianus was not of ancient senatorial nobility, but had risen through military service and administrative skill. His career included distinguished service in Britain and command in Germany, but his greatest renown came from his campaigns in Judea, where he was methodically crushing the Jewish revolt when the year of the four emperors erupted. By the time Vitellius fell, Vespasian was still in the east, securing the loyalty of Egypt, Rome's critical grain supply. His ally, Mucianus, governor of Syria, and the general Antonius Primus carried the Flavian cause to victory in Italy. In late December, the Senate formally recognized Vespasian as emperor. It was a rare moment in Roman history when the army's choice aligned with the Senate's decree. Vespasian inherited a Rome weary of instability and financially drained by years of civil strife and Nero's extravagance. His first priority was fiscal recovery. He increased provincial taxation, revived lapsed taxes, and even imposed a levy on public latrines, a measure that prompted mockery until his wry defense, pecunia non olet, money does not smell, became proverbial. He also sought to restore Rome's physical and political infrastructure. The city still bore the scars of the Great Fire of 64 and the battles of 69. Vespasian began an ambitious building program, the centerpiece of which was the Flavian Amphitheater, known today as the Colosseum, constructed on the site of Nero's artificial lake, symbolically returning land to the people. Other projects included the Temple of Peace and the completion of the Temple of Claudius. In foreign affairs, Vespasian delegated the final phase of the Jewish war to his son Titus. The siege and destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD, though brutal, secured the eastern provinces and brought immense spoils to Rome. These funds helped finance public works and the games that celebrated Flavian victories. In Britain, the general Agricola began extending Roman control into what is now Scotland, though full conquest would remain elusive. Vespasian ruled with pragmatism and a common touch, cultivating an image far removed from the theatricality of the Julio-Claudians. He favored competent administrators over aristocratic pedigree, often promoting men of provincial origin. His humor, sometimes earthy, and his lack of pretense endeared him to the populace, though his frugality could be unpopular with the elite. By the time of his death in AD 79, reportedly joking, "Dear me, I think I am becoming a god," Vespasian had restored stability, repaired Rome's finances, and left a secure succession. His eldest son, Titus, would inherit not only the throne but also the challenges and glories of a maturing empire. When Vespasian died in June AD 79, the transition of power to his eldest son, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, was smooth and uncontested, a rare moment of calm in the often violent story of imperial succession. Titus had been a public figure for years, celebrated as the general who brought the Jewish war to its conclusion and captured Jerusalem. His triumph in Rome alongside his father had been magnificent. The spoils of the Temple of Jerusalem were paraded through the streets, and the Arch of Titus would later commemorate that victory. Yet Titus's accession was met with some unease. His time as commander of the Praetorian Guard had shown a ruthless side, and rumors lingered about his relationship with the Jewish Queen Berenice, who lived with him openly in Rome, a breach of traditional Roman propriety. But once in power, Titus confounded expectations. He ruled with generosity, avoided political purges, and made a point of refusing charges of treason against senators, even those who had opposed his family. His reign, though short, was defined by both monumental achievements and overwhelming disasters. In August of AD 79, only a few months after he became emperor, Mount Vesuvius erupted catastrophically, burying the towns of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae under ash and pyroclastic flows. Thousands perished. Titus appointed relief commissioners, provided financial aid from the imperial treasury, and personally visited the affected areas, earning public admiration for his compassion. The following year brought another calamity. A great fire swept through Rome, destroying large swaths of the city for 3 days. Titus once again poured resources into rebuilding efforts, assuring the populace that no expense would be spared. Ancient historians note that these twin disasters weighed heavily on him, though his public image only grew more favorable. Amid these trials, Titus presided over the dedication of the Flavian Amphitheater, the Colosseum, begun under Vespasian. The inaugural games lasted for 100 days, featuring gladiatorial combats, animal hunts, and even mock naval battles staged in the arena when it was flooded. These spectacles, combined with his relief efforts, solidified Titus's reputation as a benevolent ruler, but his reign lasted barely 2 years. In September AD 81, Titus died suddenly at the age of 41, reportedly in the Sabine countryside. Ancient sources hint at the possibility of foul play, implicating his younger brother Domitian, who succeeded him, though no definitive proof exists. On his deathbed, Titus is said to have lamented, "I have made but one mistake," a cryptic remark that has puzzled historians for centuries. The Senate deified him, and the people mourned sincerely. In the popular memory, Titus became the delight and darling of the human race, a rare emperor whose brief rule combined military glory, public generosity, and personal kindness. When Titus died in AD mid-81, the throne passed to his younger brother, Titus Flavius Domitianus. At 30 years old, Domitian had long lingered in the shadow of his father Vespasian and elder brother. As emperor, he wasted no time in asserting his authority, casting aside the cautious, collegial style of his predecessors for a more openly autocratic rule. Domitian styled himself as a new Augustus, restoring old religious practices, promoting the worship of traditional Roman deities, and taking a personal interest in the administration of justice. He increased soldiers' pay, the first such raise in nearly a century, securing the loyalty of the legions. His government was efficient, and he was an active administrator, spending as much time in the provinces as in Rome. Militarily, his reign was marked by a mix of success and frustration. In the north, Domitian strengthened Rome's frontiers along the Rhine and Danube, building roads, forts, and the limes, border defenses. He campaigned against the Chatti in Germania and fought the Dacians under King Decebalus, eventually negotiating a treaty that many in Rome saw as too generous. In Britain, the general Agricola extended Roman control deep into Caledonia, modern Scotland, and won a notable victory at Mons Gropius, though Domitian recalled him soon afterward, perhaps jealous of his growing fame. Domitian was a lavish builder in the capital. He completed the restoration of the city after the fire under Titus, rebuilt the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, and commissioned the Grand Stadium of Domitian, the site of modern Piazza Navona. His palace complex on the Palatine Hill was one of the most opulent ever constructed in Rome. Yet his growing suspicion and authoritarianism bred fear. He revived the law of treason, punishing senators and equestrians for perceived disloyalty, and employed a network of informers. Trials and executions became more common, and relations with the Senate deteriorated sharply. While Domitian was popular with the army and the common people, the aristocracies came to see him as a tyrant. By AD 96, resentment at court had reached a breaking point. In September, Domitian was assassinated in a palace conspiracy involving members of his household staff and possibly senior officials. The Senate quickly condemned his memory, damnatio memoriae, erasing his name from monuments and inscriptions. His death ended the Flavian dynasty, but it did not plunge Rome back into chaos. Instead, the Senate, perhaps wary of another military strongman, elevated the elderly and respected Nerva, beginning what would later be called the era of the five good emperors. When Domitian fell to an assassin's blade in AD 96, the Senate moved swiftly to fill the power vacuum. Their choice was Marcus Cocceius Nerva, an elderly senator of distinguished service but with no military background. At 65, Nerva was seen as a safe transitional figure, a man who could soothe tensions with the Senate after Domitian's harsh rule. Nerva immediately reversed many of Domitian's policies. He released political prisoners, recalled exiles, and pledged to rule in harmony with the Senate. The damnatio memoriae against Domitian was enforced vigorously, with his statues torn down and his name chiseled from public inscriptions. Nerva also sought to win popular favor by instituting social measures, distributing land to the poor, providing funds for the care of children, and reducing certain taxes. But Nerva's lack of military standing soon became a problem. The Praetorian Guard, fiercely loyal to Domitian, resented his assassination and chafed under the Senate's chosen replacement. In a shocking episode, the guards surrounded the imperial palace and took Nerva hostage, forcing him to hand over Domitian's assassins for execution. Though Nerva emerged alive, the incident revealed his precarious grip on power. Recognizing the danger, Nerva made a bold and wise decision. He adopted as his heir Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, known as Trajan, the immensely popular and capable governor of Upper Germany. Trajan was a seasoned general, beloved by the legions and respected in the provinces. By naming him successor, Nerva secured the loyalty of the army and reassured the people that the empire's defense was in strong hands. This act, choosing a successor based on merit rather than blood, set a precedent that would define the next century. It marked the beginning of the so-called adoptive emperors, whose reigns would be remembered as Rome's golden age. Nerva died peacefully in January AD 98, having ruled little more than a year. Though his tenure was brief, his adoption of Trajan ensured a stable transition and preserved imperial unity. The Senate deified him, and his memory was honored without the bitterness that had greeted so many of his predecessors. With Trajan's accession, Rome was poised to expand to its greatest territorial extent, and the empire would experience a period of military glory, administrative competence, and public prosperity unmatched in its history. When Trajan took the imperial throne in January AD 98, Rome's soldiers celebrated they had a commander emperor again. Tall, vigorous, and disciplined, Marcus Ulpius Traianus was a man of the frontier, born in the Roman colony of Italica in Hispania Baetica. He brought with him the energy of a career soldier and the steady hand of an experienced administrator. From the start, his reign combined military ambition with a careful attention to governance. Trajan spent his first years consolidating power, strengthening the empire's defenses, and touring the provinces to be seen as more than a distant figure in Rome. He made a point of treating senators with respect, reviving Augustus's balance between imperial authority and senatorial dignity. His frugality and fairness won him goodwill in the capital, while his generosity, public building programs, grain distributions, and gladiatorial games endeared him to the people. The defining feature of his reign, however, was expansion. Trajan launched the first Dacian War in AD 101 against King Decebalus, whose kingdom in modern Romania had long been a thorn in Rome's side. The campaign was grueling, fought across rugged terrain and fortified mountain strongholds. By AD 102, Trajan forced Decebalus into submission, taking hostages and dismantling Dacian fortifications. But Decebalus soon violated the peace, prompting the Second Dacian War, 105-106. This time, Trajan resolved to eliminate the threat entirely. After a series of bloody battles and sieges, including the capture of the Dacian capital Sarmizi-Gitusa, Decebalus took his own life to avoid capture. Dacia was annexed as a Roman province, and its rich gold mines poured immense wealth into the imperial treasury. And in Rome, the Senate awarded Trajan the title Optimus Princeps, best ruler, and Trajan's column was erected to commemorate his victories, its spiral frieze telling the story in stone. With the Danube frontier secure, Trajan turned his attention eastward. In 113, war broke out with the Parthian Empire over Armenia, a buffer state between the two powers. Trajan's campaigns 114 to 117 pushed Roman arms deeper into the east than ever before. He annexed Armenia, captured the Parthian capital Ctesiphon, and reached the shores of the Persian Gulf. For a brief moment, the Roman Empire stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the Gulf, its greatest territorial extent. Yet holding these gains proved difficult. Revolts flared in the newly conquered territories and in Jewish communities across the empire. As Trajan prepared to return to the east to stabilize the situation, his health declined. In August 117, he died at Selinus in Cilicia while returning to Rome, leaving the throne to his adopted heir, Hadrian. Trajan's reign was remembered as a pinnacle of Roman greatness. The empire was vast, wealthy, and confident. The emperor was both conqueror and capable steward. Later generations of emperors would be greeted with the blessing, "May you be luckier than Augustus and better than Trajan." When Trajan died in AD 110, his adopted heir, Publius alias Hadrian, inherited not just the imperial throne, but the largest empire Rome would ever control. Unlike Trajan, Hadrian was not a relentless conqueror. His instinct was for consolidation rather than expansion. Almost immediately, he abandoned Trajan's recent conquests in Mesopotamia and Armenia, recognizing that the eastern frontier had been pushed beyond its sustainable limits. This decision, though unpopular among some senators, reflected Hadrian's pragmatic approach. Rome's strength lay in securing what it could hold, not in overreaching. Hadrian was a traveler emperor, spending more than half his reign outside Italy. He believed in personally inspecting and strengthening the provinces, and his journeys took him from the cold, windswept frontiers of Britain to the temples of Egypt. In the north, he ordered the construction of the massive defensive line, now known as Hadrian's Wall, stretching across the width of Britain to mark the empire's limit and keep out the Picts and other tribes. The wall, with its forts and mile castles, became a lasting symbol of Rome's determination to defend rather than endlessly expand. In the east, he toured Greece extensively, deepening his admiration for Hellenic culture. He sponsored the completion of the temple of Olympian Zeus in Athens, patronized philosophers and artists, and introduced architectural innovations that blended Roman engineering with Greek elegance. In Asia Minor, Africa, and the Levant, he invested in infrastructure, roads, aqueducts, harbors, and public buildings that integrated the provinces more closely into the imperial system. Hadrian was also a reformer at home. He restructured the imperial bureaucracy, professionalized the legal system, and codified aspects of Roman law. His attention to administration extended to the army. He introduced standardized training, improved discipline, and insisted on regular inspections. His focus was on readiness and defense rather than aggressive campaigns. Yet his reign was not without conflict. The most serious challenge came from the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea, 132 to 136, a massive Jewish uprising sparked by religious tensions, and Hadrian's plan to refound Jerusalem as a Roman colony. The revolt was brutally suppressed by Roman forces under Julius Severus, with catastrophic loss of life. Judea was devastated. Its surviving Jewish population dispersed, and the province renamed Syria Palestina in an effort to erase its identity. Hadrian's personal life was marked by his deep relationship with the young Greek Antinous, whose mysterious death in the Nile in 130 led the emperor to deify him and establish the cult of Antinous throughout the empire, an unprecedented honor for a private individual. In his later years, Hadrian's health declined, and his succession planning became troubled. After adopting and then losing an heir, he finally settled on Antoninus Pius, on the condition that Antoninus in turn adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Hadrian died in 138 at his villa in Baiae. Though his relationship with the Senate had often been strained, he was deified after death, and his reign was remembered as one of careful stewardship, cultural flourishing, and secure borders. Hadrian's death in AD 138 passed the imperial mantle to Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus, remembered to history as Antoninus Pius. True to the arrangement Hadrian had crafted, Antoninus adopted the young Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus as his heirs, ensuring a smooth succession for the next generation. From the start, his reign was marked by stability, moderation, and an almost complete absence of military adventure. Antoninus earned the honorific pious, dutiful, for his scrupulous respect toward the Senate, his defense of Hadrian's memory, and his adherence to Roman religious tradition. He governed with a calm hand, preferring diplomacy and legal reform to conquest. Unlike his predecessors, Antoninus never left Italy during his 23-year reign, ruling from Rome and his estates with quiet efficiency. His foreign policy focused on maintaining secure borders rather than expanding them. Yet he was not passive. Along the northern frontier in Britain, he ordered the construction of the Antonine Wall, further north than Hadrian's, stretching between the Firth of Forth and the Firth of Clyde. It was a bold attempt to push the Roman line forward, but the wall was held for only 2 decades before the legions withdrew to Hadrian's line. In other provinces, disturbances were handled swiftly by governors, without the emperor needing to take the field himself. Antoninus's reign shone most brightly in law and administration. He reformed legal procedures, expanded rights for freedmen and slaves, and enforced stricter protections for the vulnerable. His edicts often favored fairness over strict tradition, embodying a humane vision of justice that enhanced the reputation of Roman governance. Economically, the empire thrived. Trade routes remained secure, the treasury was healthy, and public works flourished. Antoninus restored aqueducts, repaired roads, and funded temples, theaters, and baths throughout the provinces. He supported education and the arts, continuing Hadrian's cultural patronage, but with less personal involvement in artistic innovation. His personal life was an example of Roman virtue as idealized by the moralists of his time. Devoted to his wife, Faustina the Elder, he honored her memory after her death in 141 with coinage, statues, and the foundation of charitable institutions in her name. His household was free from scandal, and his personal conduct reinforced the image of a steady, just ruler. Antoninus's reign has often been described as the apex of the Pax Romana, the long peace that began under Augustus. The frontiers were stable, the provinces loyal, and the central government competent. Yet beneath this calm, pressures were slowly building, growing threats from Germanic tribes, restlessness in the east, and economic strains that would become more visible under his successors. When Antoninus died peacefully in March 161 at the age of 74, the transition of power was exactly as Hadrian had planned. The empire passed jointly to Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, a rare co-emperorship in Roman history. The Senate deified Antoninus, and his long, tranquil reign remained a model of prudent governance for centuries to come. When Antoninus Pius died in March AD 161, the careful succession plan devised years earlier by Hadrian came into effect. The throne did not pass to a single ruler, but to 2, Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-statesman, whom Antoninus had long groomed as his heir, and Lucius Verus, the younger man, whom Hadrian had also marked for leadership. It was an unusual arrangement for Rome, 2 emperors sharing supreme power, but it began in harmony, rooted in mutual respect and the steady hand of Antoninus's legacy. Marcus Aurelius, born in 121, was steeped in Stoic philosophy from youth. His tutors included Junius Rusticus and the great rhetorician Fronto, and from them he absorbed a belief in duty, self-control, and the fleeting nature of power. His calm, introspective mind contrasted with the more flamboyant and pleasure-loving character of Lucius Verus. Yet Marcus, perhaps recognizing his own reserved temperament, valued his co-emperor's ability to connect with soldiers and the public. Almost immediately, the calm of Antoninus's reign was broken. In the east, the Parthian Empire moved against Rome's client state of Armenia, threatening the balance of power on the eastern frontier. Lucius Verus took command of the campaign. The first time in generations an emperor had led an army so far from Rome. While Verus enjoyed the trappings of command, the real credit for the war's success belonged to his generals, particularly Avidius Cassius. By AD 166, Roman forces had overrun Mesopotamia, captured the Parthian capital of Ctesiphon, and secured a favorable peace. But the returning legions carried more than spoils. They brought with them a deadly plague, possibly smallpox, that swept through the empire. Known later as the Antonine Plague, it would rage for over a decade, claiming countless lives, undermining the economy, and weakening Rome's manpower. Even as disease spread, new threats arose in the north. Germanic tribes, sensing Rome's distraction, began pressing across the Danube frontier. In 167, the Marcomannic Wars began, a long and grueling conflict that would occupy much of Marcus's reign. Marcus, though more scholar than soldier by inclination, took the field himself, wintering with his armies in the cold borderlands. His letters and later reflections, preserved in the Meditations, reveal a man wrestling with the weight of command and the impermanence of all human endeavor. Lucius Verus accompanied Marcus in the early years of the northern campaigns, but in 169 he died suddenly, perhaps of the plague, leaving Marcus as sole ruler. From that moment, the burdens of empire rested entirely on his shoulders. The wars along the Danube were unlike the quick, decisive campaigns of Rome's glory days. These were wars of attrition, fought against shifting coalitions of tribes who struck deep into imperial territory, even threatening Italy itself. Marcus reorganized defenses, raised new legions, and called upon provinces to share the cost of war. Victories were won, notably against the Marcomanni and Quadi, but the frontier remained volatile. During a brief lull in the fighting, Marcus traveled to the east in 175 to quell a rebellion by Avidius Cassius, the same general who had helped win the Parthian War. Believing Marcus had died, Cassius had declared himself emperor. The usurpation collapsed before Marcus even arrived. Cassius was killed by his own officers. Marcus's handling of the aftermath, forgiving Cassius's supporters and refusing mass reprisals, reflected his stoic belief that mercy was the higher path. In his final years, Marcus returned to the Danube once more, seeking to secure the frontier through permanent Roman settlements beyond the river. But in 180, during yet another campaign, he fell ill, likely a victim of the lingering plague. Surrounded by his officers and his son Commodus, Marcus Aurelius died in the military camp at Vindobona, modern Vienna, or Sirmium. He was deified by the Senate, honored as the last of the so-called 5 good emperors. His reign had been a constant struggle against disease, war, and the creeping instability of an overextended empire. But he left behind a legacy not of conquest but of wisdom. His meditations, written in the field amid the hardships of war, would outlast the empire itself, a testament to the inner discipline and moral duty he believed were the true marks of a ruler. Yet in naming Commodus as his successor, Marcus set in motion a chain of events that would undo much of what he had preserved. The golden age of stability was ending, and the empire was about to face a very different kind of rule. When Marcus Aurelius died in AD 180, the purple passed to his 19-year-old son, Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus. It was the first time in nearly a century that the imperial throne had gone from father to biological son, breaking the adoptive model that had given Rome its 5 good emperors. The shift would prove disastrous. Commodus had been with his father on the Danube frontier and was present at his death. Almost immediately, he signaled a change in direction. Rather than continue the hard, grinding wars against the Marcomanni and Quadi, Commodus sought a swift peace. He negotiated a settlement that allowed him to return to Rome in triumph, a move popular with soldiers and citizens tired of war, but one that left the frontier far less secure. Back in the capital, Commodus began to shed the disciplined habits his father had instilled. Handsome and athletic, he reveled in the luxuries of palace life, surrounding himself with favorites and indulging in lavish entertainments. His reign quickly fell under the influence of unscrupulous advisors, including the Praetorian prefect Perennis and later the ambitious chamberlain Cleander. Corruption flourished as offices and governorships were sold to the highest bidder. Yet Commodus was no idle recluse. He relished public spectacles, particularly gladiatorial games. To the shock of Rome's elite, the emperor himself appeared in the arena, fighting as a gladiator, albeit in carefully staged bouts where his safety was assured. He fancied himself a reincarnation of Hercules, dressing in the hero's lion skin and carrying a club. Statues throughout the empire depicted him in this guise, and he renamed months of the calendar after his own titles. As the years passed, paranoia took root. Commodus grew increasingly suspicious of plots, real or imagined. The executions of senators and nobles became frequent, and his relationship with the Senate collapsed into mutual hostility. His erratic behavior, combined with the influence of corrupt favorites, eroded the dignity of the office Marcus Aurelius had tried to preserve. Discontent simmered in the provinces and in the army. In Britain, the governor Ulpius Marcellus faced mutinies. In Africa and the East, unrest flared. But Commodus rarely took personal interest in distant matters. His attention remained fixed on Rome and on cultivating his own image as a godlike ruler. By the late 180s, the situation had become untenable. Cleander's corruption provoked riots in the capital, forcing Commodus to sacrifice his favorite to appease the mob. But his own conduct grew only more unstable. In AD 192, he planned to mark the new year not as consul, the traditional office for an emperor, but as a gladiator, a symbolic break with Rome's political traditions. That decision galvanized his enemies. On the night of December 31st, 192, Commodus was assassinated in a palace conspiracy involving his mistress Marcia, the praetorian prefect Latus, and his wrestling partner Narcissus, who strangled him in his bath. The Senate quickly declared him a public enemy, erasing his memory in a damnatio memoriae. His death plunged Rome into the Year of the Five Emperors, a period of chaos that revealed how fragile the imperial system had become. The age of stability that had stretched from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius was over. The empire was now on the road to a century of crisis, civil war, and transformation. The assassination of Commodus on the final night of AD 192 left the Roman Empire without a clear heir. The Senate, seizing the moment to reassert its influence, elevated Publius Helvius Pertinax, the city prefect, and a respected former general. Pertinax was 66, seasoned in both military and civil service, and he tried to restore discipline after the excesses of Commodus's reign. He cut court expenses, enforced order among the Praetorian Guard, and attempted to clean up the machinery of government. But his reforms, particularly his refusal to pay the Praetorian Guard the massive donative they expected, quickly made him unpopular with the very soldiers tasked with protecting him. After only 87 days in office, a group of guardsmen stormed the palace and killed him. His death was the first ominous sign that the Praetorians were now kingmakers, and that imperial power could be bought. In the chaos that followed, the Praetorian Guard openly auctioned the imperial throne to the highest bidder. The winner was Marcus Didius Julianus, a wealthy senator who promised an enormous sum to each guard. His purchase of the empire outraged the provinces and shamed the Senate, which reluctantly confirmed him. But his reign lasted just 9 weeks. He lacked both military support and popular legitimacy. 3 powerful governors now declared themselves contenders for the throne: Septimius Severus in Pannonia, Pescennius Niger in Syria, and Clodius Albinus in Britain. Severus, a shrewd and ambitious commander, moved fastest. Marching his legions into Italy, he gained the Senate's acquiescence, deposed Julianus, who was executed, and secured recognition as emperor in June 993. But Severus's position was far from secure. In the east, Niger had strong backing from the wealthy provinces of Asia Minor and Syria, while in the west, Albinus commanded Britain's legions and had the advantage of proximity to Gaul. Severus acted decisively. He offered Albinus the title of Caesar, making him nominal co-ruler, thus buying time to deal with Niger first. The civil war with Niger was brutal. Battles at Cyzicus and Nicaea in 193 saw Severus's forces prevail, and by early 194 he defeated Niger decisively at Issus. Niger was killed while fleeing eastward, and Syria fell under Severus's control. His eastern victories were followed by campaigns against Parthian incursions, further cementing his military reputation. With the east secured, Severus turned on Albinus. By 196, relations between the two had soured. Severus stripped Albinus of his title and declared him an enemy. The two armies met in February 197 at the massive and bloody Battle of Lugdunum in Gaul, perhaps the largest battle ever fought between Roman forces. After a day of savage fighting, Severus's troops triumphed. Albinus was killed and his body desecrated. By the year's end, Severus stood as sole ruler of the empire, having survived the violent chaos that history would remember as the Year of the Five Emperors. His rise marked the beginning of the Severan dynasty, a period of military dominance in imperial politics and a shift in the balance of power away from the Senate and toward the legions. The events of 193 had revealed a dangerous truth. In the Roman Empire of the 3rd century, legitimacy came not from tradition or senatorial decree, but from the sword. Septimius Severus, now master of the empire, in AD 197 wasted no time in reshaping Rome's political order. A native of Leptis Magna in North Africa, he was the first emperor from the provinces to ascend without prior ties to the old Italian aristocracy. This origin, combined with the manner of his rise, made it clear. The empire's center of gravity had shifted toward the provinces and the army. Severus openly acknowledged the source of his power, the legions. Upon entering Rome, he addressed his soldiers with generosity, increasing their annual pay from 300 to 500 denarii, granting them the right to marry while in service, and providing substantial donatives. These measures bound the army's loyalty to him, but also set a precedent that future emperors would struggle to match. The soldiers now knew their worth, and their support became a commodity every ruler would have to purchase. In civil governance, Severus marginalized the Senate, favoring equestrians and military men for high offices. Legal authority shifted toward the emperor's own council, composed largely of jurists and trusted advisors. Provincial governors, especially those on frontier provinces, were increasingly chosen for military ability rather than political pedigree. Severus also expanded the empire's frontiers aggressively. In 197, he turned east against the Parthian Empire, capturing the capital Ctesiphon and annexing northern Mesopotamia. These conquests gave Rome strategic depth in the east, though at the cost of stretching its resources thin. In the north, he strengthened defenses along the Danube and the Rhine, erecting fortifications and improving supply routes. In Britain, Severus undertook his final campaign, marching deep into Caledonia, modern Scotland, to subdue tribes that had long harassed the Roman frontier. His army advanced beyond the Antonine Wall, inflicting heavy casualties, but the terrain and guerrilla tactics of the Caledonians wore down the legions. Ill and in failing health, Severus withdrew to Eboracum, York, where he died in February 211. Before his death, he reportedly advised his sons, Caracalla and Geta, be harmonious, enrich the soldiers, and scorn all others. It was advice that revealed his priorities and the reality of Roman politics in the 3rd century, but harmony between his heirs was never to be. Caracalla and Geta inherited the throne jointly, but their mutual hatred was notorious. The imperial palace was divided into separate halves, and the brothers avoided each other entirely. Their mother, Julia Domna, acted as mediator, but even she could not maintain peace. In December 211, during what was supposed to be a reconciliation meeting, Caracalla had Geta assassinated in their mother's arms. Caracalla then embarked on a reign defined by brutality and populist gestures toward the army. He is remembered for the Constitutio Antoniniana of 212, which granted Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire, a move that expanded the tax base but also diluted the prestige of citizenship. His architectural legacy in Rome was the Baths of Caracalla, a massive complex that showcased imperial wealth. Yet Caracalla's obsession with military campaigns and personal security drove him to the east, where in 217, while traveling to Carrhae, he was assassinated by a soldier in a plot involving the Praetorian prefect Macrinus. Macrinus briefly took power but lacked legitimacy, especially among Severus's loyal legions. In 218, the army in Syria proclaimed Elagabalus, a teenage relative of Julia Domna, as emperor. Elagabalus's eccentric religious practices and disregard for Roman tradition caused scandal in Rome. His attempt to replace Jupiter with his own Syrian sun god as the chief deity alienated the elite. After 4 chaotic years, he was murdered by the Praetorian Guard and replaced by his young cousin, Severus Alexander. Alexander's reign, 222-235, was a final flicker of relative stability for the Severan line. Guided by his mother, Julia Mamaea, he pursued diplomacy over war, negotiated with the Germanic tribes, and tried to restore senatorial cooperation. But his perceived weakness cost him the loyalty of the army. In 235, during a campaign against the Alemanni, Alexander and his mother were assassinated by mutinous soldiers. His death marked the end of the Severan dynasty and the beginning of the crisis of the 3rd century, an age when emperors would rise and fall at the whim of their troops, and Rome itself would teeter on the brink of collapse. The assassination of Severus Alexander in AD 235 unleashed nearly 50 years of political chaos, foreign invasions, economic breakdown, and civil war, a period historians would later call the crisis of the 3rd century. For the first time since Augustus, the Roman state itself seemed in danger of unraveling completely, the army, now the ultimate arbiter of imperial power, elevated Maximinus Thrax as emperor. A towering figure of humble Thracian origins, Maximinus was the first ruler to have never set foot in the Senate before taking the throne. His rise was pure military might. The legions along the Rhine hailed him for his toughness and frontier service. But his disdain for the aristocracy, combined with heavy taxation to fund constant campaigns, alienated both Senate and people. In 238, opposition boiled over in Africa Proconsularis, where landowners rebelled against imperial taxation. The Senate, seizing the opportunity, declared Maximinus a public enemy and elevated the elderly Gordian Phos and his son Gordian Sex as co-emperors. But this year of 6 emperors quickly descended into disaster. The Gordians were defeated in battle within weeks. Gordian too was killed, and his father took his own life. The Senate then proclaimed Pupienus and Balbinus as joint rulers, but the Praetorian Guard, fiercely loyal to its own traditions, murdered them in Rome. That left only the teenage Gordian III, a grandson of Gordian I, as the Senate's acceptable choice. Gordian III reigned under the guidance of capable advisors and launched campaigns in the east against a resurgent Persia under the Sasanian King Shapur Thurson's. Initially successful, Roman fortunes turned at the Battle of Mysice in 244, where Gordian may have been killed in battle or assassinated during a retreat. His successor, Philip the Arab, made peace with Shapur, celebrated Rome's millennium in 248 with lavish games, and tried to stabilize the empire. But rebellion was never far away. In 249, Odysseus, a general loyal to the Danubian legions, marched on Rome, defeating and killing Philip. Odysseus's reign was marked by one of the earliest empire-wide persecutions of Christians, driven by his insistence on restoring traditional Roman religion as a unifying force. His efforts were cut short in 251 when both he and his son perished fighting the Goths at the Battle of Abritus, the first time a Roman emperor died in combat against foreign enemies. The decades that followed were a blur of emperors rising and falling, sometimes within months. Valerian, 253-260, tried to restore order but suffered one of Rome's greatest humiliations. Captured alive by Shapur during a campaign in the east, he spent the remainder of his life in Persian captivity, a living trophy of Rome's vulnerability. His son Gallienus ruled alone after 260, fighting desperately on multiple fronts, repelling Gothic invasions, battling the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west and the Palmyrene Empire in the east under the formidable Queen Zenobia. Gallienus proved a capable and reform-minded ruler, reorganizing the army to respond more quickly to threats and fostering a brief cultural revival in art and literature. But his inability to fully reunify the empire weakened his position. In 268, he was assassinated by his own officers during a siege in northern Italy. The crisis had reduced the empire to fragments. The central Roman state in Italy and the Balkans, the Gallic Empire holding Gaul, Britain, and parts of Spain, and the Palmyrene Empire dominating the east. Barbarian raids penetrated deep into Roman lands, trade routes collapsed, and inflation soared. It seemed entirely possible that the Roman Empire, after centuries of dominance, might not survive. Yet from this chaos emerged a series of soldier emperors who would claw back the lost provinces and restore a semblance of unity, at least for a time. The first of these was Claudius II Gothicus, whose short reign would signal the beginning of Rome's military recovery. In AD 268, after Gallienus's assassination, the legions proclaimed Claudius II as emperor, known to history as Claudius Gothicus. He was a career soldier with a reputation for courage and discipline, traits Rome desperately needed. Almost immediately, he faced a massive Gothic invasion. At the Battle of Naissus in 269, Claudius's forces annihilated the Gothic host, killing tens of thousands and capturing many more. This victory earned him the title Gothicus and restored a measure of Roman confidence. But Claudius's reign was brief. He died of plague in 270, possibly the same epidemic that had followed the Goths into Roman territory. His designated successor, Aurelian, would prove to be one of the most capable emperors of the century. Aurelian inherited an empire still divided into three: the central Roman state, the Gallic Empire in the west, and the Palmyrene Empire in the east. His reign was a whirlwind of military campaigns. First, he turned to the Danube frontier, defeating incursions by the Juthungian Vandals. Then, in 272, he marched east against Zenobia of Palmyra. Zenobia had built a formidable realm controlling Syria, Egypt, and much of Asia Minor. Aurelian's forces defeated her at Imme and Emesa, and Palmyra surrendered. When the city rebelled the following year, he returned, crushed the revolt, and destroyed much of Palmyra's splendor. In 274, Aurelian moved west, confronting the Gallic Empire under Tetricus Rhys. Through a mix of battlefield skill and perhaps secret negotiation, Aurelian defeated Tetricus at the Battle of Chalons and reunified the empire for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Aurelian also turned his attention to Rome's defenses. Recognizing the vulnerability of the capital, he began construction of the massive Aurelian walls, which would encircle the city for centuries. He reformed the coinage in an attempt to stabilize the collapsing economy, though the effects were limited. His reign, however, ended abruptly in 275 when he was murdered by officers misled into believing he planned their execution. His death plunged the empire back into instability, with a rapid turnover of emperors until Probus took the throne in 276. Probus, another seasoned general, spent his reign repelling barbarian incursions across multiple frontiers and restoring prosperity to ravaged provinces. He encouraged agricultural development, even settling soldiers to farm abandoned lands. Yet, like so many before him, Probus fell victim to his own troops. He was assassinated in 282, paving the way for the short reign of Carus and his sons. In the east, Carus won victories against the Persians, but he died mysteriously during the campaign, leaving the empire to his sons Carinus and Numerian. Their rivalry ended with Carinus' death in 285, clearing the path for a man whose reforms would fundamentally reshape the empire, Diocletian. When Diocletian seized power in AD 284, the Roman Empire was exhausted. Half a century of invasions, economic collapse, and political assassinations had nearly torn it apart. Diocletian, a shrewd and pragmatic officer from Dalmatia, understood that no single man could manage the vast, unstable empire effectively. His solution was revolutionary: divide power at the very top. In 286, he appointed his trusted cavalry commander, Maximian, as co-emperor, or Augustus, taking the eastern provinces for himself while Maximian ruled the western half. But even two emperors were not enough. In 293, Diocletian created the Tetrarchy, rule of four, adding two junior emperors, or Caesars, Galerius in the east and Constantius Chlorus in the west. Each Augustus would train his Caesar as successor, ensuring smooth transitions and rapid responses to crises. This system allowed the empire to address threats on multiple frontiers at once. Galerius fought the Persians, Constantius reclaimed Britain from the usurper Carausius, and Maximian confronted revolts in Africa and Gaul. Diocletian himself focused on securing the Danube frontier and suppressing internal unrest. But Diocletian's reforms went beyond military strategy. He undertook a massive reorganization of the provinces, increasing their number and grouping them into larger dioceses under vicars. This diluted the power of governors, reducing the risk of rebellion. He also separated civil and military commands, ensuring that no single official could control both administration and armed forces in a province. To address the empire's chronic inflation and debased currency, Diocletian issued the Edict on Maximum Prices in 301, attempting to fix the cost of goods and services. The measure was largely unenforceable and often ignored, but it reflects his determination to control the economy through law. He also introduced new, more stable coinage and reformed taxation, making it more regular and predictable. Yet one of the most infamous aspects of his reign was his persecution of Christians. Seeing the growing faith as a threat to imperial unity and the traditional gods, Diocletian, influenced by Galerius, issued a series of edicts in 3-3 ordering churches destroyed, scriptures burned, and Christian worship outlawed. This great persecution was the harshest in Roman history, though it ultimately failed to eradicate the religion. By 305, after 2 decades of near constant campaigning and reform, Diocletian did something no emperor had done before. He voluntarily abdicated. Citing ill health, he retired to his palace in Dalmatia, a sprawling seaside complex at Split that would survive long after the empire itself. Maximian stepped down alongside him, and the two Caesars, Galerius and Constantius, became the new Augusti. But Diocletian's careful system would not long survive without his authority to enforce it. Within a few years, Rivalries among successors and the ambitions of Constantine, the son of Constantius, would tear apart the balance he had built, leading to another round of civil wars that would decide the fate of the Roman world. The Tetrarchy began to unravel almost as soon as Diocletian stepped away. In AD 136, Constantius Chlorus died while campaigning in Britain, and his troops in Eboracum, modern York, proclaimed his son Constantine as emperor. This was not part of the succession plan, but it reflected the hard truth of Roman politics. The loyalty of the army could outweigh the legality of imperial titles. Meanwhile, in Italy, Maxentius, the son of the retired Augustus Maximian, seized power in Rome, styling himself princeps and rallying support from the Praetorian Guard and the city's populace. This left the empire with multiple claimants: Constantine in Britain and Gaul, Maxentius in Rome, Galerius still holding authority in the east, and other contenders shifting between loyalty and ambition. For 6 years, Constantine consolidated his position in the west. He secured the loyalty of his frontier legions, campaigned against the Franks and Alemanni, and maintained a careful balance in his dealings with Galerius. But by 312, a direct clash with Maxentius was inevitable. Marching into Italy with a seasoned army, Constantine scored victories at Turin and Verona before advancing on Rome. Outside the city, near the Milvian Bridge over the Tiber, the two forces met. The night before the battle, Constantine reportedly experienced a vision, a cross of light in the sky accompanied by the words, "In hoc signo vinces," "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this as a divine omen, he ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with the Chi-Rho, a Christian symbol. On October 28, 312, Constantine's forces routed Maxentius's army. Maxentius himself drowned in the Tiber while trying to retreat into the city. Entering Rome as victor, Constantine did not restore the old pagan rites, but instead credited his triumph to the Christian God. The following year, he and his eastern co-emperor Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, granting religious tolerance throughout the empire and specifically legalizing Christianity. The uneasy alliance between Constantine and Licinius eventually fractured. Over the next decade, they fought a series of wars for supremacy. Constantine prevailed in 324, defeating Licinius at Chrysopolis and becoming sole ruler of the Roman world. As emperor, Constantine initiated a profound transformation of the empire. He founded a new capital on the site of Byzantium, naming it Constantinople. Strategically located between Europe and Asia, it became the political, economic, and cultural center of the Eastern Empire for over a millennium. Constantine also intertwined imperial authority with the Christian Church. He called the First Council of Nicaea in 325 to settle doctrinal disputes, producing the Nicene Creed, a statement of faith still recited in many Christian traditions today. Though he was not baptized until shortly before his death in 337, Constantine's patronage ensured Christianity's place at the heart of imperial life. In military and administrative matters, he built on Diocletian's reforms, maintaining a strong field army, reorganizing provinces, and using gold coinage, the solidas, to stabilize the economy. But the fusion of church and state, the shift of power eastward, and the dynastic ambitions he passed to his sons would shape the centuries to come in ways even Constantine could not have foreseen. Upon his death, the empire was divided among his 3 surviving sons, Constantine II, Constans, and Constantius II, setting the stage for yet another round of fraternal rivalry and civil war. When Constantine the Great died in AD 337, the empire was left to his 3 surviving sons, Constantine II, Constans, and Constantius II. But the transition was anything but peaceful. Before the formal division could be completed, the imperial palace guard carried out a bloody purge, killing many of Constantine's other relatives up to possibly at the instigation of one or more of the brothers to eliminate rivals. The empire was then carved into three spheres. Constantine II, the eldest, received Gaul, Spain, and Britain. Constans ruled Italy, Africa, and the Balkans. Constantius II took the eastern provinces, the wealthiest and most populous part of the empire. Though the arrangement was meant to preserve unity, rivalry between the brothers soon turned to war. In 40, Constantine II, dissatisfied with his share, invaded Italy, hoping to seize Constance's territory. The campaign ended abruptly when Constantine II was ambushed and killed near Aquileia. Constans absorbed his lands, ruling the western two-thirds of the empire. Initially vigorous and popular, Constans gained favor with the army by campaigning successfully along the Danube and in Britain. However, over time he became unpopular for perceived favoritism and his increasingly autocratic style. In 350, a rebellion broke out in Gaul under the general Magnentius, who declared himself emperor. Constans, caught off guard, fled south but was overtaken and killed in Spain. Magnentius quickly consolidated control over the west, leaving Constantius II as the only surviving son of Constantine in power and the inevitable avenger of his brothers. Constantius, busy with a war against Persia, now turned west. Over the next 3 years, he fought Magnentius in a brutal civil war. The decisive confrontation came in 353 at the Battle of Mons Seleucus in Gaul, where Magnentius's army was crushed. Facing defeat, Magnentius took his own life. Constantius II was now sole ruler of the Roman Empire, the same position his father had held before him. As sole emperor, Constantius II faced immense challenges. The eastern frontier remained volatile under Persian pressure, and the Danube was threatened by constant barbarian raids. Internally, religious disputes consumed imperial politics. Constantius, a staunch supporter of Arian Christianity, clashed with Nicene bishops, including the outspoken Athanasius of Alexandria. His attempts to impose religious uniformity only deepened divisions within the church. To strengthen the empire's defense, Constantius appointed his cousin Gallus as Caesar in the east, but Gallus's mismanagement and cruelty alienated the population, and in 354, Constantius recalled him to the capital, where Gallus was executed. In need of a reliable deputy, Constantius turned to Gallus's younger half-brother, Julian. Julian, though inexperienced, would soon prove himself a capable general and charismatic leader, qualities that would set him on a collision course with Constantius himself and ultimately propel him to the imperial throne. Julian, cousin to Constantius II and the last surviving male of Constantine's house apart from the emperor himself, was an unlikely candidate for power. Orphaned young in the bloody purges of 337, he spent much of his early life under close watch, kept far from politics. But in his isolation, Julian immersed himself in study, philosophy, rhetoric, and above all, the pagan classics. While Christianity was now the dominant religion of the court, Julian quietly embraced the old gods, a choice that would later define his reign. In 355, Constantius II, pressed by threats on multiple frontiers, elevated Julian to the rank of Caesar and sent him to Gaul. Many expected him to fail. Julian had little military experience and no base of support. Yet in the freezing campaigns of 363, he astonished the legions by defeating invading Alemanni at the Battle of Argentoratum, Strasbourg. His leadership was calm, calculated, and deeply respectful toward the soldiers, earning him their loyalty. Julian proved just as adept at administration. He restored order in war-torn provinces, re-established grain supply lines, and rebuilt towns ruined by decades of barbarian raids. The Gallic legions began to see him as their true leader, a sentiment that would soon bring him into direct conflict with Constantius. By 360, Constantius, preparing for a Persian war, ordered a large part of Julian's army to march east. The Gallic troops, unwilling to leave their homes undefended and devoted to Julian, mutinied and proclaimed him Augustus in their own right. Though Julian initially sent diplomatic messages to avoid civil war, tensions with Constantius escalated toward open confrontation. The conflict never came to battle. In late 361, as Julian advanced eastward, news arrived that Constantius had died suddenly of illness, naming Julian as his successor. At 30 years old, Julian became sole ruler of the empire. Once in power, Julian began an ambitious and controversial program to restore pagan worship as the state religion. He reopened temples, revived traditional sacrifices, and tried to reorganize as pagan priesthoods along the hierarchical lines of the Christian church. He rescinded privileges he granted to Christian clergy and encouraged a return to the polytheistic traditions of Rome and Greece. This earned him the nickname the apostate from Christian writers, though he saw himself not as a destroyer of Christianity, but as a restorer of ancient harmony between gods and empire. Julian was also a tireless reformer. He cut the imperial court's expenses, personally oversaw judicial cases to root out corruption, and worked to improve the efficiency of provincial administration. Yet his reign would be too short to see these reforms fully realized. In 363, Julian led a grand campaign against the Sasanian Persians, hoping to match Alexander the Great's eastern conquests. Initially successful, he marched deep into enemy territory, winning several battles. But during a skirmish near Ctesiphon, Julian was struck by a spear, likely thrown by a Sasanian soldier. He died from the wound on June 26, 363, at the age of 32. With no heir, the army hastily elected Jovian, a senior officer, as emperor. Jovian made peace with Persia on humiliating terms, ceding territories Julian had fought to secure. But Julian's reign, brief, brilliant, and utterly unique, would long be remembered as Rome's last serious attempt to turn back the tide of Christian dominance. In the chaos following Julian's death in 363, the army chose Jovian as emperor, a capable officer but an unwilling statesman. His first act was to secure the army's survival by negotiating a hasty peace with the Persian king Shapur II. The treaty ceded several strategic fortresses in Mesopotamia and Armenia, a humiliating concession, but it allowed Jovian to lead the army safely back into Roman territory. Jovian's reign was short. Barely 8 months later, in early 364, he died suddenly on the road to Constantinople, possibly from inhaling toxic fumes from a brazier in his tent. With no heir, the army and court officials had to choose a successor quickly. Their choice was Valentinian, a Pannonian-born officer known for his toughness, integrity, and formidable temper. Valentinian. I soon realized that no single man could effectively manage the vast empire. He appointed his younger brother, Valens, as co-emperor, granting him the eastern provinces while he kept the west. The brothers divided their responsibilities. Valentinian focused on defending the Rhine and Danube frontiers, while Valens secured the Balkans and eastern borders. In the west, Valentinian proved a vigorous commander. He campaigned repeatedly against Germanic tribes, fortifying the Rhine frontier and launching punitive expeditions deep into enemy territory. His reign brought a measure of stability to Gaul and even Britain, where Roman forces suppressed a major revolt. However, Valentinian's explosive temper was legendary. In 375, during an audience with Quadi envoys on the Danube, he became so enraged that he suffered a fatal stroke on the spot. Meanwhile, in the east, Valens faced his own challenges. In 376, the Gothic Tervings, fleeing the advance of the Huns, sought refuge within the empire's borders. Valens agreed to settle them in Thrace, but corrupt Roman officials exploited the desperate refugees, leading to unrest. The situation spiraled into open rebellion. In 378, Valens marched to confront the Goths near Adrianople, confident that his forces could crush them without waiting for reinforcements from the west. It was a fatal miscalculation. On August 9th, the Battle of Adrianople turned into one of the worst disasters in Roman history. The Gothic cavalry smashed the Roman flanks, and Valens himself perished on the field. His body never recovered. Adrianople shocked the empire, revealing that the Roman legions were no longer invincible. The defeat marked the beginning of a new phase in which barbarian federates would play a permanent and often destabilizing role within imperial borders. In the wake of the catastrophe, Gratian, Valentinian I's teenage son, appointed Theodosius, a skilled general, to take control of the east and stabilize the situation. When Gratian appointed Theodosius as co-emperor in the east in AD 379, the empire was still reeling from the disaster at Adrianople. The Gothic tribes, now entrenched within imperial territory, could not simply be expelled. Theodosius, a Spaniard of noble birth and proven military skill, recognized that Rome's survival would require a different approach, negotiation as much as battle. For the next several years, Theodosius worked to contain the Goths through a mix of diplomacy, settlement agreements, and selective military campaigns. In 382, he concluded a treaty allowing the Goths to live within the empire as foederati, autonomous allies obliged to provide military service in exchange for land. It was a pragmatic solution, but one that set a precedent for semi-independent barbarian enclaves inside Roman borders. Theodosius was just as active in religious policy. A committed Nicene Christian, he moved swiftly to strengthen the Orthodox faith and suppress Arianism. In 380, he issued the Edict of Thessalonica, declaring Nicene Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. Pagan sacrifices were banned, temples were closed or repurposed, and heretical sects faced increasing legal penalties. This marked the decisive transformation of Rome from a religiously pluralistic state into a Christian monarchy. Meanwhile, the western half of the empire was entering its own crisis. In 383, the general Magnus Maximus rebelled in Britain, crossed into Gaul, and defeated and killed Gratian. Theodosius, occupied with Gothic affairs, reluctantly recognized Maximus's authority in the west, leaving only Italy and parts of Africa under the control of Gratian's young half-brother, Valentinian II. By 387, tensions erupted again when Maximus invaded Italy, forcing Valentinian II to flee to Theodosius for help. Theodosius responded decisively, marching west and defeating Maximus near Aquileia in 388. Maximus was executed and Valentinian II was restored. But this uneasy arrangement did not last. In 392, Valentinian II was found dead under mysterious circumstances, possibly murdered or driven to suicide. The power vacuum in the West was filled by the usurper Eugenius, who aligned himself with pagan senators in Rome and sought to reverse some of Theodosius's religious policies. In 394, Theodosius marched west once more, confronting Eugenius at the Battle of the Frigidus in the Julian Alps. The battle was fierce, but Theodosius's forces prevailed, aided, according to Christian chroniclers, by a sudden powerful wind that blew into the faces of Eugenius's troops. Eugenius was captured and executed. For the first time since the death of Constantine the Great, a single emperor ruled the entire Roman Empire. But Theodosius's triumph was short-lived. In January 395, he died in Milan, leaving the empire to his two young sons, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. This division, intended as a practical arrangement, became permanent. The Roman Empire would never again be united under one ruler. Theodosius's reign was a turning point. He had restored stability after Adrianople, cemented Christianity as the state religion, and preserved the empire's unity for one final moment. But the settlement with the Goths and the reliance on barbarian federates would have profound consequences for the West in the century to come. When Theodosius died in AD 395, his two sons inherited an empire already fraying at the seams. Arcadius the Elder took the east, ruling from Constantinople. Honorius, just 10 years old, was given the west, with its capital moved from Milan to the more defensible city of Ravenna. Neither boy was equipped for the challenges ahead, and real power quickly fell into the hands of their generals and court officials. In the west, the dominant figure was Flavius Stilicho, a half-Vandal general who had served Theodosius faithfully. Acting as guardian and commander-in-chief for Honorius, Stilicho faced an immediate crisis. The Visigoths, led by their formidable king Alaric I, were on the move. These were the same Goths who had been settled inside the empire under Theodosius's Treaty of 382. Now dissatisfied with their treatment and emboldened by Rome's political divisions, they demanded new lands and greater recognition. Stilicho confronted Alaric in a series of campaigns from 395 to 402, winning some victories but never decisively defeating him. At the same time, the Rhine frontier began to buckle. On the last day of 406, a confederation of Vandals, Swabian Alans crossed the frozen river, pouring into Gaul and overwhelming Roman defenses. The invaders spread across the provinces, some eventually making their way into Spain. The Western Empire's military resources were stretched thin, and Honorius's court grew suspicious of Stilicho's ambitions. In 408, amid rumors that he intended to place his own son on the throne, Stilicho was arrested and executed on Honorius's orders. His death was a disaster. Without Stilicho's leadership, Rome had no one capable of managing the Visigothic threat. That same year, Alaric marched into Italy. Initially, he sought negotiation, gold, food, and a position within the empire, but Honorius refused to deal. Frustrated, Alaric besieged Rome itself. The Senate, powerless, paid him a ransom to withdraw. But when further talks collapsed in 410, the Visigoths returned. On August 24th, 410, Alaric's forces entered Rome. For 3 days, the Eternal City was looted. Though the destruction was not total, churches and some buildings were spared. The psychological impact was immense. Rome had not fallen to a foreign enemy in nearly 800 years. Pagans saw it as punishment for abandoning the old gods. Christians argued it was a test of faith. St. Augustine in North Africa began writing the City of God, in part as a response to the catastrophe. After the sack, Alaric led his people south towards Sicily, intending to invade Africa, but he died suddenly later that year. His followers buried him in the bed of a diverted river, the exact location lost to history. Leadership passed to his brother-in-law Atholf, who led the Visigoths into Gaul, eventually settling in what is now southwestern France. Meanwhile, the Western Empire's control over its provinces continued to erode. Britain, long neglected, effectively slipped out of Roman hands by 410 as local leaders organized their own defenses against Saxon raids. Gaul and Spain became battlegrounds between rival Roman generals, barbarian groups, and imperial pretenders. The sack of Rome did not destroy the Western Empire outright, but it marked the beginning of a long, irreversible decline. The West's armies were increasingly reliant on barbarian federates. Its treasury was nearly empty, and its emperors were often figureheads manipulated by ambitious generals. Within a few decades, the Visigoths would be joined by Vandals, Huns, and other peoples in dismantling what remained of Rome's Western power. By the early 5th century, the Roman world faced not only the slow erosion of its frontiers, but also a new and terrifying force from the Eurasian steppes. The Huns, mounted on small, swift horses and armed with powerful composite bows, they could strike with devastating speed, vanish into the open plains, and reappear where least expected. To both Romans and Germans alike, the Huns seemed almost supernatural in their mobility and ferocity. The Huns had already been indirectly responsible for the Visigothic migration that led to the disaster at Adrianople. Now they were pressing westward again, absorbing or scattering tribes in their path. By the 430s, under the leadership of Rugila, or Rua, they had established themselves as a major power, extracting tribute from both the Eastern and Western empires. When Rugila died in 434, power passed jointly to his nephews, Bleda and Attila. The brothers at first shared rule, negotiating treaties with Constantinople that brought enormous payments of gold. Yet Attila's ambitions quickly outstripped those of his sibling. In 445, Bleda died, likely murdered on Attila's orders, leaving Attila as sole ruler of the Huns. From that point, Attila's campaigns grew bolder. In the east, he ravaged the Balkans, pushing as far as the walls of Constantinople. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, unable to defeat him in battle, agreed to triple the annual tribute in gold. But even vast sums could not contain Attila for long. In 451, the Western Empire, under its Magister Militum Flavius Aetius, faced a crisis. Attila had turned his gaze toward Gaul, allied with the disgruntled Vandal king in Africa and various Germanic tribes. His pretext was personal. Honoria, the ambitious sister of Emperor Valentinian III, had sent him a plea for help against an arranged marriage along with her ring. Attila interpreted, or pretended to interpret, this as a marriage proposal, demanding half the Western Empire as her dowry. When Valentinian refused, Attila invaded. His forces swept through Gaul, plundering cities and terrifying the countryside. Only an extraordinary coalition of Romans, Visigoths under King Theodoric I, and other Federate allies managed to confront him at the Catalonian plains, Chalon. The battle was one of the last great military clashes of the ancient world. Theodoric was killed, but Aetius's army held the field, forcing Attila to retreat. Yet the respite was brief. In 452, Attila invaded Italy, sacking Aquileia and leaving much of the Po Valley in ruins. Rome itself seemed doomed until an extraordinary meeting between Attila and Pope Leo I. What exactly passed between them is unknown. Later, legends claim the Pope persuaded Attila to withdraw through divine authority, perhaps aided by famine and disease in the Hun camp, and news of a threatened attack on his base from the east. Attila withdrew to his court beyond the Danube, preparing for new campaigns. But in 453, he died suddenly on his wedding night, reportedly from a burst blood vessel. His death triggered a power struggle among his sons, and the Hun Empire quickly disintegrated under the combined assault of former subject peoples. Although Attila's reign had been brief, it had shaken both halves of the Roman Empire to their core. The West, already fragile, had only survived through temporary alliances with barbarian kingdoms that would soon seek to carve out their own permanent realms from Roman territory. The Eastern Empire, though spared conquest, had paid vast sums and seen its Balkan provinces ravaged. While the Huns faded from the scene after Attila's death, the Western Roman Empire found no relief. Its most dangerous enemy now lay not beyond the Rhine or Danube, but across the Mediterranean Sea in North Africa, the Vandal kingdom. The Vandals, originally a Germanic people from Central Europe, had crossed into Gaul in 406, during the Great Frontier Collapse, then into Spain, and finally, under their king Gaiseric, into Roman Africa in 429. Over the next decade, Gaiseric transformed his people into a maritime power. By 439, they had captured Carthage, Rome's richest remaining province, and with it the empire's main grain supply and shipyards. From their new base, the Vandals dominated the western Mediterranean, raiding coasts from Sicily to Spain. Rome's relationship with Gaiseric was uneasy but not openly hostile, until a dynastic dispute in 455 changed everything. In March of that year, Emperor Valentinian III was assassinated in Rome, the culmination of palace intrigue and resentment over his murder of his great general, Flavius Aetius, the previous year. Valentinian's widow, Licinia Eudoxia, was forced to marry the new emperor, Petronius Maximus, a senator who had engineered Valentinian's death. Eudoxia, seeking escape or revenge, sent an appeal to Gaiseric, much as Honoria had done to Attila. Gaiseric seized on the invitation as a pretext for war. In June 455, the Vandal fleet sailed into the Tiber. Maximus, attempting to flee, was caught by an angry Roman mob and killed. With no organized defense, Rome lay open. For 14 days, Gaiseric's forces methodically looted the city. Unlike Alaric's sack in 410, this was a deliberate stripping of wealth rather than a chaotic storming. The Vandals carried off vast amounts of treasure, along with thousands of captives, including Eudoxia and her daughters, who were taken to Carthage. Churches were plundered despite Pope Leo I's attempts to negotiate clemency. Though bloodshed was reportedly limited, the scale of material loss was enormous, and the name Vandal would forever become synonymous with wanton destruction. The sack of 455 dealt a devastating psychological and economic blow to the West. The grain supply from Africa had already been lost in 439, but now the Vandals' naval dominance meant that Rome could no longer project power across the Mediterranean. The Western Empire's provinces in Gaul, Spain, and Italy itself were increasingly isolated, forced to fend for themselves as central authority withered. In the years that followed, weak emperors rose and fell at the whim of powerful generals and barbarian allies. The real power in the West often lay with Ricimer, a Germanic commander who acted as kingmaker, installing and deposing emperors as it suited his purposes. While Rome still held parts of Gaul, the Dalmatian coast, and fragments of Spain, its survival depended on diplomacy with barbarian kings who no longer feared the imperial name. The Vandals, secure in their North African stronghold, would remain a thorn in Rome's side for decades, raiding Italy and even sacking Rome again in miniature in later years. The West's inability to reclaim Africa would cripple its finances until the final collapse in 476. By the mid-5th century, the title of Roman Emperor in the West carried more ceremony than power. The real authority rested in the hands of a man who never wore the purple himself, Flavius Ricimer. Of mixed Suebi and Visigothic descent, Ricimer was barred from the throne by his barbarian blood, but as Magister Militum, the supreme commander of the Western armies, he held the fate of emperors in his hands. Ricimer first emerged as a major figure in 456 when he defeated a Vandal fleet threatening Italy. The reigning emperor, Avitus, had been elevated by the Visigoths and lacked the support of the Roman Senate or the Italian elite. Sensing an opportunity, Ricimer turned on him. By October 456, Avitus was overthrown and dead shortly thereafter, leaving Ricimer free to install a candidate more to his liking. His choice was Majorian, a capable general and reformer. At first, Ricimer and Majorian worked together, and the new emperor proved remarkably energetic. He restored discipline in the army, reasserted imperial control over much of Gaul and Spain, and prepared an ambitious campaign to retake North Africa from the Vandals. But in 460, just as Majorian's fleet was ready to sail, it was destroyed in a surprise Vandal attack at Cartagena. The failure undermined the emperor's position, and Ricimer, never tolerant of rivals, had him deposed and executed in 461. Over the next decade, Ricimer installed a series of puppet emperors: Libius Severus, 461-465, Anthemius, 47-42, and Olybrius in 47. Each was a compromise figure meant to satisfy either the Roman Senate, the Eastern Emperor, or powerful barbarian allies, but none could restore the empire's strength. Ricimer maintained his dominance by balancing these factions, using his military control to make and unmake rulers at will. One of the most notable of these puppet reigns was that of Anthemius, a well-educated Greek from the Eastern Empire. Backed by Constantinople, Anthemius attempted to cooperate with Ricimer to mount a massive joint offensive against the Vandals in 468. The campaign ended in disaster. The Eastern fleet was destroyed off Cape Bon at immense cost in men and money, leaving Africa securely in Vandal hands. Relations between Ricimer and Anthemius deteriorated, leading to open conflict in Rome itself. In 472, Ricimer besieged the city, defeated Anthemius, and had him beheaded in St. Peter's Basilica. Ironically, Ricimer himself would not long enjoy his victory. Only weeks after installing Olybrius as emperor, he died suddenly, perhaps from illness, perhaps from poison, leaving the West without even the illusion of stable leadership. The passing of Ricimer did not end the dominance of barbarian generals in the Western court. His successors, Gundobad, a Burgundian, and later Orestes, a Roman general of Pannonian origin, would continue the pattern. The imperial throne was now a revolving door, with rulers dependent entirely on the goodwill of military strongmen who commanded federate armies rather than traditional Roman legions. This era of puppet emperors stripped the Western Empire of any real political coherence. Provinces operated almost independently. Barbarian kingdoms solidified their hold on conquered lands, and the once great administrative machinery of Rome existed largely in name. The stage was now set for the final act, the rise of Odoacer and the formal end of the Western Roman Empire in 476. By the early 470s, the Western Roman Empire was no longer a true empire in any practical sense. Its borders had shrunk to Italy, parts of Dalmatia, and scattered territories in Gaul. Spain was dominated by the Visigoths and Suebi, North Africa by the Vandals, and much of Gaul by the Burgundians and Franks. The Western Emperor's authority barely extended beyond the walls of Ravenna, and even there, it depended entirely on the backing of powerful generals and their federate troops. In 475, the role of kingmaker fell to Orestes, a former Roman officer who had once served under Attila the Hun as his secretary. Appointed Magister Militum, Orestes refused a request from his barbarian soldiers for land in Italy as payment for their service. Instead, he elevated his own teenage son Romulus to the throne. The boy's full name, Romulus Augustulus, well, Little Augustus, seemed almost symbolic. A child emperor named after both Rome's legendary founder and its first emperor, presiding over an empire on its deathbed. The federate troops, led by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer, soon lost patience. Denied their promised lands, they revolted in 476, marching on Ravenna. Orestes was captured and executed. Romulus was spared because of his youth. Odoacer formally deposed him on September 4th, 476, sending the imperial regalia to Constantinople with a message to the Eastern Emperor Zeno. The West no longer needed a separate emperor, and Odoacer would rule Italy as Zeno's Patricius. In reality, Odoacer ruled as king in all but name, establishing the first barbarian kingdom in Italy. He allowed Romulus Augustulus to live in quiet retirement, granting him a pension and a villa in Campania, The boy who had been the last emperor of the West disappears from history soon after, his fate unknown. The fall of Romulus Augustulus did not cause an immediate collapse of Roman culture or administration in Italy. Many institutions continued under Odoacer, but it marked the end of the Western Roman imperial office. From then on, the idea of a united Roman Empire persisted only in the East, centered on Constantinople. Historians would later look back on 476 as the symbolic end of antiquity and the beginning of the medieval world. The Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire as it would later be called, still considered itself the true Roman Empire, and for nearly 1,000 more years it would preserve Roman law, governance, and tradition. But the West, fractured into a mosaic of barbarian kingdoms, would never again see an emperor who ruled from Rome. The Western Roman Empire had endured invasions, civil wars, economic crises, and religious transformations, but in the end, it was not a single battle that destroyed it. It was the slow erosion of its institutions, the dependence on foreign armies, the loss of its wealthiest provinces, and the inability to adapt to a new political world. When the last emperor stepped down, there was no dramatic final defense, only the quiet transfer of power from one set of hands to another, marking the close of a chapter nearly 5 centuries long. After deposing Romulus Augustulus in 476, Odoacer ruled Italy with surprising restraint. Though he was a Germanic chieftain, he retained much of the old Roman administrative system, employing Roman officials in key positions and maintaining the Senate in Rome as an advisory body. He respected the rights of the Catholic Church, avoided unnecessary persecutions, and struck coins in the name of the Eastern Emperor Zeno, at least nominally, acknowledging Constantinople's authority. Yet Odoacer was no mere provincial governor. He acted independently in foreign policy, consolidating his rule over Sicily, Dalmatia, and parts of Gaul. He forged treaties with the Vandals in Africa and the Visigoths in Gaul and Spain, positioning himself as the central figure in Western Mediterranean politics. This independence made the Eastern court wary. Zeno, who faced his own problems with internal revolts, and the powerful Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Amal, began to see an opportunity to solve 2 problems at once. The Ostrogoths, another branch of the Gothic peoples, had long been a formidable force on the Danube frontier. Led by Theodoric, they alternated between serving as allies and threatening Constantinople. Zeno decided to redirect Theodoric's ambitions westward, offering him imperial sanction to invade Italy and take it from Odoacer in exchange for ruling it as Zeno's representative. In 488, Theodoric accepted the offer and led his entire people, warriors, families, and possessions, across the Alps into Italy. Over the next several years, the Ostrogoths and Odoacer's forces fought a brutal series of battles, neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Eventually, Theodoric laid siege to Ravenna, the capital. In 493, with supplies exhausted and his position hopeless, Odoacer agreed to a peace settlement. He and Theodoric would share rule of Italy, but at the celebratory banquet marking the agreement, Theodoric personally struck Odoacer down, reportedly slicing him in 2 with a single blow. His supporters were massacred, ending any possibility of dual rule. Theodoric the Great now reigned as king of the Ostrogoths in Italy. Like Odoacer, he preserved many Roman institutions, keeping the Senate, respecting Roman law, and employing Roman administrators. Fluent in both Gothic and Latin traditions, Theodoric presented himself as the protector of the Roman heritage in the West. His court in Ravenna became a center of culture, art, and learning, producing some of the finest mosaics of the late ancient world. For more than 3 decades, Theodoric's reign brought stability to Italy and relative peace to the Western Mediterranean. He maintained strong relations with other barbarian kingdoms through a network of marriage alliances and skillful diplomacy. But beneath the surface, tension simmered between the Gothic military elite and the Roman population, and between Arian Christians like Theodoric and the Nicene Catholic majority. The Ostrogothic kingdom represented a kind of bridge between the Roman and medieval worlds, a society where Roman law and governance coexisted with the power of a Germanic warrior aristocracy. Yet this fragile balance would not survive Theodoric's death in 526, opening the door for renewed conflict and, eventually, the Eastern Roman reconquest under Emperor Justinian. When Theodoric the Great died in 506, the Ostrogothic kingdom of Italy began to unravel. His designated heir was his young grandson Athalaric, ruling under the regency of his mother, Amalasuntha. Though intelligent and fluent in Roman culture, Amalasuntha faced hostility from the Gothic warrior elite, who viewed her pro-Roman policies with suspicion. Her reign was a delicate balancing act, trying to keep the Senate and Roman population loyal while managing the Gothic nobility's demands for independence from Constantinople's influence. In the Eastern Roman Empire, Emperor Justinian had recently taken the throne. An ambitious ruler with a grand vision of restoring the old Roman world, Justinian sought to reclaim the lost provinces of the West, first North Africa from the Vandals in 533, then Italy from the Ostrogoths. Italy, with its rich cities and symbolic weight as the heart of the ancient empire, was a prize too tempting to ignore. The situation in Ravenna soon gave Justinian an opening. Amalasuntha, after years of political tension, was imprisoned and murdered in 535 by her cousin and co-ruler Theodahad. This act outraged the Roman Senate and provided Justinian with a perfect justification for intervention. He dispatched his most capable general, Belisarius, fresh from his lightning victory over the Vandals, to lead the invasion of Italy. Belisarius landed in Sicily in 535 and quickly secured the island before advancing into the Italian mainland. The Gothic defenses were disorganized, and by 536 Belisarius had captured Naples and marched into Rome itself. Theodahad was deposed and killed by his own people, replaced by the Gothic king Witiges, who mustered his forces for a counterattack. In 537, the Goths laid siege to Rome, but Belisarius, with a smaller but well-disciplined army, held the city for a year, relying on the ancient Aurelian walls and the support of the Roman populace. By 538, the siege was broken, and the war began to turn in the Byzantines' favor. Yet the Gothic war would not be swift. The rugged terrain of Italy, the resilience of the Gothic armies, and the constant arrival of new Gothic leaders, first Ildibad, then Totila, prolonged the conflict for nearly 2 decades. Totila in particular proved a brilliant commander. By 542, he had retaken much of Italy, including Rome itself, which changed hands multiple times over the course of the war. Belisarius, hampered by limited reinforcements and political rivalries back in Constantinople, could not deliver a final victory. It was only after Justinian sent his eunuch general Narses in 552 with a massive, well-supplied army that the tide permanently shifted. At the Battle of Tagune, Totila was defeated and killed, and the Gothic resistance collapsed the following year. After the Battle of Mons Lactarius, by 554, Italy was officially incorporated into the Eastern Roman Empire once more. Justinian issued the Pragmatic Sanction, restoring Roman administration and law. On paper, his dream of a reunited Roman world seemed close. The empire now controlled Italy, North Africa, and parts of Spain. But the victory came at a terrible cost. The Gothic War had devastated Italy. Cities ruined, farmland abandoned, population scattered. The countryside was littered with the remains of sieges and battles, and the economy was shattered. The weakened peninsula would soon face a new wave of invaders, the Lombards, within just a few years of Justinian's triumph. Just 3 years after Justinian's death in 565, his hard-won reconquest of Italy began to crumble. The Gothic War had left the peninsula scarred, its cities depopulated, farmland overgrown, and defenses thin. Byzantine administrators, tasked with reestablishing imperial control, faced hostile locals weary of war and heavy taxation. The treasury in Constantinople, drained by decades of campaigns, could not adequately fund garrisons or repairs. Into this vacuum rode the Lombards, a Germanic people who had migrated south from the Elbe region centuries earlier. By the mid-6th century, they had served as allies and mercenaries for both the Byzantines and their enemies, most recently aiding Justinian's general Narses in conflicts along the Danube. But in 568, under their king Alboin, the Lombards turned their attention to Italy itself. The invasion was less a sudden military strike than a mass migration. Alongside warriors came women, children, and allied tribes such as the Saxons, Gepids, and Bulgars. They crossed the Julian Alps into a land almost defenseless, finding little organized resistance. The Byzantine garrisons were too few, scattered and poorly supplied to mount a serious stand. In a matter of years, the Lombards seized most of northern Italy, establishing their capital at Pavia. They divided their holdings into duchies, semi-independent territories ruled by dukes who often acted as petty kings. This decentralized structure gave the Lombard kingdom flexibility, but also fostered internal rivalries that would shape its future politics. Byzantine authority survived only in fragmented enclaves: the Exarchate of Ravenna in the north, the duchies of Rome and Naples, and the southern provinces of Calabria, Apulia, and parts of Sicily. These outposts became heavily fortified, forming a defensive arc against further Lombard expansion. The Pope in Rome, still nominally under imperial authority, increasingly had to act independently, negotiating with both Lombards and Byzantines to protect the city. Alboin's reign ended abruptly in 572 when he was assassinated in Verona, allegedly as part of a plot involving his own wife, Rosamund, and a disgruntled noble. His death plunged the kingdom into a period of instability, with rival dukes vying for power. Yet despite the internal turmoil, the Lombards held on to their gains, entrenching themselves as the dominant power in northern and parts of central Italy. For the Byzantine Empire, the Lombard invasion was a bitter reminder that military victories could be undone almost overnight if the conquered land was left weakened and under-defended. Efforts to reclaim lost territory were sporadic and largely unsuccessful, as Constantinople faced new threats on multiple fronts: Persians in the east, Slavs and Avars in the Balkans, and later, the rise of Islam. The arrival of the Lombards marked the beginning of a new era for Italy. No longer under unified Roman or Gothic rule, the peninsula became a patchwork of rival kingdoms, duchies, and city-states, a political fragmentation that would persist for more than a millennium. And while the Byzantines clung to their Italian holdings for centuries, the dream of a restored Roman Empire in the West was, in truth, gone forever. In the aftermath of the Lombard invasion, political authority in Italy was fragmented, but one institution remained that could command respect across boundaries: the Church, and in particular the Bishop of Rome. Over the 6th and 7th centuries, as imperial power in the peninsula dwindled, the papacy transformed from a primarily spiritual office into a political force, increasingly responsible for the defense and governance of Rome itself. The Byzantine exarch in Ravenna still nominally represented the emperor in Italy, but his authority rarely extended far beyond the fortified cities under direct imperial control. The Pope, by contrast, lived in the heart of Rome, among its people, and could respond immediately to threats and needs. This proximity, combined with the church's resources and networks, made the papacy a de facto civic authority, even while remaining officially subordinate to Constantinople. Pope Gregory I, later known as Gregory the Great, 596-04, embodied this shift. A former Roman aristocrat and civil administrator, Gregory brought administrative skill and moral authority to the papal office. When plague, famine, and Lombard raids struck Rome, Gregory organized food distribution, negotiated truces directly with Lombard dukes, and used church funds to repair infrastructure. His writings, theological influence, and missionary campaigns, most famously sending Augustine to convert the Anglo-Saxons in England, extended the papacy's reach well beyond Italy. Gregory carefully maintained formal loyalty to the Byzantine emperor, even addressing himself as the emperor's humble servant. Yet his actions demonstrated an independent initiative that the distant imperial court could neither prevent nor replace. Over time, the Roman populace and much of Italy came to view the Pope as their primary protector, especially when imperial troops could not intervene. The relationship between the papacy and the Lombards was complex. While early popes often opposed Lombard expansion, they also learned to negotiate with individual Lombard rulers. In some cases, alliances were forged against mutual enemies. In others, papal lands and churches were spared in exchange for tribute or diplomatic support. This pragmatic diplomacy kept the city of Rome from falling outright to Lombard conquest during these centuries. By the 7th century, the Pope also began asserting a wider authority in the Christian world, often clashing with the Patriarch of Constantinople over questions of precedence. While the theological disputes were couched in religious terms, they reflected the growing reality that Rome's bishop was not simply another provincial church leader, but the head of an increasingly independent Western Christian sphere. This rise of papal influence was not yet the fully independent papal states of later centuries, but the foundations were being laid. The church's landholdings in central Italy, known collectively as the Patrimony of St. Peter, were expanding through donations and bequests, giving the Pope an economic base that could fund armies, bribe enemies, and sustain the city through crises. The papacy's growing temporal role would become even more critical in the 8th century, when the Lombard kingdom revived its push into central Italy and the Byzantine Empire, under siege from Arab and Slavic enemies, could no longer provide meaningful protection. In that moment of danger, the Pope would look not eastward to Constantinople, but northward, to a rising Frankish power beyond the Alps. By the early 8th century, the Lombard kingdom, once fractured by internal rivalries, had regained its unity and ambition. Under King Liutprand, reigned 712-74, the Lombards pushed aggressively into central Italy, threatening the last remaining Byzantine territories, the Exarchate of Ravenna and the Duchy of Rome. Liutprand was both a capable warrior and a shrewd politician, forging temporary truces with the Byzantines when it suited him, only to resume his campaigns when their attention was elsewhere. The Byzantine Empire itself was in no position to mount a strong defense. In the east, it was locked in a desperate struggle against the expanding Arab Caliphate. The Great Siege of Constantinople in 717-718 had been a close-run affair, and though the city survived, resources remained tied to defending the Aegean and Anatolia. Imperial fleets and armies could not be spared for distant Italy. In Rome, the popes found themselves caught between two unreliable powers, the Byzantines, whose protection was increasingly symbolic, and the Lombards, whose intentions were openly expansionist. Popes like Gregory II, 715-731, and Gregory III, 731-741, attempted diplomacy with Liutprand, sometimes finding him willing to negotiate, at other times facing renewed assaults. Matters grew even more complicated when the Byzantine emperors began enforcing iconoclasm, the banning and destruction of religious images, in the 720s. Many in Italy, including the popes, saw this as heresy. The resulting religious conflict further strained the ties between Rome and Constantinople, making imperial support against the Lombards even less reliable. By the mid-8th century, under King Aistulf, reigned 749–76, Lombard pressure reached a crisis point. Aistulf captured Ravenna in 751, extinguishing the Exarchate, the last major Byzantine stronghold in northern Italy. This left the Duchy of Rome effectively cut off, surrounded by Lombard territories on all sides. The threat to Rome itself was immediate and existential. Pope Stephen II, realizing that neither diplomacy with the Lombards nor appeals to Constantinople would save the city, made a bold and unprecedented move. In 753, he crossed the Alps to seek help from Pepin III, king of the Franks. This journey marked a turning point in European history. The Pope, spiritual leader of Western Christendom, was now openly seeking the protection of a Western king rather than the distant Eastern emperor. Pepin, eager to legitimize his recent seizure of the Frankish throne from the Merovingians, saw an opportunity. He welcomed Stephen, promised aid, and in return received papal anointing, a sacred blessing that reinforced his kingship as divinely sanctioned. The alliance was sealed not just in politics, but in religion, laying the foundation for a powerful partnership between the Frankish crown and the papacy. In 754 and again in 756, Pepin led campaigns into Italy, defeating the Lombards and forcing Aistulf to cede conquered lands. These territories were not returned to the Byzantines, but instead granted to the Pope, a donation that formed the core of what would become the Papal States. This was a revolutionary act. The Bishop of Rome was now also a territorial ruler. The Lombards, though checked for the moment, were far from finished. Their kingdom remained a dominant force in northern Italy, and future conflicts with both the papacy and the Franks were inevitable. But the precedent had been set. In times of mortal danger, Rome would look north, not east, for salvation. After Pepin III's death in 768, his realm was divided between his two sons, Carloman and Charles. The uneasy co-rule ended abruptly when Carloman died in 771, leaving Charles, soon to be known as Charlemagne, sole ruler of the Frankish kingdom. Almost immediately, events in Italy would draw him into a decisive confrontation with the Lombards. The Lombard throne had passed to King Desiderius, who initially maintained a tense peace with the papacy and the Franks. Pope Stephen II had died, succeeded by Pope Paul I and then by Pope Adrian I in 752. Adrian soon found himself under renewed pressure as Desiderius revived Lombard claims over the Duchy of Rome and sought to assert dominance across central Italy. Desiderius even tried to use marriage alliances to strengthen his position, at one point arranging for his daughter to wed Charlemagne. The marriage was short-lived and relations quickly soured. When Adrian refused Desiderius's demands to recognize Lombard control over territories claimed by the papacy, the Lombard king marched south, threatening Rome itself. Adrian appealed to Charlemagne for help, invoking not only the alliance forged by Pepin, but also the Frankish king's duty as protector of the church. In 773, Charlemagne led a large Frankish army over the Alps, repeating the route his father had taken 2 decades earlier. The Lombards were caught off guard. After some skirmishes in the north, Charlemagne advanced methodically, laying siege to their capital, Pavia. The siege lasted through the winter into the summer of 774. During the siege, Charlemagne made a pilgrimage to Rome, where he was received in grand ceremony by Pope Adrian III. In a symbolic act of continuity, Charlemagne confirmed and expanded his father's donation of Pepin, granting the Pope authority over extensive territories in central Italy, and this further solidified the Pope's role as both spiritual leader and temporal ruler, strengthening the foundation of the Papal States. By June 774, Pavia surrendered. Charlemagne deposed Desiderius and sent him into monastic exile. Uniquely, Charlemagne took the title King of the Lombards, in addition to his own, ruling their kingdom directly rather than placing a puppet ruler on the throne. This was the first time a non-Lombard had ruled the kingdom, and it marked the effective end of Lombard independence in Italy. While Charlemagne retained much of the Lombard administrative structure and respected certain local laws, he integrated the kingdom into his expanding Frankish empire. The conquest not only secured the papacies from Lombard threats, but also gave Charlemagne a firm foothold in Italy, from which he could influence both papal affairs and the balance of power in the peninsula. The fall of the Lombard kingdom had profound consequences. It cemented the Frankish papal alliance as the dominant political religious partnership in Western Europe, setting the stage for Charlemagne's eventual coronation as emperor in 800. It also ended centuries of Lombard influence in central Italy, though Lombard culture and identity would persist in the south, especially in the Duchy of Benevento. From this point on, the fate of Italy and much of Western Christendom would be closely tied to the fortunes of the Frankish rulers and their successors. But with new titles and responsibilities came new challenges, as Charlemagne's growing empire would soon need to confront its own internal strains and external threats. After absorbing the Lombard kingdom in 774, Charlemagne ruled over the largest single realm in Western Europe since the fall of the Western Roman Empire. His territory stretched from the Pyrenees to the Elbe, from the North Sea to central Italy. Yet Charlemagne was not content with mere size. His ambition was to forge a unified Christian empire bound together not only by his armies but by law, administration, and faith. Over the next quarter century, he embarked on a series of relentless campaigns. In the north, he fought the Saxons, a pagan people who resisted conversion with fierce determination. The Saxon Wars, lasting more than 3 decades, were as much about religious conquest as political domination, with Charlemagne imposing baptism on the defeated and destroying their sacred sites. In the east, he pushed against the Avars in the Danube basin, dismantling their khaganate and seizing immense treasure. In the west, he secured the Spanish March as a buffer zone against Muslim-controlled Al-Andalus. At the same time, Charlemagne invested heavily in governance. He divided his realm into counties overseen by counts, appointed royal agents called missi dominici to inspect local administration, and standardized weights, measures, and coinage. He sponsored the collection of laws, blending Germanic traditions with Christian principles. Culturally, his reign sparked what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance. Scholars from across Europe, Alcuin of York, Paul the Deacon, and others, gathered at his court in Aachen to copy ancient manuscripts, reform Latin writing, and improve clerical education. The palace school trained a generation of administrators and churchmen who would carry his reforms throughout the realm. Charlemagne's relationship with the papacy deepened during this time. Pope Adrian I had been a loyal ally, and after his death in 795, his successor Leo III faced political turmoil in Rome. In 79, Leo was attacked by rivals and fled to Charlemagne for protection. The Frankish king escorted him back to Rome, holding a public inquiry that restored the Pope's authority. On Christmas Day in the year 800, as Charlemagne attended Mass in St. Peter's Basilica, Pope Leo III placed a golden crown upon his head and proclaimed him Imperator Romanorum, Emperor of the Romans. The ceremony was both deeply symbolic and politically charged. It evoked the legacy of the ancient Roman emperors, but with a crucial twist. The imperial title now came from the Pope, not from Constantinople. For the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantines, this was a provocation. They still saw themselves as the only legitimate Roman Empire, and their emperor in Constantinople as the sole Roman ruler. For decades, relations between the two courts were strained, though eventually they reached a diplomatic compromise. Charlemagne would be recognized as emperor, but not emperor of the Romans, a title the Byzantines claimed exclusively. In the West, the coronation elevated Charlemagne's authority to a new level. It reinforced his role as defender of Christendom and protector of the papacy, while also giving ideological coherence to his vast and diverse realm. The idea of a renewed Western Roman Empire, Christian, Frankish, and crowned by the Church, would echo through medieval history, shaping the political imagination of Europe for centuries. Yet the imperial title brought challenges. With such a vast territory, unity was fragile. Local loyalties, cultural differences, and the sheer distance between frontiers made central control difficult. Charlemagne's genius lay in personal leadership, but the question of succession and whether his empire could survive without him loomed ever larger as he aged. When Charlemagne died in 814 at his palace in Aachen, his empire stretched over much of Western and Central Europe. He had worked tirelessly to knit together a vast realm of diverse peoples, laws, and customs under the framework of Christian kingship. But his death left a question that would haunt medieval Europe. Could such an empire endure without the force of his personality and the respect he commanded? His only surviving legitimate son, Louis the Pious, inherited the imperial title and the entirety of the realm. Louis was deeply devout, earning his nickname from his piety and moral earnestness, but he lacked his father's commanding presence and ruthless decisiveness. He sought to govern through reform and consensus, promoting church discipline, moral behavior, and administrative order. Yet in a realm of ambitious nobles and powerful local rulers, such ideals often met resistance. Louis's greatest challenge was the question of succession. In 817, he issued the Ordinatio Imperii, a plan to maintain the unity of the empire by granting the title of emperor to his eldest son, Lothair, while giving subordinate kingdoms to his younger sons, Pepin and Louis the German. This arrangement aimed to preserve central authority while providing for all heirs. But the plan unraveled when Louis remarried after the death of his first wife. His second wife, Judith of Bavaria, bore him another son, Charles, later known as Charles the Bald, and sought to secure a share of the empire for him. The decision to revise the succession in favor of young Charles triggered decades of civil war among Louis's sons. From the 830s onward, the Carolingian Empire was racked by shifting alliances, betrayals, and open battles between the emperor and his sons, as well as among the brothers themselves. Noble families exploited the chaos to strengthen their own regional power, further weakening central control. Even the clergy, once a pillar of imperial unity, split their loyalties between rival claimants. When Louis the Pious died in 840, the empire descended into full-scale fraternal war. The conflict ended in 843 with the Treaty of Verdun, a landmark in European history. The treaty divided the empire into three distinct realms: West Francia under Charles the Bald, covering most of modern France; East Francia under Louis the German, comprising much of modern Germany; Middle Francia under Lothair the Rush, stretching from the North Sea through the Low Countries, Lorraine, Burgundy, and northern Italy, including the imperial capital of Aachen and the city of Rome. Though the treaty was intended as a practical resolution, it effectively marked the end of a united Western Empire. Each realm began to develop its own political identity, laying the groundwork for the future kingdoms of France, Germany, and Italy. The imperial title remained with Lothair, but it had become a shadow of its former power, more symbolic than effective. The division also weakened defenses against external threats. In the north, Viking raids intensified along the coasts and rivers, penetrating deep into the heartlands. In the south, Muslim forces expanded their presence in the Mediterranean, raiding Italy and southern France. In the east, Magyar horsemen began probing the frontiers. Without the unifying leadership of Charlemagne, the empire could not mount the same coordinated response to these dangers. What emerged from the empire's fragmentation was a Europe of smaller, competing kingdoms bound together loosely by shared Christian faith but divided by language, law, and custom. Yet the idea of the empire, a single Christian dominion under a divinely sanctioned ruler, did not die. It lingered as an aspiration ready to be revived in later centuries under new rulers who claimed the legacy of Charlemagne. The political unity forged by Charlemagne in the early 9th century had shattered by the mid-800s, but the imperial ideal he embodied never vanished. It lingered in the minds of churchmen and kings alike, a vision of a single Christian authority that could protect the faith, uphold justice, and serve as God's anointed ruler on earth. In the fragmented landscape of post-Carolingian Europe, this dream found a new home in the German lands of East Francia. After the Treaty of Verdun in 843, East Francia, ruled by Louis the German and his descendants, developed its own political rhythms. Over time, power shifted to a select group of great duchies: Saxony, Franconia, Bavaria, and Swabia. These duchies were ruled by powerful local lords who commanded their own armies and often acted with near-royal authority. For a time, the Carolingian line continued in Germany, but by 911, the death of the last Carolingian king of East Francia left the throne open. The dukes elected Conrad I of Franconia, signaling a move toward an elective monarchy. In 919, the crown passed to Henry the Fowler, Duke of Saxony, founder of the Ottonian dynasty. Henry was a pragmatic ruler who avoided unnecessary wars with the Magyars, nomadic horsemen who had been raiding deep into Germany while fortifying towns and reorganizing military defenses. By the time he died in 936, his groundwork had set the stage for his son, Odysseus, to take the throne with far greater ambition. Odysseus quickly asserted dominance over the German duchies, defeating rebellious nobles and consolidating his authority. His reign was marked by a close alliance with the church. Bishops and abbots were granted lands and privileges in exchange for loyalty, creating a network of ecclesiastical rulers who strengthened royal power. This Ottonian system allowed the king to balance the influence of the powerful secular lords. In 955, Otto achieved a defining victory at the Battle of Lechfeld, crushing a massive Magyar invasion and ending the Magyar threat to Central Europe. This triumph elevated his prestige across Christendom, and his influence soon extended into Italy. Italian politics in the 10th century were chaotic, with competing nobles, city-states, and foreign claimants vying for control of the old Lombard kingdom. In 951, Otto crossed the Alps, married Adelaide, the widowed queen of Italy, and claimed the Italian crown. His involvement in Italian affairs deepened, especially when Pope John XII, threatened by rivals in Rome, appealed to Otto for aid. In 962, Otto returned to Rome and was crowned Emperor of the Romans by the Pope, reviving the imperial title in the West for the first time since Charlemagne's coronation in 800. This coronation is traditionally seen as the birth of what would later be called the Holy Roman Empire, though in Otto's day it was understood simply as the continuation of the Roman imperial tradition in Christian Europe. The alliance between the papacy and the German crown was mutually beneficial but also fraught with tension. The Pope gained a powerful protector against Roman nobles and Italian warlords, while Otto secured a sacred legitimacy that elevated him above other kings. Yet this relationship also meant emperors would be drawn repeatedly into Italian politics, often at the cost of stability at home. Otto's successors, Otto II and Otto III, continued to wield imperial authority, blending German strength with the symbolic prestige of the Roman legacy. The Ottonian emperors saw themselves as heirs not only to Charlemagne, but to the ancient Caesars, responsible for defending the faith and maintaining order across Christendom. By the dawn of the 11th century, the empire that Otto had forged was the most powerful political entity in Western Europe. Yet it was also an empire without fixed borders or absolute control over its many constituent parts. Its strength lay in the person of the emperor, his alliances, and his ability to command loyalty, a lesson that would prove critical in the centuries to come. By the late 11th century, the alliance between the papacy and the empire, forged in the days of Charlemagne and Otto I, had begun to fray. At the heart of the conflict lay a fundamental question: who had the authority to appoint bishops and abbots? The emperor or the pope? This was no mere procedural dispute. In medieval Europe, bishops were not only spiritual leaders, but also powerful landholders and political figures. Control over their appointment meant influence over vast territories, revenues, and armies. For generations, emperors had appointed bishops within their realms, investing them with the symbols of their office, the ring and the pastoral staff, in ceremonies known as lay investiture. This practice gave the emperor a strong hand in managing church affairs, ensuring that bishops were loyal to the crown. The papacy had tolerated it, so long as the emperor remained a protector of the church. But reform-minded popes in the mid-11th century began to see lay investiture as a dangerous intrusion of secular power into sacred matters. The clash reached its breaking point during the reign of Emperor Henry IV and Pope Gregory VII. Gregory, a former monk named Hildebrand, was a fiery reformer determined to free the church from secular control. In 1075, he issued the Dictatus Papae, a bold declaration asserting that only the Pope could appoint or depose bishops, and that the Pope held supreme authority even over kings and emperors. Henry IV, ruling over the vast Holy Roman Empire, saw this as an attack on imperial rights and prestige. He continued to appoint bishops as he saw fit, prompting Gregory to excommunicate him in 1076, a spiritual and political blow that undermined Henry's authority among his nobles. Many German princes, always eager to curb imperial power, used the excommunication as a pretext to rebel. Desperate to restore his standing, Henry undertook one of the most famous acts of penance in medieval history. In the winter of 1077, he crossed the Alps to seek the Pope's forgiveness, arriving at the castle of Canossa in northern Italy. For 3 days, Henry stood barefoot in the snow, clad in the penitent's woolen garment, before Gregory finally lifted the excommunication. The reconciliation was temporary. The struggle over investiture continued for decades, with both sides suffering political setbacks. The conflict eventually ended in 1122 with the Concordat of Worms, an uneasy compromise. The emperor retained the right to grant secular authority and symbols of temporal power to bishops, but the Pope alone could bestow the spiritual insignia. While neither side gained absolute victory, the settlement marked a turning point. Papal independence from imperial control had been firmly asserted, and the emperor's influence over the church was permanently diminished. The investiture controversy had far-reaching consequences. It weakened imperial authority in Germany, emboldened the princes, and enhanced the papacy's prestige across Europe. It also marked a shift in the balance of power between church and state, setting a precedent for future conflicts in which spiritual and temporal leaders would compete and often clash for supremacy. And so the great tide of centuries rolled onward, carrying the Holy Roman Empire from its birth in the embers of Rome's legacy to the intricate tapestry of lands and peoples it had become. Kings had come and gone, popes had blessed and cursed, armies had risen and vanished like mist under the morning sun. The empire had known moments of glory and of shame, victories that rang like bells across Europe, and defeats whispered only in the quiet halls of memory. By the age of our tellings close, the crown of the Romans was less a sword than a symbol, a reminder of unity in a realm too vast and too diverse to be ruled by one will alone. Yet that symbol mattered. It was a thread tying together dukes and bishops, merchants and peasants, scholars and soldiers under the shadow of an ancient idea, that above the shifting borders and the quarrels of princes, there still lingered a vision of one realm, one law, one peace. The rivers that had once carried the legions of Rome now bore the trade ships of 1,000 towns. The mountains that had echoed with the clash of arms now heard the softer voices of poets and philosophers. And though the empire's power rose and fell like the turning of the seasons, its spirit endured, not in the steel of its armies, but in the stubborn hope of those who believed that order and faith could bind the world against the chaos beyond its gates. Time would bring change, as it always does. New rulers would rise, new wars would come, and the crown would pass from head to head until the world itself was remade. But the dream of the empire, that vast and fragile dream, would cast its shadow across the ages, long after the names of its emperors had faded into the dust.